Sup, my fellas. Don't forget to leave feedback, and enjoy the story. In front of us is the continent of Gaia. Scary monsters are running forward. It is reported that on this continent for several years there has been a phenomenon of monsters disappearing. A book is visible under the arm. The owner of the limb at first thought that the monsters were simply exterminated, but then he investigated and found out that they moved to another dimension. The magician holds an open book. He thinks that for representatives of his profession this opens up wide opportunities. And although he does not know what is happening with the monsters, this, in principle, is not so important, since he can significantly advance in his research. A magical formation is visible under the man's feet. He says that the coordinates have been established, and the magical connection is perfect. The book hovers above the magician's head, standing on the formation that he has been preparing for a long time. He raises both hands to the ceiling, thinking that the ability to use the dungeon known as the Great Labyrinth is real luck for him, and by receiving mana from this place, he can safely move between dimensions. The magician's eyes glow, and he shouts that it's time to go. The man raises both his hands. He floats above the magic formation. His figure disappears into the distance. There is a bright flash in the sky. The magician's eyes are closed. He thinks that the air currents and temperature feel different. He opens his eyes and realizes that he has succeeded. The magician is standing in the middle of the desert. His hands are raised. The man looks to the right, and then to the left. The magician is standing inside a crater. He realizes that it seems that only the dungeon has been transferred between dimensions. We see a dark sphere. A young man stands in front of it, trying to understand what it is. There is surprise in the young man's eyes. Mountains are visible behind the city buildings. People are walking along the streets. We see two girls. One of them says that their brother Jun So is really cool. The other replies that he really is the best. Kang Jin Hyuk, a D-rank hunter, thinks that focusing on something and having a passion for what you do is very good, but it seems that this luxury will always be unavailable to him. A hand touches the boy. Its owner asks why the young man is idle. The boy asks him to wait a little. The guy in the yellow jacket says that they are still not even halfway done with the job. Hyuk climbs into the car. Looking up, he sighs tiredly. His companion says that the boy did a good job and they can rest for a while before driving on. Then he asks if the young man is cold. Hyuk, looking at his companion, says that he is a hunter, and people of this profession are good at enduring heat and cold. The young man asks if this also applies to D-rank hunters. Hyuk raises his hand and states that fortunately, this definitely applies to him, and thanks to this, he saves on heating in the winter. His comrade states that he envies the young man, and then asks why the hunter works part-time at such a company. Looking up tiredly, Hyuk explains that he needs money. His comrade brings a bottle to his lips and states that it would be very nice if the guild stopped monopolizing the market the young man works in. He replies that those bastards have always done this, and lately the situation has only gotten worse. There are cars parked in the parking lot. The guy in the yellow jacket asks what this is about. Hyuk says that about a month ago, a crazy serial killer broke free and began killing hunters from large guilds. His comrade asks if this means that these people take out their anger on others just because they can't catch a single killer. Looking at his friend, the young man says that it increasingly seems to him that these people have simply gone crazy. Hyuk says that he came to the same conclusion. The young people look out the car windows. The hero's friend asks what the sound is and says that the concert has not yet begun. Kang Jin Hyuk says that it sounds like screams. The hero's friend tries to stop him. Kang Jin Hyuk stares at something. He understands that now he has no doubts left, and he really hears cries for help. The guy assumes that this is either an attack by terrorists, or an attack by monsters. People screaming in horror run towards the hero. Monsters are visible behind them. Rubbing his hands, the guy thinks that he has a unique chance. Hyuk calls up the inventory. He clicks on the baseball bat icon. A glow is visible around his hand. The weapon appears in the hands of the young man. His comrade, showing off his muscles, asks if he should help the guy, saying that he has become very strong from carrying heavy things, so he can be useful. The hero says that the monsters emit special waves around themselves, so normal attacks and weapons are completely ineffective against them. Looking at his friend, he says that only hunters who have stats can break through this defense and cause damage. He asks his comrade not to do unnecessary things and stay away from the monsters. He, looking at the young man with concern, asks him to be careful. People run past the guy. He thinks that he should finish the hunt before the bastards from the big guild show up here. Hyuk rushes forward. Holding a bat in front of his face, he says that if he destroys a few small monsters, he will not have to worry about money for a whole year. The guy is overtaken by a young man. He demands that the newbie get the hell out. He grabs him by the clothes. Hyuk flies back. He falls on his back. Angrily looking at the hunters who appeared, the guy understands that the competitors are already here. Sitting on the ground, Hyuk holds a bat in his hand. He understands that the hunters represent the Titan Guild, which is responsible for this area. And Doyen, the deputy head of the guild, folded his arms over his chest, demanding that the young man not even think about sticking his nose into his business. Hyuk declares that he was the one who got here first. Doyen, behind whom the battle is unfolding, asks what the fact that the hero arrived here first has to do with the matter. Because this is their territory, the hero asks where the guy got this rule from. He replies that, of course, there are no laws on this matter, but the guy should not worry about it. The hero asks what Doyen means. He says that the guy himself started making up some incomprehensible rules about whoever was here first getting the right to fight monsters. He asks if the association ever established such a rule. Hyuk declares that the guy is talking utter nonsense. The hero pushes off the ground. He holds the bat behind his back and shouts that he will deal with these bastards now. The young man's weapon flies past Doyen's head. Fear appears in the boy's eyes. He receives a powerful slap. Hyuk flies back and falls on his back. And Doyen, looking at him angrily, asks who this fool thinks he is. He warns that if the boy tries to do something again, he will simply kill him. Hyuk holds his cheek. He understands that his opponent is superior to him in everything, including strength and speed. He squeezes his bat tightly. The boy grinds his teeth in anger, thinking that the difference between a D-rank hunter and one who represents a large guild is very big. The hero incredibly wants to become stronger. It's night over the city. The hero was very angry at the completely impudent representatives of the large guilds. But he had no choice but to do physical labor again. Walking home from this job, he went through many thoughts in his head, and he even wanted the serial killer to destroy as many members of the Titan Guild as possible. In front of us is the hero's apartment. The guy turns on the light. Taking off his shoes, he goes inside. Hyuk sits down on the couch. He feels incredible disappointment from his own weakness and a deep sense of defeat. The guy lifts his head. He touches his cheek, realizing that it still hurts. The hero hears some sound to the right of him. He sees a dark sphere in front of him. The young man is standing right in front of it. The hero is amazed. He tries to understand what it is. Hyuk looks closely, realizing that there is someone inside. He sees a monster grinning. The hero sits down on the floor in horror. He looks around, thinking that there was a goblin in front of him, and that he should take a weapon right now. Hyuk looks at what is happening in front of him in surprise. The guy's face is amazed. He realizes that the monsters do not see him. The hero extends his hand to the portal. It goes through it. The guy pushes his chin forward. He takes his hand out of the portal. Hyuk looks at it in surprise, thinking that he did not feel any resistance or strange sensations on the other side. A smile appears on the young man's face. He realizes that a dungeon has appeared in his attic. The hero opens a tin can. He drinks from it. The guy puts the can on the table. Sitting on the couch, he thinks that if his assumptions are correct, then the dungeon he discovered existed only as a concept. The guy thoughtfully looks somewhere into the void. Hyuk raises his head. He thinks that the problem is that this dungeon appeared in his attic. The boy is trying to decide whether he should report this to the association, or leave it as is. Taking another sip from the can, he thinks about how the possibility of dungeons has always been discussed, but none of them have ever been discovered, and if he reports this to the association, the workers will definitely kick him out of this house under the pretext of conducting an investigation. Hyuk wipes his chin with his hand. He decides to keep this gold mine for himself and definitely not report it to any bastards. The boy looks worriedly to your right. He understands that the monsters can get out of the dungeon right into his room, and decides to check if this is true. With a bat in his hand, he stands in front of the portal. We see the profile of the boy. Hyuk thinks that with his current abilities he will be able to destroy 2 or 3 goblins at best, and if other monsters get into his house from the dungeon, he will definitely part with his life. The boy's elbow disappears into the portal. The hero passes through the gate. The system reports that he has entered the first floor of the goblin dungeon. Hyuk still does not believe that this is a real object. The boy looks to his left. A goblin is rushing towards him. The monster strikes. The hero flies back into the portal. The goblin shakes his head in bewilderment. The boy mentally begs that it does not notice him. Not seeing anyone next to him, the green creature begins to strike. A smile appears on the boy's face. He says that these monsters seem to not see him, and cannot pass through the portal. He pushes off the floor. The boy raises the bat to strike. He says that now he has no reason to be afraid of anything. His weapon approaches the goblin. It crashes into the monster's head. The green creature falls on its back. Hyuk flies up to the screaming monster with the bat. The boy lowers it onto the monster's chest. He looks at his bloody weapon. The goblin looks at the hero with pleading eyes. He, raising the bat above his head, demands that the monster not look at him like that. The guy says that the monster should understand him, because he is also in a desperate situation. The guy brings his weapon down on the goblin's head. The monster's corpse lies at the young man's feet. Hyuk thinks that this is the first time he hunts on his own after becoming a hunter, and now he does not need to share experience points with anyone else. He realizes that his level, which had stood still for 3 whole years, immediately rose after the destruction of a single goblin, and now he understands how impudently the large guilds that control all the hunting grounds behave. The guy angrily says that these bastards have completely lost their conscience. Looking at the defeated monster, the young man says that goblin corpses, as far as he knows, can be sold very profitably. In front of him is a flattened head of a monster. The guy thinks that he can get around 3 million won for this specimen. Hyuk, smiling, asks the killed enemy how much money he will bring him. Clouds float above the city. The hero approaches the Hunter Exchange building. In front of him is a board with the number 42. Employees of the institution are sitting in open booths. The hero approaches one of them, who asks what the young man wants to sell. The guy answers that he brought a goblin. The young man clicks on the icon with the image of this monster. The corpse is lowered onto the table. Putting on gloves, the employee of the establishment says that he will now examine the monster. The young man pays attention to the split head of the goblin. He tells the hero that he does not seem to have much experience in hunting. Hyuk asks how the official found out about this. The guy lifts the corpse by the arm and says that if you kill monsters in such a barbaric way, they will lose a lot of value. He advises the hero to aim for vital organs next time. The goblin corpse falls back onto the table. the young man says that he cannot give more than 3.2 million won for it. Raising his left arm, the hero states that this price is quite acceptable. The employee of the establishment says that Hyuk must say where he killed this monster, after which an inspection will be carried out, and the money will be transferred to the young man's account. The guy asks if he really has to report where exactly he killed this monster. The employee states that, according to the law, this clause cannot be ignored. Hyuk looks at the interlocutor thoughtfully, trying to figure out what to do. He thinks that he can say that this goblin ran out of the territory that belongs to the Titan Guild. The official asks why the guy hesitates and states that he will not get a better price anywhere than here. The hero turns around, hearing someone asking where the bastard is. The people in the room look at the guys who entered in surprise. Someone recognizes the members of the Black Dragon Guild. The second visitor says that these scoundrels have become completely insolent and are already walking in entire brigades. The third says that they really do resemble a pack of hyenas. One of the guys, looking at his commander, says that they seem to have found the one they need. The hero asks the official standing behind him what happened. The guild members approach the guy. Their leader asks if they are looking for him. Hyuk asks again in amazement. The young man grabs the boy by the sweater and asks if he stole the monster from their hunting grounds. The guy says that he does not understand what they are talking about. The official, closing his eyes, says that this is not the one the hunters are looking for. The young men look around the room. Their leader asks where the guy they need is. The employee of the establishment says that it is a blonde man who is sitting nearby and talking to his friend. The young men look at the hunter who has approached them in surprise. He punches the blonde man in the jaw. The young man falls onto the couch. His friend angrily asks what the hell is going on. The hunters kick the young man. One of them says that this man was illegally hunting monsters on their guild territory, and if his friend is not going to compensate them for their losses, then he should better not interfere. The blonde man lies on the floor, covering his head with his hands. The leader of the hunters sits down next to the trembling young man. He asks what the young man was doing on their territory, and whether he was going to kill any of them. The beaten guy asks with difficulty what his offender is talking about. He grabs the young man by the hair and says that he suspects that he is facing a crazy maniac who kills hunters. He invites the guy to go with him to conduct a small investigation. The blonde says that this is some kind of madness. The hero looks at what is happening, thinking that if he wants to avoid trouble with such scumbags, he must become stronger. We see the young man's eye. Hyuk mentally asks the bastards to wait until he becomes stronger with the help of the dungeon that he discovered. Clouds are floating above the city. Windows are glowing in the houses. The hero, as if returning back, decided to go into the dungeon to become stronger, and naturally, made the necessary preparations. A small ball hangs in the air in front of him. Hyuk says that it looks like he will need everything he has, and he should take this object too. It is reported that this is a return stone that costs 1 million won, the function of which is to return to a favorite place at any time and regardless of the circumstances. The large stone is placed at the return point and the small stone is carried around, and after activation, the user is transported to where the large stone is. The hero thinks that now is the time to use this object. Putting the bat on his shoulder, the boy looks at the search radar. He thinks that this object, which he bought by buying into the advertisement, should track the location of monsters. The young man holds an object similar to a stopwatch in his hands. He thinks that in the end it turned out that this device detects within a radius of only 50 meters and by and large is useless. But now he goes to the dungeon alone, and this thing can really save his life. On the radar screen, multicolored spots are visible. Looking at it, Hyuk says that the device is working as it should, and an enemy is approaching him, most likely a goblin. Raising his hand, the young man says that it is time to increase his levels. A young man holds a bat in his hands. He hits a goblin on the head and declares that one monster is finished. The system reports that he has increased his level to 5. Hyuk hits another opponent. His level increases to 6. The beating continues. The hero's level increases to 8. Bright spheres are visible above the guy. Hyuk gains the 9th level. He thinks that this dungeon is called the Goblin Labyrinth, and here he has met only creatures of this kind so far. The fights here are monotonous, but now for him this is an ideal platform for development. Hyuk drinks from a bottle. He sits on the ground next to the killed goblins and, to find out how much his level has increased, calls up the status window. The guy thoughtfully looks at the blue window, stating that, despite the increase in level, other parameters still look very lousy. Candles are burning on the chandelier. The guy looks at the monsters lying in front of him and says that with the help of this dungeon he can gradually level up. The young man is going to take the killed enemies and continue hunting. Putting the bat on his shoulder, he calls up the inventory window. The hero sees an icon with a picture of a goblin. The system issues a warning that he has only one free space left in the inventory. Thoughtfully rubbing his chin, the young man says that in this case he needs someone bigger. Hyuk, looking at the radar, says that the larger the enemy, the more money he will bring. The device shows a mark to the left of the hero. He determines that the target is 9 o'clock from him. Putting his hand in his pocket, the hero looks over his shoulder. He thinks that if he attacks suddenly, he can easily deal with the enemy. Hyuk is preparing to strike, thinking that the target is 5 meters away from him. The hero stands in the same pose. The distance is reduced to 3 meters. The guy sees a helmet. He strikes. The helmet flies far away. Hyuk looks to the right in confusion, trying to understand what that sound was. In front of the young man stands an opponent who does not look like a goblin at all. This is a bearded old man who grinds his teeth in anger and holds his head. The guy tries to understand if this is a person. Putting his left hand forward, The guy asks if everything is okay with this character. He, pointing a finger at the hero, says something in an incomprehensible language. Hyuk assumes that there is some kind of foreigner in front of him. The old man angrily shouts something. The young man thinks that this is some kind of very strange language, and tries to understand what country this man is from. The guy bows, thinking that his new acquaintance is very angry, and it would not hurt to apologize to him at all. Hyuk, bowing, expresses regret, and says that he did not expect to meet a person here. The bearded man reaches into his bag with his hand. He throws some object to the guy. The hero catches it and asks what it is. Hyuk looks closer and realizes that it is a necklace, then tries to figure out what he needs it for. The hero puts the jewelry on his neck. The necklace emits a bright light. The old man, pointing at the boy, asks if the little bastard understands him now. Hyuk, looking at the bearded man, states that he understands that he is upset and asks the man to calm down a little. The old man, with his mouth wide open, asks the boy to repeat his words. Scratching his head, Hyuk states that he did not say anything and apologizes once again. The bearded man, gritting his teeth in anger, states that he, a dwarf, has lived for 132 years, and has never met such a piece of shit. The boy looks at the old man in shock. He cannot believe that there is a dwarf in front of him. The boy remembers that these creatures are known in literature as excellent blacksmiths, and realizes that the bearded man does indeed look like a typical dwarf. Hyuk picks up the items from the floor that the old man dropped. A very elegant sword appears in his hand. The system reports that the guy has picked up a rare item. The hero examines the weapon, thinking that it seems that all the weapons he sees are of the rare category. The old man, taking the hammer in his hands, demands that the guy immediately give him his things. Hyuk assures that he will immediately hand them over to the rightful owner. The young man realizes that the bearded man, despite the fact that he is a dwarf, must have a high level to use such equipment. The guy looks down a little sadly, thinking that it is better for him not to mess with this character, and that he needs to quietly hide somewhere far away. The dwarf takes out a bag and demands that the hero put all the weapons in it, preferably extremely carefully. Hyuk puts the items in the bag. The dwarf pays attention to the bat lying in front of him. The guy declares that he has collected everything. He looks at the dwarf in surprise and asks what he is doing with it. The old man looks at the boy's weapon in surprise. Looking at him, he asks where he got this item. Hyuk asks why the dwarf is so interested in this weapon. He says that the bat is made of orichalcum. We see various metal objects. The hero thinks that on Earth this is the most common metal and his bat is made of aluminum. A piece of ore lies in a luxurious box. The guy thinks that the dwarf for some reason believes that this is an incredibly valuable metal, and calls it by the legendary name orichalcum. The hero examines the items on the shelves. It turns out that the old man invited him to his workshop to carefully examine the bat. At first the young man refused, but when he heard that he could exchange his weapon for rare items, he agreed to try. Hyuk examines the weapon in front of him. The guy looks to his left, trying to understand why the dwarf lives alone in this dungeon, in which, on top of everything, there is a workshop. Something is happening behind the door next to the hero. The guy says that the dwarf has been there for a long time and asks what he is doing there. Hyuk examines the items lying on the shelves. He says that it seems that it is time to choose something worthwhile. The young man thoughtfully rubs his chin, realizing that he has to make a very difficult choice. The dwarf shouts that everything is ready. He comes out of the workshop. The bearded man holds a red bat in his hands. He says that the guy cannot be distracted by all sorts of trifles and take this item. The old man, stretching out his hand forward, says that compared to this weapon, everything else is just trash. Hyuk takes the bat in his hand. Looking at it, he asks the dwarf if this is really his bat, and why it has become bright red. Clenching his fist, the master says that this is a characteristic feature that orichalcum has. Looking at the boy, the dwarf says that it is a soft and weak metal in its normal state, but the more you enchant it, the redder and stronger it becomes. Hyuk looks at the bat in shock, trying to figure out if it was really enchanted. Hyuk strikes the bat, thinking that enchanted items are very rare and only drop from monsters of rank A or even higher. The hero raises his weapon above his head. A mark from the blow is visible near his face. The boy looks at his bat in surprise. He realizes that it now feels completely different than before. Hyuk remembers the dwarf and cannot believe that such a weapon can be created artificially. The boy does not understand what the old master did to him, but he feels that luck seems to have finally turned to face him. The system reports that the hero is armed with a legendary baseball bat, which was once an ordinary aluminum sports equipment, but after being enchanted, its level significantly increased. The boy looks at the description. He sees that the weapon's durability is S rank, and thinks that if he can sell it, he'll hit the jackpot. Hyuk looks up thoughtfully. The description tells him that the bat is bound to him, and he realizes that he can't sell it. The boy approaches the dwarf and asks if the automatic return clause means that the weapon can only be used by him now. The dwarf, laughing, says that the boy shouldn't be too grateful to him and can consider this property a reward for providing the old man with such a good experience. He states that no other living being will be able to use this item. Hyuk clicks on the bat icon, stating that it looks like he won't be able to make money by selling this item. A blue system window hangs in front of the boy. He touches one of the menu items, realizing that he can make money in other ways. The hero pays attention to the icon with the image of a goblin. The system reports that he has 20 corpses of these creatures. Hyuk decides to sell them to finally get some money. The young man rubs his chin, thinking that selling the goblins will be difficult, since the association will not take them from him unless he indicates the territory where he obtained these trophies. An idea comes to the guy's mind. He remembers the existence of a black market, where no one ever asks questions about where the corpses were obtained, and whose representatives are quite easy to contact. We see city buildings. The guy thinks that the black market representatives hand out business cards to low-level hunters who need money. Hyuk passes by a dilapidated building. Looking around, he realizes that he seems to have come to the right place. The hero looks at the business card, realizing that it looks highly suspicious. Someone calls the guy by name. A young man looks at the hero from above. Hyuk asks if this is Cho Hyung-il, as it says on the business card. The young man points behind him and invites them to go there. He says that the boss is already waiting for the young man. The young man stands in front of the two young men, thinking that he is very lucky to have found this place. The guy with blonde hair asks if they can first look at the goblin corpses. It is reported that this is Lee Jun-chul, a real shark of the black market. Officially he is a real estate agent, but he is also engaged in buying monster corpses. Hyuk calls up the inventory window. He is a little confused by the fact that the young people did not even greet him, and immediately asks to show the goods. The guy clicks on the icon. 2 rows of corpses lie on the floor. Hyung-il, squatting, says that the goblin corpses are in pretty good condition. Jun-chul does not understand how this is even possible, because, judging by the look, an absolute beginner is in front of him. The young man realizes that the goblin corpses are in much better condition than he imagined, and states that he confirms receipt of the goods. Hyuk says that there are exactly 20 of them. Jun-chul, looking at the hero, asks how much he wants to get for these monsters. The guy says that he will take 5 million for each, including magic stones. Jun-chul says that the goblins' heads are badly damaged, so he will give 3 million each. Hyung-il, raising his left hand, tells his boss not to be greedy, because goblin heads are of no use to anyone, and no one will hang them on the wall as decoration. Jun-chul mentally calls his subordinate a stupid bastard. Hyung-il happily rubs his hands, asking how much all this wealth could be worth. His boss, clutching his head, tries to understand why he took this degenerate with him. Covering his mouth with his fist, Jun-chul apologizes to the hero for a small misunderstanding, and offers 3.5 million for the head. Hyuk resolutely says that he will not sell the corpses for less than 4.5 million. The young men stand opposite each other. Jun-chul thinks over the amount just voiced. The hero declares that if the young man is not satisfied with something, he will simply find another buyer. Another subordinate of the black marketer runs into the room. He loudly shouts that they have problems. The guy runs up to the young people bargaining and says that they need to get out of here immediately, as monsters have appeared nearby. Jun-chul asks in amazement what the monsters are doing here. The hero remembers that he heard about something like this, and the corpses of monsters with a very small probability can attract other monsters. Hyuk, raising his left hand, stands over the dead goblins. He cannot believe that all this is happening to him. The guy looks at the young man who reported the danger and asks what kind of monster it was. He answers that they noticed 2 orcs. The hero grinds his teeth in anger. He understands that he will not be able to cope with these monsters, and he needs to get out of here as soon as possible. The black market dealers are bustling about. The hero thinks about how to quickly collect the corpses of the goblins and run away. The guy, looking straight ahead, realizes that it seems that he is already too late. A deafeningly roaring orc appears in front of him. The monster's eyes are shining brightly. Hyuk can't believe that he actually met orcs. Jun-chul, spreading his arms out to the sides, reminds Hyuk that he is a hunter and demands that he do something. The monster quickly approaches the young man. It strikes. Hyuk, looking at his opponent, curses, realizing that at this distance he will not be able to dodge. The orc's axe flies straight at the hero, who realizes that this will be a very stupid death. The guy sees a red bat in front of him. Appearing out of nowhere, it blocks the orc's attack. The monster breaks with its feet. It looks like the bat simply threw the huge monster back. Jun-chul asks Hyung-il what's going on. He replies that he doesn't understand anything either. Hyuk looks at his weapon. He realizes that it seems to have summoned itself and protected him from the attack, and perhaps that presence detection effect he saw in the weapon's description was involved. A look of surprise appears on the boy's face. He realizes that if this is indeed the case, he has a good chance of winning. The orc rushes into another attack. The hero takes the bat with both hands and shouts that he is ready to fight. He hits the monster's knee. It breaks in half. Hyuk realizes that he is damaging the enemy. The next blow hits the orc's head. The monster is thrown back a little. The hero is now completely sure that he can kill it. The monster falls on its back to the floor. Hyuk thinks that his bat is something incredible. The young man smiles, realizing that he actually just destroyed the orc. His level increases to 36. Hyuk looks at the blue system window in amazement, stating that he has gained 12 levels at once. Jun-chul points behind the boy, warning him that there is another enemy there. The menacing monster, growling, strikes, but the hero manages to dodge. Hyuk says that this creature scared him. Menacingly looking at the enemy, he asks how he dares to attack from behind. Calling the orc a worthless coward, the hero hits him with a bat in the right side. He raises his weapon above his head, preparing to deliver the decisive blow. The guy hits the monster on the top of the head, declaring that he will now join his comrade. The bat lies on the monster's head. The orc falls face down. The young men stand over 2 huge corpses. The hero's level rises to 48. He still cannot believe that he just destroyed 2 orcs. Hyuk looks at the bat in shock, realizing that the enchanted weapon has incredible power. Hyung-il puts his hand to his mouth and asks Jun-chul what they should do. Jun-chul replies that they should keep quiet about everything that happened here for now. Hyuk, smiling, asks if they should resume negotiations considering that he just killed 2 orcs. In front of us is the hero's home. Hyuk looks at the phone screen, where a huge amount of money is visible, and says that he could not even imagine that he would receive 15% more than the market price. He still cannot believe that this is happening. The young man lies on the bed, thinking that he received the money, and now he needs to focus on hunting. The guy has a smile on his face. He remembers that he saved Jun-chul from the orc, and perhaps that is why Jun-chul decided to continue working with him. The young man lies with his hands behind his head. It seems to him that Jun-chul, most likely, realized that in front of him is not just a low-level thief who sells stolen corpses, but a truly skilled hunter, capable of destroying orcs with his own hands. Hyuk is deep in thought. He is thinking about how his current equipment is not quite suitable for hunting high-level monsters, and he is trying to figure out what to do now. The guy jumps up. His exclamations make it clear that he seems to have found a way out of this situation. Hyuk is thoughtfully looking somewhere into the distance. He thinks that if he does everything right, he can get several items completely free. In the box there are tin cans and bottles. A question is heard whether this is a bribe. The dwarf examines the can and cannot believe that it is made of orichalcum. Hyuk, smiling, says that there is alcohol inside. The dwarf, standing in front of the guy, asks if someone really thought of making cups from orichalcum. He assumes, given the value of the material, that there should be holy water inside. The hero says that there is only beer in there, and offers to try it. The dwarf spits the drink on the floor. Wiping his mouth with his hand, he states that it tastes more like urine than beer. The hero takes out the bottle, thinking that he should offer the old man something stronger, but he complains that the boy gave him some disgusting swill. Hyuk hands the dwarf the bottle, saying that it contains soju, and that it tastes different from beer. The old master, looking at the boy, agrees to try this drink and give the boy another chance. A smile appears on his face. He states that this is real alcohol. Holding the bottle up to the light, the dwarf states that this alcohol still lacks taste, and this can be fixed by adding something to it. The boy asks what exactly he is talking about. The dwarf says that the boy will have to get the necessary ingredient in the mine. Hyuk asks again in shock. The old man states that he is talking about mithril. The hero, descending the steps, complains that all this is driving him crazy. The guy has his trusty bat on his shoulder. Hyuk says that he tried to get free gear, and now he has to do some nonsense. The guy scratches his head thoughtfully. He knows that mithril is a mineral, and he cannot understand how it can relate to improving the taste of soju. The young man, going down the stairs, thinks that nothing can be done about it, and therefore he will just try to find what he was told. We see green plants. The hero walks under the trees, thinking that he is inside a labyrinth, but it feels like a real forest. The system informs that the hero has arrived at the 2nd level, which is called the Labyrinth of Dogs and Skeletons. The young man is offered to save this location as a transfer point. The guy looks at the blue window hanging in front of him in surprise, trying to understand what all this means. He clicks on the yes option. The guy learns that the 2nd level has been set as a transfer point. A blue portal appears in front of the young man. The system informs him that he can now travel between the 1st and 2nd levels using this portal. Hyuk stretches his left hand forward. He declares that all this is very similar to a computer game. Looking at the portal, the young man says that he seems to have done everything correctly, and can always use this gate to go back. Putting the bat on his neck, he declares that it is time to get to work. The guy sees a terrible mouth in front of him. He does not believe that a dog actually jumped out at him. Hyuk delivers a powerful blow, demanding that this creature shut up. Huge dogs fall to the ground, making strange sounds. The hero's level increases to 49. The young man happily states that these opponents of his are weaker than orcs. A whole pack of monsters runs out at him. Baring their terrible teeth, the dogs rush forward. The young man, smiling, declares that all this means that experience points are floating into his hands. He delivers many accurate and powerful blows. The ground around him is covered with the bodies of monsters. The system reports that the boy's level has increased to 74. Hyuk, looking at the system window, thinks that he is progressing very quickly, and if you consider the value of the kobold corpses, he has already earned about 200 million won. A blue system window is visible in front of the boy's face. Hyuk, beside himself with happiness, looks up. He says that riches are pouring down on him. The boy remembers the dwarf and realizes that he will not praise him for doing some unrelated business. The young man realizes that he came here to get mithril. The boy walks forward with a strange gait, thinking that he almost forgot about the purpose of his trip out of joy. We see the boy's legs. He says that he seems to have come to the right place. Hyuk walks forward with small steps. He looks around, noticing something. Not far from him, creatures with burning heads are visible. It turns out that they are skeletons. The young man says thoughtfully that it seems quite logical, since the place he found himself in is called the Labyrinth of Dogs and Skeletons. A crowd of monsters approaches the hero, who says disappointedly that skeletons are not worth money at all. Hyuk pushes off the ground, declaring that all this is starting to irritate him greatly. The guy delivers a powerful blow with his bat. He cuts off the head of one of the skeletons. Even in this state, he strikes with a sword. Hyuk, looking at this enemy, remembers that skeletons die only if their core is broken. The hero's weapon approaches the rhombus adorning the skeleton's chest. The guy delivers an accurate blow, declaring that he killed the first enemy. Literally then, he barely dodges the attack of the second monster. Hyuk asks in surprise when he managed to appear here. The young man leans back, realizing that there are a lot of enemies. Smiling, he challenges them. The hero strikes and smashes the monster to pieces. Bones fly in all directions. Shards fly in the air. In the end, there is nothing left of the skeleton. The hero, towering over the destroyed enemies, looks around, trying to figure out if there are any more living enemies. The guy assumes that alcohol was just an excuse, and the dwarf simply sent him here to get mithril, since the old man himself is either afraid to do this, or simply does not want to. The system informs that the hero has reached level 100, and can now change his class. The second window informs that the class will be automatically determined based on the hero's recent actions. The young man carefully looks at the blue window, surprised that he reached the required level so quickly. He wants to choose the warrior class, if possible. Amazement appears on the guy's face. The system informs him that Hyuk destroyed a large number of undead, so he is assigned the cleric class. This news causes bewilderment in the young man. The hero puts the bag down, and states that he has brought the mithril that the dwarf demanded. The old man folds his arms and thinks that the boy actually came back alive. He tells the boy that he stands before him as if nothing happened, although he could have died there. Hyuk irritably says that he is quite tired. Looking into the bag, the dwarf states that the boy should stop whining, since he does not look tired at all. He asks if this is all the mithril that the boy was able to find. Rubbing the back of his head, the hero thinks that the material looked very expensive, so he took a little more than he should have. The old man says that the labyrinth has become completely useless, and that anything can be done in it now. The dwarf, picking up his tools, says that he will begin work and asks the boy what equipment he wants to get. Hyuk, thoughtfully looking up, states that he has a weapon, so he probably needs armor, and it would be great if it was inconspicuous. The dwarf, smiling, says that it will be quite easy to fulfill such an order. The clock shows 8:30. Hyuk is lying on the bed. He turns off the alarm. Sweetly stretching, the guy says that he slept for 6 hours, and now feels much better. He rubs his eyes, thinking that it was very hot in the forge, so he came here to sleep. The young man thinks that it is very good that he set the alarm, and the dwarf, who most likely has already finished his work, will not wait for him long. The old man puts the hammer on the table. Raising his left hand, he says that the result completely satisfies him. The old man looks around in surprise. He looks at the young man who came up to him and asks where he was, because in the dungeon there seems to be nothing except his forge. Hyuk, laughing, says that he was just wandering around the neighborhood. There is armor on the table in front of the young man. The old man says that it is his armor. The hero asks skeptically what it is. The dwarf replies that he specially made armor that can be worn unnoticed under clothes. He offers the guy to put it on himself. The young man looks at the item made for him with doubt, and decides to put it on himself. The system reports that the guy has received a unique level mithril chain armor. The old man asks if the young man has finished changing. The next second, he strikes the young man right in the chest with a hammer. The system notifies that the armor has a unique effect of reducing physical and magical damage by 50%. Hyuk, loudly indignant, flies away from the dwarf. The old man, smiling, says that it is difficult to explain in words what can be shown with a short demonstration. He asks how the armor he made behaves. Hyuk feels his chest and, smiling, says that the gnome scared him. He is very surprised that nothing hurts. The young man, lifting his sweater, says that without this protection, his ribs would probably be broken, but now he feels just perfect. The hero realizes that now, when he has this armor and bat at his disposal, his fighting power will be several times higher. The young man runs, thinking that meeting this gnome was a real luck. The guy leans over to the master, who asks if the guy liked his work. Hyuk already says out loud that he is very lucky that he met the old man, after which he expresses great gratitude for the armor. The master turns away from the guy, declaring that he does not have to thank him. He hands the young man a barrel and tells Hyuk to take it with him. The guy looks at the vessel in surprise and asks what is in it. The gnome begins to explain what it is. In front of us is a kitchen. The hero drinks from a shot glass. There is a keg on the table in front of him. The young man exclaims that the taste of the drink is simply amazing, just like the aroma. He looks into the keg, trying to understand how ordinary soju can be turned into something so amazing. The dwarf, who has a bottle in his hand, states that when even the most lousy alcohol is stored in a keg made of mithril, it acquires a unique aroma and taste. Hyuk is shocked. He thinks that this is simply incredible. An ordinary soju, having been in the keg, turned into a completely different drink. The guy comes up with an idea. Wires are visible between the city buildings. Someone greets the hero. Hyung-il and Jun Chul are sitting in an office. The blonde asks what happened. Hyuk replies that he wants to sell something. The young man, pressing the phone to his ear, asks what monsters this time they are talking about. The hero states that he has kobold corpses and some alcohol. Jun Chul asks again in surprise. Green hills are visible behind the houses. It is reported that this is a new training area for the Titan Guild hunters. Someone says that the selection of new guild members is complete, and the participants can collect the corpses of monsters. A hunter runs up to the deputy guild leader. He loudly shouts that they have a serious problem. He points behind him and says that lizards have appeared there again, and Doyen understands that this is an anomalous portal that appeared at the wrong time. Monsters come out of the gate. Someone shouts that there are at least 3 times more of them than in the wave they just dealt with. One of the hunters, raising his right hand, asks Doyen what to do. Because they cannot cope with the monsters on their own, he suggests asking other hunters for help. And Doyen frowned, thinking that this proposal is simply absurd, and their guild can't ask anyone for assistance. The guy understands that the reputation of both the guild itself and himself requires that they deal with this issue on their own. Raising his weapon above his head, he orders his comrades to stop whining and convinces them that they can handle the lizards themselves. Holding his sword in front of him, he states that if the hunters maintain concentration, they will be able to hold off this attack, after which he orders his subordinates to prepare for battle. In front of us is the entrance to an office building. The hero receives congratulations on his promotion. The girl holds an ID card in her hands. She asks the guy if he is really a cleric and is able to heal others. She says that this is a very rare class, and once again congratulates the hero. Hyuk, looking at his photo, thanks the girl. He walks through a spacious office, thinking that he finally got a promotion. The guy is upset that he was registered as a cleric, but he understands that his profession is in short supply, and now any guild will gladly accept him into their ranks. The hero looks at the young man who appeared in front of him in bewilderment. All the guy's clothes are splashed with blood. He asks if there is any cleric here. Hyuk, raising his hand, declares that he is a specialist in just this profile. The guy wipes the blood with his hand. The hero asks him if a C-class cleric suits him. He answers that, of course, yes, and asks to join him immediately. Hyuk understands that the rumors are not lying, and being a healer is actually much better than he thought before. A sword is thrust into the lizard's chest. The hunter blocks the monster's blow. One of the fighters falls on his back. His comrade, crouching down next to him, asks if everything is okay with him. The young man thanks him for his help. A lizard flies up to them from above. The hunter strikes and hits the monster. The lizard is cut in half. The young man, with his mouth wide open, demands that the fighters maintain concentration, otherwise they will die. The hunters fight the lizards that surround them. And Doyen angrily looks at the guys who just almost died, calls them useless trash, and says that they only pretend to be cool fighters because someone always saves their asses. And Doyen rushes to attack. He orders everyone to hold their positions, and he promises to destroy all the lizards. The deputy guild leader approaches the enemies. Subordinates try to shout at him and reason with him. Someone present notices the arriving hero and asks who he is. Hyuk stands in front of one of the hunters, who points to the healer standing behind the guy and orders the hero to do the same as them. The young man asks if he can help with anything else. The young brunette asks Hyuk to focus on healing and says that this will be enough. He states that the guy should not worry about the reward, since when everything is over, he will definitely not be hurt. The hero thinks that all this looks very dangerous, but if he is paid, he is ready to participate in this battle. Hyuk begins to generate a healing spell. One of the hunters crosses swords with a lizard. He grits his teeth from the strain. The guy manages to pierce the monster. The next second, he gets hit in the shoulder and calls the healers to him. The hero, looking at his colleague, says that no matter how much they try to heal the fighters, it is all useless, so they need to contact other guilds and ask them for help. The young man in glasses says that he thought about the same thing. Hyuk is deep in thought. He understands that if things continue like this, they can all be destroyed. The young man notices something in front of him. A bat that jumped out behind his head blocks a blow from a lizard that had come up from behind. The young man cannot believe that the monsters have already gotten so far. He realizes that this can only mean that they came from behind. Next to the bat, the tip of a sword is visible. The hero thinks that there are only healers in the back rows, and he must protect them. The young man takes the bat in his hand. He brings it down on the monster's head. The guy's colleagues turn around in fear. The hero tells them that this is an ambush, and the enemies have penetrated to the rear. The young man in glasses asks how the monsters could penetrate so deep into the rear. His comrade says that they used a camouflage technique, and it is incredibly dangerous. Hyuk, resolutely looking at his colleagues, orders them to focus on healing, and promises to deal with the monsters. The healer with glasses asks how the young man is going to do this. Because he is the same cleric as them, the young man standing next to him warns that this is very dangerous, and they should ask the members of the Titan Guild for help. A fierce battle takes place in front of the healers. The hero tells his colleagues that the hunters themselves are barely holding on. Hyuk rushes forward. Despite the fact that the guy with glasses is trying to stop him, the hero asks not to worry and says that he would not risk it if he was not confident in his abilities. The young man hits the lizard with a bat. He thinks that at first he was worried, but now he understands that he can handle it. The young man's hand is set aside. He grabs the lizard. Hyuk presses the monster to the ground. Then he finishes it off with a blow of the bat right to the head. The hero sees how one of the lizards breaks through to his ally. The guy rushes to intercept, realizing that for a second he let his guard down. He pushes off the ground. Flying over the monster, he asks where it is going. Hyuk brings his bat down on the lizard's head. It squeals pitifully. We see the hero's legs. One of the monsters strikes and hits him in the back. The lizard seems surprised. The boy asks him what went wrong, and if this creature is surprised that its surprise attack did not work. Hyuk, whose armor stopped the sword, tells the lizard that this is why you should always wear only the best equipment. The boy brings his weapon down on the enemy. The healer in glasses turns around. He does not understand how the cleric is able to do such a thing. The young man shouts that this is simply amazing, and his colleague holds off many monsters single-handedly. The second healer says that thanks to this guy, they can focus on healing the hunters fighting the monsters. Horror appears on the lizards' faces. Someone asks why they are acting like this. A white beam is visible in the air. A man with a neat beard cuts one of the monsters into many pieces. One of the people present recognizes this man. In front of us is Seo Sang-ho, the head of the Titan Guild. The road is strewn with many corpses. The man asks the guy if he took care of these monsters. He answers that he really did it, and asks who is in front of him. One of the healers tells the hero that in front of him is Seo Sang-ho, a hunter of rank S. Hyuk asks again in surprise. He is told that this is the head of the Titan Guild. The guy in glasses says that it seems that they can finally go home. Sang-ho takes off, apologizing. He says that they will have to finish this conversation a little later. Flying past the hero, the man says that he will definitely reward the guy as he deserves. Hyuk looks after the determined young man in surprise. He can hardly believe that this is really Seo Sang-ho. The hero looks at the guild master with concentration. He knew that S-rank hunters were very strong, but now he realizes that this man surpasses even them. Sang-ho hangs in the air with an axe in his hand. He lands behind the other guild members. The man praises everyone for a job well done. The fighters turn around and happily recognize the leader of their guild. And Doyen does not look very pleased. He asks one of the fighters what Sang-ho is doing here. The guy replies that he personally called him, since no one forbade asking for help from members of his own guild. Sang-ho, looking at the hunters, orders those who are tired to retreat back, and declares that from now on he will command the battle. The man raises his fist to strike. He shouts that if everyone understands, they must immediately begin to follow his orders. The tired hunters rush back. They ask the guild master to wait a second. Sang-ho opens his mouth wide. He rushes towards the young man surrounded by lizards. The hunters look in shock at what their commander is doing. One of them says that it is simply incredible, and the man destroyed many lizards with one blow. His comrade says that it is not surprising at all, since their commander has rank S. Hyuk looks at what the guild leader is doing. He understands that the blow of this man only damaged the monsters, and the allies were not harmed. The guy thought that he himself had become stronger lately, but when he saw what the man was doing, he realized that he had room to develop. A dead lizard lies on the ground. Another monster dies after a precise blow. Sang-ho, standing among the corpses, declares that the battle is over. He orders to count the losses and collect all the loot. The fighters make it clear that they understood the order. The man calls out to Indoyen. He turns around displeased. The guild master calls the young man a fucking bastard and asks what he was thinking when he refused to call for help. Looking at his subordinate's face, he asks if he really wanted to kill all the guild members. Indoyen states that asking for help in such a situation would have damaged the reputation of the organization. Looking at him sternly, Sang-ho states that it is not the reputation of the guild that would have suffered, but the pride of the degenerate standing before him. Indoyen, half closing his eyes, states that this is a very serious accusation. One of the fighters calls out to the guild master, apologizes for interrupting him, and states that they must settle accounts with the healers who helped them today. The young man points his hand at the hero and his three colleagues. Sang-ho states that he will come to them now. He turns to Indoyen and angrily says that he won't get away with it, and they will talk again when they return to the guild. He replies that he understands everything. Sang-ho bows to the healers and apologizes for the delay. The man once again introduces himself as Seo Sang-ho, the leader of the Titan Guild, after which he thanks the young people for helping his guild members survive. The man, looking at the hero, states that he is especially grateful to him, since he saw that the guy single-handedly deal with the ambush that the lizard set up. He admits that the young man has remarkable skill and asks what his name is. The hero introduces himself. Sang-ho asks the guy if he is a member of any guild. He replies that he is not yet. The man offers the young man to join Titan, promising to exempt him from the initial fee. Indoyen runs up to the conversation. He asks the guild leader to wait, and asks what he is going to do. The blonde says that Hyuk was just a D-rank hunter not long ago, and he remembers it very well. The deputy guild leader says that perhaps the guy was lucky that he became a healer. But if he were Sang-ho, he would definitely not have taken this man into the organization. The man looks at his deputy and calls out to him. Indoyen looks at his boss in bewilderment. With his mouth wide open, he says that if it weren't for this young man, all the guild members and healers would be dead. That is, he saved all those lives that could have been lost due to the stupidity of one hopeless idiot. The hunters look at what is happening in amazement. Hyuk, looking at the man, understands that he is a very fair person. Sang-ho orders Indoyen to apologize to the hero. The vice guild leader frowns, unable to believe that he has to apologize to a mere boy. Raising his hand, Hyuk thanks Sang-ho for inviting him to join the guild, stating that he has to decline because he can't trust an organization that has a man like Indoyen as its vice leader. The blonde angrily demands that the boy repeat himself. Gritting his teeth in rage, Indoyen raises his hand to strike, shouting that the boy will learn his place now. A bat flies out of the system window. It hits the villain square in the chest. Sang-ho looks at the news on his phone screen, regarding the vice guild leader collapsing after being hit by a C-rank hunter, asking if he's going to sit back after what happened. A meeting is taking place in a small room. One of the guild leader's subordinates suggests bringing the hero and demanding an explanation from him. Another young man states that kicking Indoyen out was a mistake and such a punishment is extremely unfair. The guy in the suit, raising his left hand, states that if things are left as they are, the reputation of the Titan Guild will suffer greatly. Sang-ho, putting his cup down on the table, states that it was not the hero who tarnished the reputation, but Indoyen, who, due to his own ambitions, endangered the lives of the recruits. The man states that, in addition to this, Indoyen tried to use violence against someone who protected the members of their guild. Looking at the crowd, Sang-ho says that what Indoyen did is enough to deprive him of his position as deputy guild leader. The subordinates try to object. Sang-ho demands that they stop acting unreasonably and states that this is the end of the conversation. Raising his right hand, he demands that everyone leave the office. Sang-ho remembers the hero fighting. He thinks that he is an unusual C-rank hunter, and before he becomes much stronger, the guild needs to get the guy into their ranks. Hyuk, sitting by the couch, looks at the screen of his phone. He thinks that he spent too much money because he had it. The guy realizes that his expenses have increased significantly. The boy throws the phone on the table, stating that if he knew this would happen, he would have accepted the offer of additional payment. Taking a sip from a tin, he thinks that, in principle, everything is not so bad, and he will get out of this situation. Raising his right hand, the guy declares that now he has other ways to make money. The boy enters the portal. Putting his trusty bat on his shoulder, he thinks that hunting the same monsters is no longer enough. Hyuk looks to his right, thinking that now that he has become stronger, he needs to find bigger prey. We see the hero's leg. He walks along a torchlit corridor, thinking that he has already climbed quite far. There is a monster in front of us. The hero looks around, trying to understand what sounds are reaching him. The monster flies up to the guy from above, raising its weapon to strike. The young man understands that there is an orc in front of him. The opponents look at each other. Hyuk realizes that this creature was waiting for him in ambush and attacked from behind. Bending down a little, the guy strikes, which hits the orc right in the chest. The monster, growling loudly, falls on its back. A black mark from the blow is visible on its chest. The young man praises himself for the perfect hit. A whole army of green monsters appears in front of him. Hyuk thinks that if he deals with them all, then he will not have to worry about his financial well-being for a decent amount of time. The hero calls the enemies. He rushes to attack, loudly shouting that it is time to earn money. The system window shows that the hero has destroyed 20 orcs. Looking at the blue rectangle, the young man thinks that he can now calmly deal with 20 representatives of this formidable race. He decides to go a little deeper into the dungeon. Hyuk goes down the stairs, trying to guess what awaits him below. The guy walks along a long corridor set with statues. He understands that this is some kind of temple, and that he feels a little uneasy here. The system reports that the hero has arrived on the 3rd floor, which is called the Temple of the Labyrinth Guardian. The young man enters a spacious room, realizing that he has come to the right place. He learns that the 3rd floor has been recorded as a warp gate. Hyuk looks around, trying to understand why there are no monsters here, and suggests that this temple is some kind of safe zone. Suddenly, the floor behind him begins to swell. A huge palm flies out from there, which almost knocks the guy off his feet. Hyuk is shocked. He flies back, thinking that it can't be a monster. The boy looks over his shoulder in fear. He puts his bat out to block the enemy's blow. The hero realizes that this creature is moving too fast. The boy flies back again. He can't believe that even after he blocked the blow, he was thrown back. The hero lands on the floor. He tries to understand that he can have such strength and agility at the same time. The boy puts his weapon in front of him, realizing that he must maintain full concentration. Amazement appears on his face. He sees a scary, toothy monster in front of him and realizes that the body of this creature is stone. Hyuk, crouching down a little, says that he has heard of such creatures, and in front of him is an artificially created monster called a golem. The boy jumps. He manages to avoid a powerful blow from the monster. The hero rushes forward, thinking that if this monster falls for simple tricks, it does not have developed intelligence. Hyuk strikes. The golem falls behind him. The young man thinks that if the enemy is very strong, but at the same time incorrigibly stupid, then he can be dealt with. Clouds of white smoke rise around the young man. Looking back over his shoulder, he realizes that he worried in vain, and there is nothing scary in this enemy. The stones lying on the floor begin to move. It seems that the golem is coming to life. The hero looks at what is happening in surprise. The golem roars menacingly. He gets to his feet and raises his left hand to strike. Hyuk cannot believe that the monster, whose head was just cut off, can still be alive. The guy carefully looks at the enemy. He remembers that such creatures do not die unless their core is destroyed. The monster's eyes glow menacingly. Hyuk thinks that he needs to retreat and rethink his strategy. A stone hand grabs the guy by the leg. The young man looks down at his feet, realizing that he has another opponent. An arrow flies through the air. It hits one of the golems right in the chest. The monster flies apart. The hero leans back, now realizing that the golem's core is located right in the center of the chest. The young man prepares to strike. He strikes with his weapon, sending a huge amount of stone fragments into the air, and realizes that he struck at the right spot. Hyuk lands on the floor. He looks at the stone fragments scattered around him and realizes that he almost lost his life. Wiping the sweat from his forehead, he says that if it weren't for that arrow, he really could have died. Looking over his shoulder, the young man tries to find the one who just helped him. He assumes that it could be a dwarf, an old acquaintance of his. A female figure appears among the clouds of smoke. Hyuk realizes that in front of him is not a dwarf at all. A very pretty girl approaches the guy. The young man pays attention to her ears and realizes that they look quite strange. Hyuk guesses that in front of him is an elf. Hyuk, bowing, thanks the girl for her help. He looks at her in bewilderment. The blonde grabs the guy by the collar and says that she hasn't seen him in this dungeon yet. Looking into the hero's eyes, she asks who he is and where he came from. Hyuk asks again in surprise. The girl says that the guy is dressed in very strange clothes and demands to know how long he has been in this dungeon. The hero, looking somewhere up, says that he entered this location today. The beauty asks again in surprise. We see the walls of the hall in which the conversation is taking place. The hero confirms that he really ended up here only recently. The girl asks if this means that the guy knows where the entrance to the dungeon is. He confirms this assumption. The elf lets go of the guy. He sits down on the floor and screams in pain. The girl, lowering her weapon, says that she seems to have finally found a way out of here. Hyuk jumps to her feet and angrily asks what all this means. The elf, looking at him resolutely, demands that the guy take her to the entrance through which he entered here. The hero looks at the girl in bewilderment. He tries to understand who she is and why she immediately started giving orders. Then a thought occurs to him that she is quite pretty. The interlocutors stand opposite each other. The blonde declares that she will pay the guy, and says that she is a platinum-level mercenary and can be trusted. Hyuk asks again in surprise. The girl says that her name is Lucia, and she is a half-elf, after which she assumes that the young man must have heard of her. The hero states that he has never heard this name before. The elf cannot believe it. She says that she is actually quite famous. The girl shows the hero some kind of round object and asks for permission to introduce herself again. She repeats that her name is Lucia, and she is a platinum-level mercenary, and what she shows is a mercenary badge. The hero looks at him in bewilderment. The elf asks if the young man is satisfied with this ID. The young man asks in bewilderment what it is. Lucia, hiding her hands behind her back, wonders if the guy doesn't recognize this badge. She suggests that the guy grew up in some village, then asks where this town is. Hyuk says in bewilderment that he is from Seoul, then asks where the elf herself comes from, because he has never heard of elves living in Korea. Lucia asks where Seoul and Korea are. The girl thoughtfully rubs her chin. She has never heard such names and understands that perhaps the mad magician really succeeded, and the whole dungeon moved between dimensions. Looking at the guy, the blonde asks if this is the first time the young man has entered here. He replies that he has entered and exited several times already. The girl remembers the magician standing on a huge formation. She tells the guy that perhaps the dimension-shifting magic that the crazy wizard used actually worked. Hyuk asks what it all means. The elf says that, to put it simply, the dungeon was transferred to this world from another dimension thanks to one crazy sorcerer. The hero asks the girl sitting on the stone how this is even possible. She replies that she has no idea, but apparently, the magic really worked. Folding her arms over her chest, she says that if all this is true, then this is not even bad, and in this case, canceling the magic may allow her to return back. The girl thanks the hero for the information provided. Hyuk looks at her thoughtfully. He remembers that this dungeon initially seemed rather strange to him, and realizes that, most likely, it really is not from this world, but if he returns it to where it should be, he will lose a lot. Raising his left hand, the young man asks if the elf is really going to send the labyrinth back. She replies that it will be difficult to do now, although she knows a place where you can find a solution to this problem. Torches are burning under the ceiling. Lucia says that there is a secret room on this floor. Hyuk asks again in surprise. The girl says that she accidentally found this room. Raising her right leg, Lucia asks if the young man can help her. The beauty looks into the guy's eyes. He asks how he can help her at all. She replies that she needs to defeat the boss to get to the secret room. Hyuk wonders why he should do this. The girl says that the guy should not worry, and she will give him something good in return. In addition, if they defeat the monster, she will reward him. Hyuk looks at the girl thoughtfully. Realizing that the conditions she offered are very good, he agrees to assist her. The young man strikes a blow to the head of a huge orc. Lucia hovers in the air above the hero, who is fighting two more monsters. She plunges her weapon right into the top of the orc's head. Hyuk hits another monster on the head with a bat. Defeated enemies are visible next to the young men. A white cloud rises above the orc. The hero thinks that the elf is very strong, and even the arrow she shot earlier had incredible power. Lucia tells the guy that he is stronger than she thought. Hyuk looks at the beauty thoughtfully, thinking that it is dangerous to fight her, so he must cooperate to try to assess the situation better. He says that he has not yet shown everything he is capable of. A torch is burning near the stairs. Hyuk, putting the bat on his neck, asks Lucia how far to go. She replies that they have gone about half the way. The young man holds his stomach. Bend over, he suggests resting a little and having a snack. The young people stop. The hero says that this can be done, since there are no monsters nearby. The elf agrees to his proposal. Hyuk opens a chocolate bar. The blonde sitting next to him drinks from a bottle. The hero looks at his companion in bewilderment. He hands her the bar and asks if she will eat it. The girl asks if the guy's name is really Kang Jin Hyuk. He confirms this. Lucia says that the guy can do without formalities in conversation with her. The young man shyly states that he is a little uncomfortable talking like this to a person who is older than him. Lucia points her bow at the guy and sternly says that age does not matter at all. Looking at the guy, the beauty says that, by elven standards, she is considered a very young woman. Hyuk, raising his hands, declares that this is not what he meant at all, and promises to talk to the girl from now on as if she were an old friend. Lucia, looking at the guy, says that she has not eaten anything for a long time. There are chocolate bar wrappers on the floor. The blonde is greedily eating these treats. She holds out her hand to the guy and asks if he has any more. Hyuk spreads his arms and says that the girl has just eaten the last bar. Slightly bending over, Lucia says that this is too bad, since she was hoping to enjoy the delicacy that she has never eaten and that she liked. Hyuk says that 3 boxes are enough in any case. Licking her lips, Lucia says that she really is full. The beauty calls the guy to follow her, urging them to hit the road. Hyuk closes his eyes tiredly. The hero catches up with the girl standing at the door, and asks if they have already reached the boss's room. The elf answers in the affirmative. Raising his left hand, the young man declares that he came here because Lucia promised him a reward, but now he understands that she herself is not completely sure of everything. Lucia replies that there is a high probability that the magician's spell is still in this room. Hyuk, thoughtfully rubbing his chin, tries to understand if he is making a mistake by helping the elf. The blonde, looking at the guy, tells him to get ready, since the boss is approaching. The young man asks what exactly he should do. The girl answers that nothing special, the guy just needs to finish off this monster. The hero asks again in bewilderment. Winking at him, the beauty declares that she was joking, and since there are no other monsters inside, she will cope with the boss herself. The monster approaches the young people. The guy asks in bewilderment if the girl is really going to fight this monster alone. The monster looks huge. Hyuk warns the elf that the monster seems incredibly strong. A white trace is visible under the girl's feet. She says that she can handle it herself, especially since a little earlier she promised to show the guy something very good. Pulling the bowstring, Lucia tells Hyuk to watch very carefully, because now he will see what is called an aura. The young man is amazed. He cannot believe his eyes. Arrows are visible in the air. They fly straight at the monster. Lucia smiles. We see 3 bright flashes. The hero looks at the huge monster in surprise. He cannot believe that it was hit with just one shot. The guy asks the girl if she will really teach him this technique. Lucia asks the guy to confirm that it is truly amazing. A huge hole is visible in the monster's armor. The girl says that this is exactly how an aura works. The hero, looking at the elf, asks if she is going to teach him this art. The girl answers that a promise is a promise. Lucia, smiling, looks at the young man and asks if he wants to learn. The guy decisively answers that he really wants to. He thinks that this technique has great power, and getting it for free would be very nice. Raising her left hand, Lucia says that first the young man must finish off the boss. He willingly agrees to do so. Hyuk is ready to rush at the enemy, but the girl asks him if he knows where the core is. The guy answers in the affirmative. The young man raises his weapon to strike. He delivers a powerful blow, declaring that he remembers perfectly well what he managed to learn. The red bat makes a hole. The young man is surprised. He understands that one blow, it seems, is not enough. Hyuk looks at the monster in amazement. To protect himself from the enemy's blow, he has to use Holy Shield. Lucia looks at the guy in surprise. It seems to her that he just used aura. Hyuk jumps up and appears next to the monster's head. He delivers a powerful blow, stating that if one blow is not enough, he will hit until he kills the enemy. His red bat is visible in the air. The hero continues to deliver blows. With a deafening scream, Hyuk brings his weapon down on the monster again. A very bright flash occurs under the sports equipment. It looks like the hero is destroying the monster's armor. Large debris lies around him. The system reports that his level has increased to 185. The young man steps away from the defeated monster and apologizes to the girl for taking him some time. He asks if she will teach him the art of aura now. The elf, looking at the young man in surprise, asks what he is talking about, because he just used aura. Hyuk asks in bewilderment. Lucia states that he used the sacred power to activate the aura. The hero, looking at the girl in surprise, asks if they are talking about a skill now. Lucia says that she does not quite understand what they are talking about, but in any case, the guy, as it seems to her, is learning much faster than she thought. Hyuk, smiling, asks if Lucia is flattering him. The elf says that the hero is a cleric by profession, and the shield he just used turns sacred energy into an aura. Spreading his arms out to the sides, the young man asks if this means that he can use the aura right now. The beauty replies that it depends on how he is going to use this technique. Hyuk offers to start training. Sticking out her tongue, Lucia says that she has one condition. The sky is blue above the city. Sang-ho is walking down the street with a short brunette. He asks where exactly the anomaly was discovered. The girl replies that it is near Gangnam Station. It is reported that Lee Hyena, the guild leader's secretary, is in front of us. She reports that the anomaly was discovered yesterday, so a strong monster will emerge from it within 5 days. Sang-ho states that he has thought about all possible options, but he thinks that it will be impossible for his guild to cope with it alone. The boss and subordinate are walking down the street. The girl asks what they should do. The man says that all the major guilds have gone on overseas business trips and Titan is the only major guild left in Korea. Sang-ho, looking ahead, states that they are currently in the center of Seoul, but then falls silent, noticing someone in front of him. The girl, meanwhile, says that she is looking for capable freelance hunters. Sang-ho says that the fighters who are left do not seem reliable to him. Hyuk is walking down the same street with a box in his hands. The guild leader states that he can only think of one person. Hyena asks again in surprise. The traffic light turns green. The secretary asks where her boss is heading. He replies that Hyena can go, and he will catch up with her after he does something. The man raises his right hand. He says that he will be back soon, and Hyena must pass on the association's demands to the guild officials in charge. The girl frowns after the man, remembering that he always does what he wants. Hyuk looks into the box, thinking that this should be enough. The young man is called out by Sang-ho. The guy turns around in surprise and recognizes the head of the guild. He, raising his hand, asks why the young man bought so many sweets. The hero replies that sometimes he himself does not understand what he is doing. Hyuk and Sang-ho are walking down the street together. A man asks if the guy has thought about his offer. He replies that if he means joining a guild, then his opinion on this matter has not changed. Sang-ho asks if the hero would like to join this organization as a mercenary. Hyuk asks again in surprise. Sang-ho, looking at the young man, promises that he will make sure that he receives a decent reward for his services. Smiling, the hero replies that he will think about this offer. Lucia is eating a chocolate bar. Almost emptying the box, she asks the guy what kind of food it is and declares that it is incredibly delicious. Hyuk tries to understand if there is something like this in the world in which the elf lives. Satisfiedly rubbing her stomach, Lucia says that she is full. The guy asks in surprise why they are eating in this basement, because the monster boss has already been destroyed. The beauty, looking up, asks if the hero sees the symbols carved on the ceiling. Hyuk confirms this, and then asks what they mean now. The elf, taking a step forward, says that this is a magic circle. The guy asks what function it performs. Raising her right hand, the girl expresses surprise that the hero does not know what it is. The beauty asks what world the young man lives in, and then explains that this circle connects this dungeon with the young man's world. Looking the guy straight in the eyes, the girl says that she will stay here for some time to study the magic circle well, so Hyuk must do something. The young man asks what else is required of him. Licking her lips, the blonde says that if the guy wants to master the aura, he should bring her more chocolate. Hyuk, smiling, says that he understands everything, and then offers to begin training. Lucia grabs the guy's hand. He asks why she did this. The elf replies that this is the fastest way to study the aura. A source of light appears between the young people. Lucia asks the hero to concentrate. Looking at him, the girl says that she will now transfer the aura into the body of the young man, and he must remember the feeling of this flow and feel the aura. The young man silently looks at the elf. One of the girl's hands is under the hero's hand, and the other is on top. Streams of white energy swirl around the young people. Lucia says that she is starting. Hyuk looks in shock at what is happening before his eyes. He feels something penetrate his body. We see swirling streams. Now there is some kind of tunnel in front of us. The hero thinks that these are veins. But then he realizes that there is something else in front of him. He feels how energy flows deep inside him. Bright lights run through the neurons. The young man's eyes are wide open. He understands that he feels an aura. The young man and the girl reach out to each other with their hands. The boy looks at his limb in surprise. Lucia thinks that the boy is much more talented than she expected, and the movement of divine power inside his body was truly remarkable. Thoughtfully looking at the hero, she thinks that if everything continues like this, he will be able to master the basics of her technique by the end of the day. Hyuk continues to examine his hand. Many things confuse him greatly, but he seems to be starting to get used to the new sensation. Lucia lifts her left leg. She approaches the boy closely and states that he feels talented. The girl asks if the hero remembers the flow that passed through him. The hero, clenching his fist, replies that, of course, he remembers. A magical formation is visible above. The hero asks where the girl is going to go, because she wanted to explore the magic circle. Lucia replies that it will take some time to study this object. She thoughtfully tells the hero standing behind her that she will most likely be able to study this circle even faster if the guy completely masters the aura. Hyuk asks in bewilderment how this can be done. The elf, smiling mysteriously, says that practical experience will help them. Hyuk, with a bat in his hand, rushes forward. He strikes the monsters many times. The guy stands on his toes. Then he falls on his entire foot. The system window reports that Hyuk has dealt with 25 goblins and 14 kobolds. Blue circles are visible around the hero. Raising his left hand, the young man angrily says that Lucia promised to teach him how to use the aura, but forced him to hunt monsters, and alone. The girl sits with her legs crossed. She says that she filled the guy with mana to help him acquire the necessary sensation, and he should feel the rest himself. Lucia says that he needs to get used to activating the aura with divine energy, and there is nothing more reliable than real battles to imprint the necessary sensation into his body. Cracks appear around the hero's legs. Hyuk looks back at them in surprise and indignantly says that the girl should have warned him about everything, and not thrown him to be torn apart by a horde of monsters. This time Hyuk fights some kind of lizard. A giant monster crawls out from under the floor and raises its fists. An elf sitting in the distance says that people concentrate better and reveal their potential in times of crisis. The young man says that it is still somehow wrong. The hero looks up. Lucia, sitting above him, advises him to focus and feel the divine energy. She reminds him that the shield that the boy recently used also uses aura, and once he gets used to it a little, he will be able to quickly pull it out. Hyuk thinks that all this is much easier to describe than to put into practice. Lucia shouts loudly that the time has come, and the boy should listen to the sensations that he feels when using this shield. The hero puts the holy shield above himself. The boy is surrounded by a translucent sphere. Hyuk tries to understand what he should feel from the skill that activates automatically. Surprise appears in the boy's eyes. He realizes that, it seems, he really felt something. In his right hand, the boy has a bat. He realizes that he feels a surge of some kind of energy that gathers in his left hand and activates the skill. The boy understands that this is how divine power should feel. Hyuk looks up at the huge monster. It grins, showing sharp teeth. Opening his mouth, the guy thinks that he should try to experience this feeling again. He calls Holy Shield again. Amazement appears on the hero's face. The space around the young man is distorted. He understands that the sensations have changed a little. As well as the outlines of the Holy Shield, Hyuk realizes that perhaps he now felt mana. The monster breaks the shield that the guy was covering himself with. The hero hits his back against the wall and, cursing everything in the world, screams that they do not give him a minute of peace. Lucia, watching the fight from afar, screams that she told the guy to get used to the sensations, and not to make idiotic mistakes. Hyuk, standing on half-bent legs, declares that he did only what he was told, and now they are also rude to him. The young man looks at the system window in amazement, which informs that he has acquired the holy power application skill of the first level. The hero cannot understand what this is at all. The system tells him that he can use this skill at will and receive sacred energy, while the attack and defense power increases proportionally to the consumed divine power. Hyuk understands that he just learned a way to acquire skills without changing his profession. Lucia pulls back the bowstring. She says that fighting a golem while learning aura is too difficult, and she will get rid of the monster. The young man, leaning forward, asks the elf not to interfere, and promises to deal with the monster himself. The hero jumps. He sees the clenched fist of the monster in front of him. Hyuk finds himself above the enemy. He mentally urges himself to concentrate, and remember the feeling he felt a little earlier. The hero somersaults in the air. He hits the monster's head with the bat, thinking that he must focus the mana he feels on his weapon. The giant monster falls on its back. The young man lands on it, urging himself to concentrate once more. The guy opens his mouth wide and lets out a loud scream. He brings his weapon down on the enemy's chest. A system window with a description of the holy aura skill is visible above his head. Lucia looks at the boy in shock and cannot believe that he is already using the aura at full capacity. The guy's weapon breaks through the monster's chest. The monster begins to tear apart. Large pieces of the body fly in all directions. The hero, around whom clouds of white smoke are visible, thinks that all this really works. The system tells him that the holy power application skill has increased to level 3, and in addition, the precision strike and unyielding skills have been obtained. The hero realizes that divine power, among other things, allows him to create new skills. Hyuk, holding a bat in his hand, says that it was very difficult for him. Lucia approaches the guy. She says that he did great. Raising his left hand, the boy says that he is starting to get used to the technique that the elf is teaching him, and then asks what she thinks about it. Looking at the boy thoughtfully, Lucia thinks that she understood that he had talent, but did not expect that he would learn to use aura in battle so quickly. The hero, raising his left hand, asks in bewilderment if he did something wrong. The elf says that, on the contrary, he did very well. The girl thinks to herself that she was going to teach the boy the basics and end there, but he exceeded all her expectations. Hyuk thinks that, thanks to the training received from Lucia, he was able to acquire 3 passive skills, as well as 1 active one that allows him to use aura in battle. The girl, taking out an arrow, asks if the hero has rested enough. She aims at him with a bow. The boy asks what she is doing. Smiling faintly, the elf says that they will continue training. An arrow flies past the boy's face. A fiery explosion is heard behind him. The boy sees a white cloud. Monsters emerge from it. The monster's eyes glow brightly. Lucia says that if Hyuk started doing something, he must see it through to the end. The hero sadly says that Lucia is worse than a demonic elf. The boy clutches a bat in his hand, holding the weapon out in front of him. The boy says that if he had known that everything would turn out this way, he would have brought several mana potions with him. Gritting his teeth in anger, he says that he agrees to go to the very end. Advertising signs are visible on the buildings. The hero sits at a table with a black marketeer, who asks what happened to the boy. Putting the tin can down on the table, the hero says that nothing special happened, and he is just very tired. Hyuk raises his right hand. The blonde looks at the boy, trying to understand why the hero looks like he came back from a war. The interlocutors are sitting at the table. The blonde guy declares that he will buy all the corpses of goblins, kobolds and orcs that the guy has, and that he also wants to say something about the drink that the hero brought him last time. Hyuk looks at the young man carefully. In front of us is a store sign. Words of gratitude and farewell are heard. There are bottles in a wooden box. Someone says that after this alcohol was introduced as traditional craft soju, it began to fly off the shelves. The hero is asked to increase the supply of this product, and they say that very soon he will be able to quit everything else and only sell soju. The hero, smiling, carries the box. He says that by selling alcohol that costs 2,000 won in the store for 150,000, he can become one of the richest businessmen in the country. Hyuk is walking down the street. He thinks that, as they say, the heavier the wallet, the lighter the soul, and now he has a feeling that all the worries and sorrows of this world have disappeared. The young man understands that he has not felt such joyful feelings for a long time. Hyuk is lying on the bed, thinking that this time it was incredibly difficult for him, and he has a feeling that he can lie down for several days. The young man's eyes are slightly open. He talked to Lucia, and now he is sure that she is from a completely different world. The hero remembers the girl, and also how she shot a bow next to him. The guy thinks that the skills that are familiar in this world do not exist in the universe where Lucia is from, and there they activate skills not with trigger words, but are forced to use mana, so they cannot use skills as easily as the inhabitants of this world, but the advantage in this case is that mana can be used in many different ways. The guy falls asleep, thinking that if he learns to act like his new ally, he will have new opportunities. The hero's eyes close. He wakes up. The young man hears sounds coming from the window and understands that this is an alarm signal. The guy tries to understand what is happening. The people on the street turn around in alarm. They are informed that this is not a drill and all citizens must leave the area immediately. Hyuk looks at his phone screen, trying to figure out what day it is. The hero looks out the window. He assumes that it is the day of the monster invasion. The guy looks up. He realizes that this event has started earlier than expected. Hyuk lies down on the bed again. He thinks that he is too tired, so he will not react to all this. He is sure that the large guilds and the association will still deal with the monsters. The young man thinks that a couple of years ago he would have taken the chance to kill a few low-level monsters. But now that the large guilds have established a monopoly on the dungeons, all this is useless. Next to the guy's head, the phone makes itself felt. Hyuk sees a message from the association, stating that due to the danger of the current invasion, the rewards for killing monsters will be tripled, and hunters who wish to receive this reward must bring proof of their victories to the association after the invasion is over. Hyuk jumps up on his bed. He says that for triple the price, it is probably worth the trouble. A translucent sphere is visible around the boy's hand. He walks down the street armed with a bat. Smiling, the hero calls on the monsters to attack him. Winged monsters are visible above the maddened people. The boy thinks that monster invasions usually happen randomly. However, there are also events of this type that happen as if on schedule. Law enforcement officers show people where to run. One of them shouts that there is an underground shelter in that direction. Winged monsters fly over the city. Hyuk thinks that large-scale invasions like the one that just began happen around the end of every month. Hunters hold back the onslaught of monsters with shields. One of them shouts that if the monsters break through this barrier, the situation will no longer be under control. An order is heard to focus on defense. We see a clenched fist. It belongs to the head of the Titan Guild. Sang-ho hits the ground with his hand. Someone shouts that while ordinary hunters hold the defense, the head of the guild and high-level hunters will kill all the monsters. The man looks ahead with anxiety. He understands that the monsters do not think to end, no matter how many of them are killed. And Doyen, oddly enough, also takes part in the battle. He understands that these monsters are much stronger than those he had to fight during ordinary invasions. Another hunter deals a powerful blow. This young man misses other guilds, which in ordinary life he used to hate. The monster moves forward. It raises its weapon over one of the hunters. The monster strikes. The guy looks up. Someone shouts at him that he needs to duck. Sang-ho punches a huge hole in the monster's body. The giant creature falls on its back. One of the subordinates warns the guild leader to be careful, as no one knows where the next monster will come from. The man looks thoughtfully ahead. He understands that the members of his organization are at their limit, and they have almost no strength left. The fighters exchange joyful glances. One of them asks his comrade if he saw how the guild leader destroyed the giant ogre with one blow. He replies that this is why Sang-ho is an S-rank hunter. The man continues to fight the monsters. Haina, who is watching what is happening, realizes that even Sang-ho has a limit to his strength, and all this is becoming too dangerous. She thinks that she should call another hunter who can truly help her boss. The girl, judging by the look, understands who she can attract to cooperate. Hyuk hits the small monster on the head with his weapon. He flies far away. The hero, meanwhile, understands that he is being called. He answers the call, and asks who it is. Hyuk is standing on the street next to the corpses of small monsters and works with the system window. The guy hears that Lee Haina, the personal secretary of the head of the Titan Guild, is calling him. The young man asks what this respected organization needs, and whether the call is connected with the invasion that has begun. The corpses of the goblins are transferred to the inventory. Haina asks how the young man understood what she wants to tell him. He states that he is nearby, so he could guess what they will talk about. The girl says that the situation is very unpleasant, and says that Sang-ho values her highly, but the other members of the guild do not treat her very well. Haina, pressing the phone to her ear, says that the guy may not have the best feelings for the Titan Guild, but now is not the situation to remember old grievances, so she decided to contact him anyway. The girl hears the hero tell her that he wants to hear her proposal. She replies that she is ready to offer the best rates in the monster hunting industry, be it an hourly rate or a reward for the entire operation. She says that she agrees to any conditions. A goblin flies up to the hero. Hyuk replies to his interlocutor that everything suits him. Holding his bat up, the hero repels the monster's attack. Smiling, he states that he will agree to a reward for the entire operation. However, the guild will have to pay 5 times the usual rates for the monsters. The hero promises that with his help, Titan will survive this battle. Haina goes forward. She says that if the guy is nearby, they can meet and discuss the details, especially since she wants to give the boy something else. The girl says that she will wait in front of the mobile phone store near the Jeonying building. In front of us is the sign of the store. A boy and a girl are seen outside the window of a shopping establishment. Haina says that she is ready to pay 4 times the amount for each monster. Hyuk says that during the call he was talking about a 5-fold reward. The girl with a serious look states that Kang Jin Hyuk is a C-rank hunter and belongs to the cleric support class. She asks to understand her situation and understand that even a 4-fold payment for the head of a monster will cause her a lot of questions. Hyuk, narrowing his eyes, agrees. He says that he will make a discount for such a pretty girl. Haina hands him some object. Hyuk asks what it is. The young man examines the round device. The secretary of the guild leader explains that it is a tool that measures the magical power of monsters and converts it into points. That is, in other words, it is a counter of destroyed monsters. Goblins appear above the heads of the interlocutors. Hyuk orders the girl to bend down and strikes. The monsters fly away from the young man. The hero looks at the counter and states that he got 2 points for the 2 goblins. Haina raises her left hand and states that points are awarded based on the level of the monsters destroyed. The girl looks at her phone and states that the average score of the hunters on the front lines is currently 82 points. Adjusting her glasses, Haina says that if the guy wants to get a good reward, he should earn more than this amount. Hyuk, Without looking at the interlocutor, asks if she knows what a good cure is. The girl suggests that perhaps it is about resurrecting the dead. Hyuk, smiling, states that a good cure is the destruction of the source of the danger itself. The guy bends his knees. He rushes forward, declaring that now he will show the girl what he means. Haina looks at the hero who rushes to attack. She thinks that Kang Jin Hyuk was able to defeat Doyen due to luck, but how strong he really is still very unclear. The girl thinks she really hopes that this guy will be able to live up to the expectations of the guild leader. The hero strikes with a bat. He easily breaks the weapon in the ogre's hand. The monster looks in amazement at the fragment left in his hand. The guy jumps into the air and raises his weapon to strike. He thinks that training with Lucia clearly benefited him. The system reports the activation of the third level of the Holy Power Application skill. The hero hits the monster on the head. The hunters look at the guy in shock. One of them asks who this is. The second is surprised by the strength of this man, and cannot understand where such a fighter came from. The huge monster falls in front of the young man. He thinks that the technique he learned allows him to easily destroy monsters that are significantly superior to him in level. The hunters look at the defeated monster in shock. One of them asks who the hunter is who won. The second is surprised that the ogre was defeated with just one blow. The third suggests that this guy must be at least rank A. The young man, smiling, says that the last speaker is basically right, since he is now even stronger than an A-rank hunter. The hero drinks a mana potion. He thinks that, thanks to the special training he received from Lucia, his level is about 200. The guy clenches his fist. He thinks that in order to defeat the ogre, he really needs special skills. But as long as he has mana inside him, he can easily cope with such a monster. The young man happily realizes that he now has more than 1,500 mana potions at his disposal. Hyuk leans towards the monster attacking him. The monster opens its mouth wide. The guy, smiling, thinks that all of the above means that all these monsters are now nothing more than real money that are just asking to be put in his pocket. The ogre is pierced from behind by a sword. We see a bloody blade. The monster falls, and Doyen is standing behind him. The young man looks around, trying to understand why the number of monsters began to decrease. He listens to his comrades' conversations. One of them says that even A-rank hunters couldn't take down the ogre, but this guy only needed one hit. The second one asks who this guy is. The third one says that he can't believe that there is such a skilled hunter in the country, and he doesn't even know him. And Doyen indignantly calls the fighters idiots and asks why they suddenly started chatting in the middle of the battle. He orders them to move to another sector and provide support to the fighters who are fighting there. The hunters rush off, and Doyen looks at the hero's back, trying to understand what this damn bastard is doing here. And Doyen remembers the articles on the internet in which he looked the most unflattering. He says that this rat has absolutely no conscience if he decided to appear in front of him. And Doyen jumps up and rushes to attack. He thinks that, nevertheless, all this is very good. The guy thinks that last time he let his guard down, but today he will put this impudent guy in his place. Hyuk looks around in surprise. He puts his bat towards the enemy and again sends him into a deep knockout. The guy looks at Doyen with displeasure, assuming that this is some kind of psycho who is pestering a mortally tired person for no reason. And Doyen lies on the ground with a bloody face. In front of us is a monster with a long tongue sticking out of its mouth. Sang-ho looks at the monster, realizing that the situation is simply disgusting. In front of the man stands a huge minotaur. The man thinks that at the most inopportune time he almost ran out of aura. The monster is preparing to strike with a huge mace. Sang-ho thinks that he needs to retreat to replenish his mana reserves. Someone loudly asks the guild leader to lend a shoulder. The hero pushes off the man. He flies into the air. The boy grabs the horn and knocks the giant beast to the ground. Clouds of white smoke rise from under the minotaur's body. Sang-ho happily thinks that Kang Jin Hyuk has come to his aid. The hero looks either dissatisfied or tired. The guild leader looks at the boy carefully, thinking that Hyuk, who had recently reached rank C, destroyed the minotaur, and this means that he was absolutely right to highly appreciate this boy. The hero, looking at Sang-ho, says that the monster seems to have switched off for a while and asks if he can finish it off. Sang-ho replies that, of course, the boy can do it, since he was the one who knocked it to the ground. The hero raises the battle above his head and says that in this case, he will not hold back. Blood splashes upward. The system reports the victory over the minotaur and an increase in level. White smoke rises from the monster's corpse. Sang-ho approaches the boy and says that he never doubted that he would come to his aid. Raising his right hand, the guild leader states that Hyuk was a great help and thanks him. The hero states that his secretary contacted him and told him about an opportunity to make good money, so Sang-ho should not thank him. The man holds out his hand and states that if the boy joins his guild, opportunities like this will come his way regularly. Looking at the boy, Sang-ho says that he will make sure that most of the glory for repelling this invasion goes to the hero, and asks him to consider his offer seriously. Turning away from Sang-ho, Hyuk states that they need to finish off the remaining monsters first, and then talk about such matters. The guild leader states that the boy is not very easy to deal with. Sang-ho touches his earpiece. The secretary says something terrible has happened. The man asks what exactly happened. Haina asks the man to just look at the sky. He looks up and asks again in surprise. Hyuk and Sang-ho look up. The guild leader asks in amazement what is happening with the weather. The young man wonders in bewilderment why storm clouds began to gather in this area at this very moment. Lightning flashes in the sky. A powerful discharge hits both monsters and hunters. Another lightning strikes near Hyuk and Sang-ho. The guild leader touches his ear and asks Haina what is happening and asks her to describe the situation. Lucia says that a monster has been detected inside the storm front. A giant monster appears above the tall buildings. Haina says that there is only one monster there, but its body is about 500 meters long. We see the head of this monster. Its eyes glow menacingly. The monster shoots another lightning bolt. It hits the guild leader's feet. The man asks worriedly if everything is okay with the hunter Kang Jin Hyuk. He replies that everything is fine for now, but the danger, as it seems to him, is very great. The young people look up. The hero asks what kind of monster it is. A giant fish is destroying city buildings. Sang-ho says that he has never seen such a huge flying monster. Hyuk assumes that it will be very difficult to reach it at such a height. He asks if there are any ways to attack this enemy. The guild leader says that they simply must find a way to destroy this creature, and offers to return to the headquarters to assess the situation. He asks the hero if he will join him. Hyuk agrees to do so. In front of us is the headquarters of the Titan Guild. A powerful explosion occurs. Sang-ho and Haina look at the monitors. The girl says that lightning rods are completely ineffective against the lightning that the monster shoots. The guild leader, looking up, asks if they have found a way to get to the monster. The girl replies that they tried to use drones, but they were unable to get close to the monster. The jet falls to pieces. Haina reports that attempts to get to the monster by air were also unsuccessful. The young people stand in front of the monitors. The secretary reports to her boss that the monster incredibly accurately destroys air and ground targets within a kilometer of itself. The man says that in this case they should attack the monster from a place where lightning does not reach, and this, as it seems to him, is a very difficult task. Hyuk thoughtfully rubs his chin. He understands that it will be almost impossible to destroy such a huge creature from such a distance. He tries to understand where to find a person who has enough power to cope with this task. The young man remembers how Lucia shot a bow and realizes that he seems to have found a way out. Hyuk calls out to the guild master and his secretary. Raising his hand, he says that he thinks he knows a way to destroy this creature, and asks if he can test it. A world map is visible behind the meeting. Han Yang-suk, an official of the Titan Guild, asks if the guild master really trusts the C-rank hunter who is also a cleric. Sang-ho looks at the man silently, who says that if no one else could come up with a decent solution, then they shouldn't expect one from such an unreliable character like the hero. The young brunette, looking at Sang-ho, says that the range of the guild master's skill is 300 meters, and therefore suggests renting a helicopter and flying to the monster. He states that if they manage to get close enough, the man will definitely be able to destroy the beast in one attack. Sang-ho, looking at the speaker with displeasure, states that as he had already mentioned during the briefing, the giant fish hit targets 1 kilometer away with 100% accuracy. The guild master asks if his subordinate doubts that he has a plan if the leader said that he would figure out how to deal with this situation. The hunter raises his hands and starts making excuses, stating that he simply misspoke. Haina, standing behind the man, states that their only option now is to wait for support from the Geisha Guild. Sang-ho replies that they cannot count on these people. We see the mages and how they attack the monster flying in the sky. The guild master says that Geisha consists entirely of A-rank mages and above, who are quite capable of dealing with this monster. However, these people do not care at all about civilian casualties, and will be obsessed with only one goal: to add new monsters to their account. The man folds his hands in front of his face and says that he would rather leave the monster alone than allow these mages to cause much more harm to the city and its inhabitants, stating that their only hope at the moment is the hunter Kang Jin Hyuk. The people present listen attentively to their boss, who states that if the boy fails, he himself will most likely have to risk his life and try to get close to the monster. Yang-suk frowns and looks down. White clouds float above the houses. We see a purple portal. Hyuk, turning to Lucia, thanks her for agreeing to help. The girl replies that she basically had nothing to do, which is why she agreed. Raising her right hand, she reminds the boy that he promised her sweets from his world as a reward. Clouds float above the city. Lucia says that the air here is simply disgusting, and it seems to her that her life is shortened every time it gets into her lungs. The elf, looking thoughtfully ahead, asks how the guy manages to live in such a place. He answers that he has no other choice, after which he asks if the girl will be able to destroy the thing hanging in the sky. Lucia, looking up, says that of course she will do it. After all, she did not come here for nothing. Looking at the huge fish hanging in the middle of the clouds, she says that she can destroy this giant even with her eyes closed. The guy points his phone at the monster. He determines that it is a level 300 Leviathan, and this is the strongest monster that has ever been registered. Holding a bow in her hand, Haina says that she will need the young man's help. He asks again in surprise. We see the legs of the allies. The elf states that the place they are in is too fragile and may not withstand all her strength. She says that if the guy does not want the building to collapse, he must contain her energy from his side. The boy looks down sadly. He states that he has to take care of something else. Military trucks are driving down the street. Sang-ho says that he is listening to the boy. The boy says that he wants to ask the guild master about something, after which he states that if a giant monster falls on the city, it will cause huge damage to the buildings. The young man asks if the man can solve this problem. The man, sitting behind the wheel, replies that the boy does not need to worry about it and should concentrate on destroying the monster. Sang-ho looks at the road. The hero tells him that he understands everything and advises the guild master to get ready, since a blow to the monster will be dealt very soon. The boy says that Lucia can begin preparing for the attack. 2 arrows are aimed at the sky. The girl states that she has been ready for a long time. The elf pulls the bowstring. Looking back at the hero, she says that she can shoot at any time and asks if the boy is ready to fulfill his role. Hyuk, holding his shield out in front of him, declares that he is fully prepared. Haina says that she will begin then. The girl looks up. She releases the bowstring. The young man can hardly contain the flow of energy that hits his shield. The elf looks up. The boy grinds his teeth from the tension. He does not believe what is happening to him. Arrows fly at the giant monster. The guild leader hears a report that they are quickly approaching the target, and there are first 3 seconds left before hitting, and then only 1, then a report that the target is hit and begins to fall. The giant monster flies down. A report sounds that the target is neutralized. The hunters look up in shock. They cannot believe that such a monster was destroyed with just 1 attack. The monster lies torn apart on the city street. Sang-ho declares that the hunter Kang Jin Hyuk does not cease to amaze him. The hero stands, holding his hand out in front of him. The roof of the skyscraper around him is noticeably damaged. The guy says that it is probably too late to complain now, but such things should be warned in advance. The girl standing in front of the guy calmly says that the monster was too weak. He replies that it is just an elf who is too strong for this world. Smiling, the hero says that he is grateful to her in any case. Raising her right hand, the beauty says that there is no need to thank her, since she did not help for free. The young man catches the counter thrown to him by the girl. She reminds that the hero asked her to return this item after she destroys the monster. The elf asks how this thing can serve as evidence of the destruction of the monster. Hyuk, looking at her, says that everything works exactly like this in this world. Looking over her shoulder at the guy, Lucia advises him to be careful and not to trust people too much. Looking at the hero, she states that when there is a lot at stake, people seem to go crazy and try to deceive at the first opportunity. She says that she has been deceived many times during her adventures. Hyuk, smiling, says that the beauty does not need to worry, and if he feels something, he will not sit idly by. A military truck is driving along the road. Haina is sitting in the passenger seat. She looks ahead in surprise and asks who is in front of them. The hero calmly walks down the street. He is called out from behind. The young man turns around. He sees a formidable war machine. The Titan Guild members stand in front of the young man. Sang-ho states that what the young man did is simply amazing. He replies that he was just very lucky. The guild leader says that if the young man does not mind, he should tell how he managed to destroy such a giant monster. Hyuk apologizes and states that it should remain a secret. Yang-suk asks irritably what kind of secret can they be talking about. He shouts that the guy most likely does not want to talk about anything, since he did not destroy the monster himself. Hyuk throws him the device and says that if the blonde does not believe his words, he can look at the readings. Yang-suk looks at the counter, which shows a total of 240 points. He says that this is simply impossible, since even the guild leader only scored 173 points. Raising her hand, Haina says that this is the very counter that she gave to the hunter Kang Jin Hyuk, and the probability of cheating is 0. Yang-suk grits his teeth in anger. Extending his left hand in the direction of the hero, he asks why he is showing his results now, instead of waiting for the moment when they will give out the reward. Hyuk calmly states that the guild leader personally made a promise to him. A giant monster lies between the destroyed skyscrapers. The boy declares that he destroyed this monster, so he should add it to his account, and Sang-ho agreed to this condition. Yang-suk, with his mouth wide open, asks if a worthless person who only has 8C rank knows how much the corpse of this monster is worth. He declares that such things will not work against the Titan Guild, and if the boy wants to stay alive, he should get out of here immediately. Sang-ho, raising his hand, declares that Han Yang-suk should stop embarrassing himself. He angrily shouts that the Titan Guild has no shortage of money and there is no point in being greedy. The man asks the blonde if he understands that by such behavior he is tarnishing his reputation, which is much more important than money. Yang-suk bows to the man and apologizes. The man says that they will continue this conversation at the headquarters, where the blonde should go now. The young man leaves. The guild leader sincerely apologizes to the hero and acknowledges the young man's rights to the reward and the corpse of the slain monster. Sang-ho expresses his sincere hope that they will fight shoulder to shoulder in the future. The hero thinks that he cannot trust the Titan Guild, but its leader inspires confidence in the guy. Hyuk states that he also hopes for further cooperation. Yang-suk looks back at Sang-ho with a very displeased look. It seems to him that this man ignores the interests of his own guild and takes the side of the C-rank hunter. The young man reaches under the hem of his suit. He thinks that Seo Sang-ho is still needed by the guild, but if he continues to ignore the interests of this organization, then this man will have to find an alternative. Yang-suk looks through the list of contacts on his phone. There is a giant monster lying under the skyscrapers. Someone says that this monster, according to the official announcement, was destroyed by the Titan Guild Master Seo Sang-ho. The answer is that in fact it was destroyed by a C-rank hunter. The first speaker says that he cannot even imagine how such a low-rank hunter managed to do this. 2 young men are sitting at a round table. One of them says that it was because of this young man's extraordinary strength that the Titan Guild Master invited him to join his organization. But the guy refused. The second young man asks how confident one must be in one's powers to refuse Seo Sang-ho himself. The Ultron Guild scout holds the phone to his ear. He hears that it has been confirmed that Indoyan, an A-rank hunter from the Titan Guild, has been hospitalized. The man asks how this could happen to a fighter who has very serious skills. The answer is that the investigation has found that this man was knocked out by the very C-rank hunter that everyone is talking about. The scout states that this means the rumors are true. He orders to find out who this C-rank hunter really is. Looking at his companion, the scout states that they should consider the possibility that this mysterious youth has some kind of hidden class. His companion says that this is unlikely, since hidden classes are very rare, and only one hunter in 1,000 has them. The man in sunglasses states that, however, their guild is only in its current position because they have 3 hunters with hidden classes, and they cannot allow such talent to fall into the hands of another guild. He says that they must either obtain it or destroy it. Hyuk is lying on the bed. His eyes are closed. The guy gets up and asks himself how long he slept. Looking at the phone screen, the hero states that he cannot believe that he slept like a log for 2 whole days. He realizes that he expended too much energy during the invasion and decides to order more food. Hyuk enters the room and freezes in amazement. Lucia, greedily eating cookies, asks if the guy is already awake. The hero clutches his head. He angrily asks what happened to his house. The girl takes something out of a white bag and states that she left it for the guy. Hyuk, picking up the bag, asks if Lucia has eaten for 2 days. The blonde replies that she couldn't help herself, since the food was incredibly delicious. Besides, there was nothing in the house except sweets. Bending over next to the kitchen stove, the hero asks why the girl didn't go to the dungeon then, but waited for him to wake up at his house. Standing by the wall with her arms folded on her chest, Lucia states that she took care of the guy while he was sleeping, and would have left here if she could do so, since she herself doesn't want to stay in a place with such bad air. The hero asks what the girl is even talking about. She states that she couldn't go back, since the guy didn't open the entrance to the dungeon. Hyuk, pulling the handle, states that the door is still here, and it works perfectly. The guy points to the portal and says that everything is in place. Lucia, shocked, states that just a second ago there was nothing in this place. The elf holds out her left hand to the guy and demands that he move away from the door. The girl opens the door. She looks into the room. Lucia, pointing to the doorway, declares that she was right and there is nothing in the room now. Hyuk asks in amazement what is going on here. The beauty asks if the young man really didn't know about it. Raising his hands, Hyuk declares that, naturally, he didn't suspect anything, since every time he entered here, the portal was in place. Lucia, thoughtfully rubbing her chin, declares that in this case the hero is stuck in the spatial coordinates entered by the mad wizard. The guy asks to explain all the same in simple words. The elf, extending her index finger towards the hero, declares that the dungeon is tied to the hero, and it actually moves along with him. Hyuk imagines a dungeon falling on his head. He asks the girl if this could really happen. Lucia replies that the guy catches on quickly, but fortunately the spell cast by the mage was unsuccessful. Rubbing his earlobe, the young man says that he seems to have been incredibly lucky. He holds his growling stomach and says that what is more important now is that the food he ordered has not arrived yet. The courier hands the young man a package with the order and apologizes for being late. He says that he encountered a very strange phenomenon and had to drive around the area to find the customer's address. The hero shows the package to the blonde and says that the food has arrived. The girl expresses hope that it is sweets. Hyuk replies that she is mistaken. However, this food is also very tasty, and the elf should try it. The young people are sitting at the table. Lucia says that she does not understand how the courier found this place at all, since she used recognition suppression skill to make it harder to find. The hero asks again in bewilderment. The girl answers that recognition suppression skill is a very simple but effective spell that prevents even a well-known place from being found. Hyuk asks why the girl needed to cast it on this house. She answers that while the hero was sleeping, very strange people came here. The guy asks again in amazement. In front of us are 3 hunters in sunglasses. The girl says that they were representatives of the Ultron and Guardian guilds, and they were so intrusive that she tried to make it so that they did not come at all. Hyuk touches the phone. He does not understand why such famous guilds suddenly started looking for him. The guy wants to know what happened while he was sleeping. The hero looks at his phone. He reads the news about a giant monster being defeated by a C-rank hunter named Kang Jin Hyuk, and learns that there is even a video of the event that has leaked online despite all the barriers in place. Lucia, with her mouth full, asks the boy why he is not eating and if something is wrong. She does not understand why the boy does not take his eyes off the rectangular thing. The hero, scratching his head, states that he has a big problem and that it is because he is doing too well. The elf, chewing her food, asks if the boy has lost his mind. He realizes that he has become too greedy. The people in black suits look up. The hero looks out the window. He realizes that he used the power that Lucia has, but did not expect to become so famous. The boy remembers the scene of a low-level hunter being beaten by a guild member, and that this industry is incredibly competitive. Hyuk thinks that if a strong rival appears on the horizon, many people will do everything in their power to stop him. The boy remembers Ndoyan and understands that he acted based on this very principle. Rubbing the back of his head, Hyuk says that he may be in great trouble for writing off the Leviathan's corpse to himself, but now there is no point in regretting what he did. The boy approaches the elf sitting at the table and says that if she has already eaten, she should pack her things, since they are returning to the dungeon. The boy has a bat on his shoulder, thinking that he must become so strong that no other hunter or even the guild can pose a threat to him. Lucia enters the portal after the young man. He thinks that he needs to acquire new levels, and the corpse of the monster that he received will help him create even more powerful items. We see a city street and a figure in a hood. There is a fire burning next to a stone building. Someone says that he has not seen such a huge Leviathan for a long time. Next to the house lies the upper part of the monster's body. Questions are heard about why the hero brought only the head, and where the rest of the body is. The guy, spreading his arms out to the sides, explains to the dwarf that he also had the torso, but it was too damaged to be used. Lucia states that the monster was too weak to resist her arrows. The old man says that the young people have no idea how valuable the material was in their hands, and states that this is why he can't stand stupid elves. Lucia indignantly demands that the shorty repeat his words. He screams for the stinking elf to quickly get out of his house. The girl states that she will leave only after the dwarf gives her the arrows that he promised to make for her. Hyuk sadly looks at the dwarf and the elf ready to tear each other apart. The old man screams that the girl has arms and legs, and she can take her arrows herself. She screams that the old man needs to be more polite with his customers. Hyuk, looking into the eyes of the dwarf, asks if he can do anything with this corpse. The blacksmith says that the guy really has no idea what he brought here. The old man moves away from the young people, saying that he will show everything now. Sparks appear near his hand. The young man, pointing his finger at the dwarf, asks the girl what he is doing. The blacksmith says that the monster is still alive. The dwarf pierces the body of the monster. Taking out a blue sphere from there, he says that this is the most valuable part of the Leviathan's body. Raising his hands, Hyuk asks what it is. The old man answers that it is an organ that allows you to use lightning. The hero begins to understand what all this means. The dwarf says that the guy is absolutely right in his assumptions. The hero looks at his weapon. The old man tells him that if he enchants a bat made of orichalcum with a material obtained from a Leviathan, it will also start shooting lightning. The young man, looking at the old man, asks how he can repay him, and asks him to name any price. The dwarf states that he does not demand anything in return, but if the guy really wants to help, that he should get the stinking elf out of here, since as long as she is here, everything will go wrong. Hyuk, looking at Lucia, fakes laughing, and says that the old man seems very nervous because he has to cast a very important spell. The guy states that the girl should try to understand this master. The beauty takes out her bow and screams that the shorty has crossed all acceptable boundaries, and now she will make a hole in his head. Hyuk asks Lucia to calm down. He says that the old man is rude, of course, but he is a very good character. The girl continues to insult the dwarf. The young man promises to buy her the best sweets and asks her to calm down. We see a shop with closed shutters. The hero carries bags of food. He thinks that Lucia is acting as if she is possessed by some demon who died because she did not eat enough sweets, and an ordinary person would have already died of diabetes if he ate so much. Hyuk thinks that next time he will just buy the elf a bag of sugar. The hero notices something. He looks to the right of himself, thinking that after he learned to use aura, his senses have noticeably sharpened. It looks like someone is waiting for the young man in the alley. A part of a translucent shoulder peeks out from behind the wall. Hyuk realizes that someone is watching him. Hyuk puts the bags on the ground. Putting the bat on his shoulder, he demands that the enemy stop hiding like a rat and show himself. The hero looks into a dark alley. Some sounds are coming from there. Armed with a sword, the hunter rushes to attack. He says that this is unexpected, and he did not think that someone would sense his presence. A guy in a black cloak quickly approaches the hero. Hyuk blocks his blow with the bat. The hunter says that for a person who only has AC rank, this is amazing skill. The bat and the sword clash. The hero looks at his enemy and asks who he is and why he attacks without any reason. The guy, who has a black mask on his face, does not believe that his blow was blocked and understands that the rumors about the hero were true. We see a white trace. The opponents are some distance apart. The hunter confronting the hero thinks that he has a power that is not typical for AC rank. Hyuk jumps into the air. He flies up to his opponent from above and declares that he will simply beat all the necessary information out of him. The hunter's figure is split in half. He thinks that fighting face to face with such an opponent is very risky and he needs to change tactics. The young man uses the camouflage skill. The hero misses and hits the bat on the ground. Hyuk looks around in surprise. He realizes that his enemy has not disappeared anywhere. Since he senses his presence, the young man realizes that he is using some skill to hide himself. The hero looks to his right. Putting the bat under him, he blocks a blow aimed at his back. The guy holds his weapon in an outstretched right hand. There is no one visible next to him again. Hyuk realizes that he does not feel the enemy at all. The boy frowns to his left, realizing that he can only sense the enemy's presence when he attacks. Hyuk continues to look around, cursing silently, thinking that if he had his trusty bat, he could easily spot the enemy. The boy regrets leaving it with the dwarf and now fighting with some kind of stick designed to hit balls. Hyuk runs away, realizing that he can't stay here. The hunter throws something at the boy and asks where he's going. He rushes after the boy, thinking that he put a tracking device on him and will catch him sooner or later. The villain thinks that the hero is now like a rat running straight into a trap. Cars are driving along a busy road. The hunter thinks that the hero decided to go to a busy place. He understands that this is a pretty smart move. But sooner or later the boy will still be alone, and at that moment he will strike. A young man looks at his phone screen. People are walking quietly along the streets. The hunter, whose face is almost completely hidden by a mask, thinks that he will kill the hero anyway. He approaches a multi-story building. The elevator moves to the 8th floor. People get out of it. The hunter thinks that the signal has stopped inside the store, which means that he is already close to the hero. People are walking along the spacious hall. The killer thinks that the only place where he can find his victim alone is the toilet. The hunter looks to his right. He approaches a public toilet. The young man takes out a knife and uses the camouflage skill. He approaches the stalls, thinking that he will definitely finish off the hero now. The killer kicks the door. Then he strikes with his hand. The hunter looks at something in shock. He sees a tiny device in front of him and realizes that it is a tracking device that he placed on his victim. The guy understands that he has fallen into a trap. Hyuk, appearing behind the enemy, states that in this confined space, camouflage will not help. He strikes, but the killer manages to jump aside. The bastard's knife flies past the hero's face. The young man grabs the enemy by the arm. He throws him to the floor with all his might. The bastard hits his head on the floor. His eyes widen. Hyuk, standing over him with a bat in his hand, states that if the bastard does not want his head smashed in, he should tell why he is trying to kill him. The hunter plaintively asks him to wait. There is a notice on the door informing that the toilet is under repair. The father leads his child to the door. He asks if the boy really can't hold it anymore. The boy says that he is going to wet himself. The man takes the child into the toilet. The child is surprised that the door was not closed. The boy says that he will quickly pee and asks the father to make sure that no one comes in. The father tells his son that he understands him. The child is shocked. Hyuk, holding a bat, looks back at the boy. The killer, meanwhile, promises to tell everything he knows. The hero, looking over his shoulder, curses. He understands that the notice he deliberately hung on the door did not stop this kid. The guy tells the boy that it is dangerous here and he must go out. A bright glow appears around the hunter's hand. The villain understands that he has a chance to save himself. The killer pushes the hero away. Hyuk, almost knocking down the boy, asks him to get out of the way. The child screams in fear that the bad guy uses fire. The hero looks at the enemy in fear. He puts his hand forward and wishes the young man to burn in hell. Covering the boy with himself, Hyuk uses the Holy Shield skill. He mentally calls the hunter a crazy bastard, and realizes that even the fact that he can kill a child does not stop him. The father calls his son. A fire alarm and an announcement of an immediate evacuation begin to sound in the shopping center. Smoke rises around his leg. The killer, looking to his left, thinks that today was just a terrible day. He remembers that his superiors asked him to bring a part of the Leviathan's corpse, saying that there is nothing special in this task. The bastard understands that he has no choice left. The mission is a failure, and now he needs to retreat and wait for the next convenient opportunity. He runs away. Hyuk asks where he is going. The hunter, shaking, lies on the floor, trying to cough. The bat crashes into his back. The hero asks if this vile arsonist really thought that he could escape from him. Hyuk frowns at the enemy, thinking that he is too tired, did not calculate his strength, and it seems, went too far. The hero understands that he committed his first murder in self-defense, but he still feels uneasy. The system tells the guy that his karma has increased after the murder. Hyuk stands with his hands on his knees. He is very upset by what just happened. He sees 3 system messages. The first of them informs that due to the justified murder, he is not assigned the villain label. The second informs about the loss of cleric class skills. And the third contains information that the hero has fulfilled the hidden conditions for the second job change. Amazement appears on the young man's face. The passage is blocked by a barrier tape. The hero sits on the bench with a sad look. He thinks that when a hunter kills a person, he receives the title of villain. The guy looks down thoughtfully. He knows that if a cleric receives this title, all his skills are frozen. So at first he thought that everything was very sad. But now it turns out that his class has changed. 2 men approach the hero. One of them says that it seems that the young man's name is Kang Jin Hyuk. The man, showing his badge, states that he is Detective Jo Kyung-yeon from the Hunter Division and wants to talk to the boy. We see tables and monitors. Kyung-yeon states that as far as he knows, the hunter mage attacked the boy, and when the hero realized that he was in danger, he used his own magic skills. Hyuk, raising his right hand, states that this is exactly what happened and the villain used fire magic. Although there was a child there, the boy asks if the boy is okay. Kyung-yeon states that he thinks it is Jin Woo. The man states that the child was burned, but is okay. The detective's colleague states that the boy and his father asked him to convey their sincere thanks to the boy. Hyuk says that he is relieved to know that the child was not seriously injured. Kyung-yeon, smiling, states that it is all thanks to the quick and decisive actions of the young man. People in white overalls are packing up the body of the murdered scumbag. Kyung-yeon states that the hero's actions will most likely be recognized as self-defense, and he can go home, since the investigation is considered over. Hyuk is surprised and asks if everything really ended so quickly and easily for him. Kyung-yeon states that they also take into account the young man's previous actions. In addition, the laws that apply to hunters are slightly different from the generally accepted ones. But the main reason is still that the young man, it seems, did not receive the title of villain. The hero, looking in surprise at the man sitting next to him, asks how he knows this. Kyung-yeon replies that this title is awarded only if someone commits murder intentionally, and this does not happen when the opponent's death occurs as a result of self-defense. There is a no smoking sign on the wall. Hyuk states that now everything is clear to him. Kyung-yeon warns that this information is confidential, and if the guy can keep it to himself, then he will not have to be summoned to court. Raising his hands, the man says that if the hero reveals it, he will put the people talking to him in a very difficult position. Hyuk says that he understands everything and will not tell anyone about what he just learned. Kyung-yeon reaches under the hem of his jacket. He hands the boy an object, and says that trusting Mr. Kang Jin Hyuk's words seems a little risky to him, so he should play it safe. The detective asks the boy to understand him correctly. The hero takes the round object from his hand. Kyung-yeon asks the boy to carry it with him from now on. He says that it is a tracking device, and if the boy says 3 forbidden words, it will send a corresponding signal. The hero examines the device he received. Kyung-yeon tells him that the forbidden words are murder, villain and self-defense. The man gets up from the bench. He states that if the guy does not talk about what he heard today, then there will be no problems. The detective says that the hero should now give them a chance to finish the job at the murder scene, and suggests that the boy experienced a lot of shock today, so he should go home and have a good rest. The hero thanks his interlocutor. He leaves with a sad look. One of the law enforcement officers asks if this is the hunter who is believed to have destroyed the giant monster. The assistant, looking at the detective, states that the guy does not look like a C-rank hunter at all. The detective replies that this boy managed to block Flamestorm without receiving damage, and saved a small child in the process, after which he killed a high-level mage hunter without any problems. Looking after the leaving hero, Kyung-yeon states that at this point in time he can conclude that the rumors about him are most likely true, and Kang Jin-hyuk is much stronger than the C-rank that is attributed to him. The hero is standing by the elevator. Kyung-yeon tells his friend that this is a truly special person, after which he expresses hope that the guy will not do anything stupid and will become someone they can trust. The system reports that the hero has been assigned the Inquisitor class. The young man sits on the couch with a thoughtful look. He hoped to receive this hidden class in the future, but did not expect to acquire it in this way. The hero warms up his hands. He thinks that instead of trying to get theoretical explanations, he will try to test his new class in a real fight. Hyuk fights a goblin. He thinks that the hard skin skill has replaced heal and cure. Green liquid flows down the goblin's weapon. The guy realizes that hard skin reduces damage caused by enemy attacks. Streams of smoke are visible near the young man's face. He thinks that the status resistance skill has also been received, which increases resistance to poison, sleep and paralysis. The young man raises his hand to strike. Now he understands why the term transformation is used when changing classes. Hyuk grabs the goblin by the neck. He thinks that the existing effects of the skill remain, but they become more focused on the user himself. The hero realizes that he can no longer use the divine aura, but now he has received the fighting spirit skill, which shows fighting intent just like the aura. The green creature flies towards his comrades. The hero rushes to attack, thinking that the holy shield has been replaced by the defense charge skill, which provides attack intensity and defense like a tank. Hyuk throws the goblins aside. His foot falls to the ground. The young man looks at his fists. He realizes that he has received a defensive skill, an attack that increases defense and resistance to status effects, and all this gives him a set of characteristics that allows him to become a real tank. That is, changing the profession was even beneficial for him. Hyuk works with the system window. He thinks that he has learned about combat skills, and now he still has to figure out a few new skills, in particular, discernment, a skill that expresses karma in a numerical value. The system reports that discernment allows you to view the numerical value of the enemy's karma. The hero presses his finger on the screen of his smartphone. The number 64 appears above his head. The young man thinks that, having received this skill, he began to see numbers above people's heads, and now he is interested in how useful this information is. He pays attention to his own indicator and tries to understand what exactly it indicates. The young man thoughtfully looks at the blue rectangle. He understands that another skill is associated with the value of karma, and it is called judgment. The young man sees two system windows. The first informs that when meeting an enemy with a high karma value, the user receives a boost in parameters and additional effects. The second informs that the characteristics increase proportionally to the enemy's karma, and when destroying an enemy with a karma above 200, the villain title is not assigned. Hyuk understands that he becomes stronger by fighting moral monsters, and this skill fully corresponds to the secret class of Inquisitor. The young man thoughtfully rubs his chin. He thinks that he is still surprised to see a skill that openly pushes him to destroy scoundrels. In front of us is a dwarf's forge. The bat emits electrical discharges around itself. The blacksmith says that the guy can now use lightning as a weapon. Hyuk examines the bat. The old man says that lightning recharges within 30 minutes, and can accumulate up to 3 charges. The hero joyfully exclaims that all this is simply amazing. Standing in front of the dwarf with a bat in his hand, he asks how he can use lightning. The old man replies that there is a kobold in his backyard that was caught trying to rob a workshop. The hero goes out into the yard and sees a monster chained up. The creature growls angrily. The old man offers to test the weapon on this creature. Looking at the blacksmith in confusion, the young man asks how to shoot lightning and whether it is necessary to pronounce any spells. The dwarf states that there is never time to pronounce any words and phrases in the middle of a battle, so the boy should just imagine how he uses lightning. Hyuk looks at the old man with displeasure, thinking that he likes to pronounce spells because it looks very cool from the outside. He closes his eyes and tries to imagine how he uses lightning. The hero opens his eyes. He sharply swings the bat in front of himself. A powerful electric discharge hits the kobold. Clouds of white smoke rise in front of the young man. The shackles fall to the ground. Apparently nothing remains of the monster. The dwarf and the hero look at each other. The boy thinks that this is simply amazing, and from now on it will be much easier for him to fight. Lucia says that if the boy is done with his experiments, she wants to talk to him. The girl punches the boy in the chest. Looking the hero straight in the eyes, she asks what he was doing outside. The boy looks at the elf in shock. She asks if he really thought that she would not notice anything, and explains that she no longer feels the divine energy that emanated from the hero. Taking the item that Hyuk received from Kyunghyun, Lucia asks what the suspicious thing is and if the boy plans to do something nasty to her and the old man. The hero apologetically says that he does not plan to harm anyone, and that it was just a misunderstanding, and then begins to explain what happened. The boy stands in front of the fairy tale characters. Lucia asks if the boy means to say that he got involved in something that changed his divine power to something else. The dwarf, looking at the boy in surprise, asks if he really can explain everything to them in detail because of this item, and then states that in that case, they should figure out this toy and then hear all the details. Hyuk looks at the dwarf in shock, trying to understand if he can really do something with this device. The old man confirms that he is able to fix everything, but the hero will have to do something for him in return. Raising his right hand, Hyuk asks what exactly is required of him. The dwarf reaches into his bag and states that there is nothing serious in this matter, and this is a simple favor. He says that while the boy is doing this task, he will fix the toy that he gave him. The blacksmith throws some object to the boy. Hyuk holds a compass in his hands. The dwarf says that he will need it to complete the task. Lucia, looking at the old man in bewilderment, asks if he is really sending the boy there. The old man states that even if they are dealing with a stupid newbie, he will cope with the task, especially since he volunteered to do it. Hyuk thoughtfully scratches his head, trying to understand how dangerous the task that he has just been entrusted with is. In front of us are cliffs. We see the fastening of the rope. Hyuk goes down. Looking up, he asks if he really has to collect mineral ore in such a place, and why it is necessary to engage in rock climbing for this. Lucia, holding the rope, asks the boy if he is scared and if climbing mountains is really that hard. Looking at the boy, the girl says that he should just follow her and not deviate anywhere. She pushes off from the rock. The elf does a somersault. She hangs upside down above the boy holding the rope. Hyuk says in fear that he cannot move as easily because he is heavier than his companion. Lucia, smiling faintly, says that all the hero's fears are in vain and, as far as she can see, he can cope with the task perfectly. Looking down in fear, the boy thinks that his fears are completely justified. Pushing off from the rock, Lucia makes a jump. The boy, looking at her, decides to send everything to hell and do the same. He lets go of the rope and flies down. The boy grabs the rock. His foot slides on the stone. Hyuk lands. Lucia, smiling, declares that everything is going well for him. The cliffs go high up. The girl asks if this is really the reason why the guy lost his sacred power. He answers that this is why he brought that strange device with him. The interlocutors sit on the edge of the cliff. The girl asks if the hero is sure that it is possible to get rid of that device so easily. Hyuk answers that, probably not. But if the dwarf said that everything is fine, then he believes him, because the old man has a real talent for such things. The elf thoughtfully says that the blacksmith can really be relied on in such matters, after which she moves on to a conversation about karma, which expresses evil deeds in numerical value. Lucia suggests that this is why the young man then looked at her, and the shorty so strangely. The blonde asks the boy what her karma level is. He answers that it is 82, and this is the highest among the three of them. Hyuk says that his is 64, and the dwarf's is 72. Thoughtfully looking up, the elf says that if you consider the difficult life she led, this is not surprising at all, since she had to go to great lengths just to survive. Hyuk, looking at the girl, says that even with this, the difference between him and Lucia is only 20 points, given that he himself has killed only one person so far. The blonde says that no one knows yet how many more sins fit into this very 20-point gap. Lucia puts her hand on her knee. She says that where she lived, there were holy people who could distinguish good people from bad. Hyuk, looking at the elf, states that he is far from a saint. She replies that she does not expect this from the young man, and simply says that such an ability exists in her world. There is a real abyss under their feet. Lucia says that in any case, now is not the time to look for some mine, and they should carefully analyze the ability that the hero has. He replies that he is pleased to hear such words, but he is very interested in why the girl is so interested in someone else's ability. Smiling, the elf states that she finds her very funny, and working with her is much more interesting than in this stupid mine. Hyuk says that he agrees with the girl. Looking into the guy's eyes, the blonde says that if they stay in this dungeon, they will not get an idea of the meaning of karma, and offers to go to the hero's world, promising to protect him if he is afraid that he will be attacked there. Hyuk looks up thoughtfully, trying to figure out what to do. He is ashamed in front of the dwarf, but he also wants to answer a much more important question for him first. The young man reaches into his pocket. He says that Lucia is right, and if they stay here, they will not find out anything. The guy, demonstrating a tiny sphere to the girl, says that they will be transferred to his world, although he is very ashamed in front of the old man. In front of us is a system window, reminding us of the properties of the returned stone. A bright flash occurs between the guy's fingers. He says that they really need to do this first. Bright white rings appear around Hyuk and Lucia. The elf looks at the guy in shock. The young people disappear. Not even a trace of them remains on the rocks. The system reports that the value of the young man's karma has increased. People are walking along the streets. Lucia drinks a drink through a straw. The hero asks the girl if she is sure that she is using her camouflage magic correctly. The beauty sits with her legs crossed. She states that the guy should stop worrying, as her magic does everything correctly. The surrounding people look at the elf in shock. The hero states that for some reason she attracts increased attention from everyone around her. Winking at her companion, Lucia says that she cannot hide her beauty, which, apparently, everyone pays attention to, the hero assumes that this is not the reason. Looking down, he admits that beauty still probably plays a significant role. Raising her index finger, Lucia asks to stop useless talk and offers to summarize what they have already learned about the meaning of karma. Hyuk says that it seems that this value increases when a person does something that is considered bad. The young man, who has a 65 karma above his head, sadly says that the karma increased by 1 after he broke his promise to the dwarf, meaning that it increases not only when you physically harm someone, but also when you simply do shameful things. We see city buildings. The young man says that, on the other hand, if these are bad deeds that society has become accustomed to, the karma value does not increase. He states that he is not sure what values are considered high and low, but he does know that if the karma value exceeds 200 then its owner is considered a scoundrel by everyone around him. Lucia asks why the guy thinks so. He answers that if you kill a person whose karma value is over 200, your own karma does not suffer at all. The guy remembers the bastard he killed recently. He says that killing someone whose karma exceeds 200 points is considered self-defense. That is, the system no longer perceives him as a normal person. Lucia says that, therefore, 200 is a certain threshold. Young people look down from the balcony of the restaurant. The blonde says that even she and the shorty have not reached even 100 points, and it seems to her that it is very difficult to find someone with more than 200. Hyuk agrees with her. People are walking below. The hero says that he watched the passers-by and did not see anyone with a score of more than 50 points. The guy, looking at the girl, asks her to get up. He says that they are going to another place, namely where the really bad people gather. Night falls on the city. The street is illuminated by many lights. Lucia is surprised that in this world it is as bright at night as it is during the day. She asks if the locals are afraid that they will attract monsters. The hero answers that monsters are not found in the environment here. Hyuk and Lucia, looking at each other, walk down the street. The girl says that the air here is, of course, disgusting, but this world has its advantages. The hero agrees with her. The unpleasant young man, rubbing his hands, calls the alpha stunning beauty. He points to your left, and says that their bar is in that direction, where pretty girls get up to 5 free cocktails. The blonde pushes the impudent guy aside and asks him to get out of the way. Hyuk puts his hand on her shoulder and asks her to wait a minute. Winking at his companion, the young man says that he wouldn't mind a free drink. The guy who stopped the hero and his companion shows the way, promising that his dear guests will get only the best impressions. The hero, smiling, thinks that he has found the right one. The value of 300 points is indicated above the back of the guy's head. Hyuk mentally calls this person a vile creature. Lucia takes a sip from her glass. The young people are sitting at the bar. The elf says that she likes the sweet taste of the alcohol that was served to them here. The scoundrel, looking at Hyuk and Lucia, thinks that they drank a poison drink that paralyzes after the first drop. The villain calls his accomplices. One of them, raising his right hand, says that first they need to deal with the guy. Hyuk says that the bastards can try to do that. The young man opens his eyes. The system reports that the status effect resistance skill has been activated. The hero delivers a powerful blow to the bastard's jaw. The system reports that the status effect resistance skill has neutralized the poison. Hyuk smiles. He swings his arm to deliver a powerful blow. His fist crashes into the enemy. The villain flies off and crashes into the wall. We see the young man's leg. He delivers a blow to the head of another bastard. Lucia sits with her eyes closed. She opens them. The girl, sitting at the bar, says that she fell asleep for a while. Looking around in surprise, she asks who all these people are. Hyuk, smiling, tells her that they are bad guys. A big guy comes forward. He takes off his jacket. The bastard who brought the young people to the establishment demands that he do something. The big guy flexes his fists. He says that it seems like someone is having fun here, but is going too far. The big guy raises his hand to strike the hero standing in front of him. The guy looks at him silently. Lucia, drinking from a glass, asks if the hero needs help. He thanks the girl and replies that he can handle it himself. The big guy with a displeased expression calls the guy a little bastard and asks why he dares to ignore him. Hyuk stops the scoundrel's hand in flight. He feels that he cannot move further and tries to understand what is happening at all. He realizes that his blows do not harm the enemy. Looking intently at the hero, the big guy says that in front of him seems to be a hunter. Hyuk states that he is probably in the same profession. The young man asks why he is not catching monsters and pretends to be some kind of gangster. The hero continues to clench the thug's fist. The latter is no longer happy to be here and is trying to figure out how to get away. Hyuk tightly clenches the enemy's fist. The latter, raising his head, screams deafeningly. The next second, the guy strikes the thug right in the nose. He flies back, knocking over a stool. The defeated opponents lie around the young man. The bastard, cornered, asks who the hell is in front of him. The hero grabs the guy by the neck. Smiling, he states that he has a lot of questions. The bastard asks to let him go. Hyuk, clenching his fist, states that first he simply has to deliver a few good blows. Blood splashes upward. The young man's hands are bloody. The bastard's face is a bloody mess. Hyuk, sitting in front of the scumbag, says that it seems like this is not the first time he has pulled a trick like this. The hero asks who supports this moral monster and demands an extremely honest answer. The latter states that he does not understand what the hero is talking about. Looking intently into the eyes of his opponent, Hyuk declares that he will not believe that the useless scum in front of him can repeat his crimes over and over again and remain unpunished. Blood flows from the hunter's mouth. The same thing happens to his comrade, The hero demands to know how the scumbag managed to hire these gangsters. He states that this is impossible to do unless he is supported by some organization. Menacingly looking at the scumbag, Hyuk declares that he is giving him one last chance to tell everything as it is. Wiping the blood from his split lip, the young man declares that he is telling the truth. The young man looks at the bastard thoughtfully. He thinks that he denies everything either because he is extremely loyal to his master, or because he fears him more than the most brutal beating. The guy understands that he needs to move on to more drastic measures. He grabs the bastard by the leg. Putting his elbow forward, the bastard asks what the young man is going to do. The hero calmly says that he is simply helping the bastard find motivation to tell everything. The young man is ready to burst into tears. He asks if the hero really thinks that he will beat something out of him in this way. Hyuk answers that this can only be found out in practice. Lucia asks her friend to wait. She approaches the bastard lying on the floor and asks the hero why he is complicating everything so much, after which she asks him to step aside. The girl snaps her fingers. The bastard moves away from her, perplexedly asking what the hell is going on. His face is covered in red spots. The hero looks at the bastard sitting in front of him in bewilderment. The right pupil of the moral monster floats somewhere to the side. He furiously asks what organization the people who torment him are from. Immediately after that he suggests that they are from Ultron, and repeats the name of this guild several times. The bastard screams that no matter how they torment him, they can no longer prevent anything. Hyuk, looking at the elf in bewilderment, says that the bastard's condition is completely to hell and asks what she did to him. The girl answers that she simply made the process of confession easier for this man. Although she did not expect him to be so talkative, the beauty suggests that her skills turned out to be too strong for the people of this world. The bastard, with his arms outstretched, shouts that it doesn't matter whether the boy and his companion are from Ultron or not, because the Titan Guild will destroy everyone involved in this attack. He asks if the young people realize this. Hyuk understands that the Titan Guild's involvement in this matter greatly complicates everything. Looking at the bastard, the hero states that even if a war breaks out, the guild's forces are approximately equal, after which he asks why the bastard thinks that someone will be able to arrange a massacre. The bastard, with drool flowing from his mouth, shouts that it's all about Alon's elixir. Hyuk asks what kind of potion is that. 2 police cars are visible on the street filled with people. Hyuk and Lucia are standing on the roof. The girl says that everything is much more serious than she expected. The young man says that he himself did not expect that large guilds would be involved in this matter. The elf asks what kind of Alon's elixir is. Experts have gathered around the corpse. Hyuk explains that it is a drug that doubles all the parameters of the hunter, but to prepare it, you need to sacrifice young girls. Lucia says that she is also shocked. She cannot believe that they are also trying to make something like this here. The young man asks in bewilderment if something like this really exists in the girl's world. A red and black sphere hangs in the air. The elf says that in her universe there is Queen's Tear elixir. She says that when she was very young, her close friend was sacrificed to prepare this potion. The beauty recalls events from her past. She says that many years later, having already reached the platinum rank, she personally exterminated all members of the organization that was engaged in the production of this elixir. Thoughtfully scratching his head, Hyuk says that now he understands why there was such a sad expression on the girl's face. The elf asks what the young man is going to do. The young man with a gloomy look says that, according to the words of the interrogated scoundrel, the elixir is almost ready, so they need to destroy everyone before this happens. There is a sign above the doors. In the empty hall of the restaurant there is a man who says on the phone that a problem has arisen. He is asked what exactly happened. He answers that Park Min-jae is dead. The blonde, on whose face is a respirator, says that it was unlikely some kind of drunken showdown. He also finds it hard to believe that some other guild did it. A young man sits next to the outline of a corpse. He states that he finds it strange that only Park Min-jae was killed and that the killer escaped. He says that this would not be done by another guild or someone from their own organization. He is ordered to find out who did it. Touching his fingers to the blood splattered on the floor, the boy says that he understands everything. Looking at the blood on his fingers, he states that he will soon find the killer. In front of us are skyscrapers, one of which is a delegation from the Titan Guild. Haina, who is working on a laptop, states that the results of the Hong Kong trip are just great so far. She tells the man sitting next to her at the table that if things continue like this, they may have to hire 15% more members for the guild. The girl looks at Sang-ho in surprise. She states that he doesn't look well and asks what happened. The man excitedly asks if Haina has ever heard of Alon's elixir. Sitting in front of her laptop, she says that this is the first time she's heard of it. The guild leader states that it's not surprising since the association is trying hard to hide this information. Sang-ho raises his right hand, claiming to be just curious, and asks if it's okay to return to Korea right now. The girl replies that it will be difficult since the application hasn't been completed yet. Haina wonders what's going on, and why Sang-ho is asking such questions. The man stands up from his chair, stating that it means there's no other choice. Looking at the girl, he asks if she can issue an urgent order to the guild. Haina asks again in surprise. Gritting his teeth in anger, Sang-ho says that they need to inform that the Titan Guild is in a hostile relationship with the Tyrant Guild. The girl asks again in amazement. She cannot understand why her boss's mood has changed so suddenly. He leaves the table and says that if they do not start preparing now, then all of this will end in real chaos. Sang-ho, with his arms crossed, stands by the window. He says that if the information he received is true, then it will be too late to react when everything starts. The girl asks what information he is talking about, and why the guild leader is making such a dangerous decision. The man remains silent. The girl, with the most serious look, declares that the order she will send to the guild members means nothing less than a declaration of war on the tyrant guild. Sang-ho, looking thoughtfully out the window, states that he understands everything. He asks the girl not to worry, as the Ultron Guild and the government will be on their side. Haina, standing behind the man, warns that the war carries enormous risks in any case. She tries to understand why it is impossible to consult with the members of Titan's management and make a more balanced decision. Sang-ho, looking over his shoulder with displeasure, asks if Haina really thinks that he is talking nonsense right now. The girl stands silently in front of her boss. She thinks that from the expression on the man's face it is clear that he has already made a decision. Haina realizes that he is a very cautious man, and if things have come to this, then he simply has no other choice. However, she continues to think that this is too harsh a decision. Folding his arms across his chest, Sang-ho states that he understands how surprised Haina is. Skyscrapers are visible behind the man. He orders the information to be conveyed to the guild members confidentially and to conduct an investigation, after which he states that an official announcement will be made later. The sun is shining over the metropolis. Sang-ho explains to the girl how to conduct an investigation. The hero holds a phone in his hands. Lucia, sitting next to him, asks if he trusts the person from whom he received the answer. Hyuk replies that he trusts him completely and they will contact him later, as soon as the investigation team is prepared. The girl holds a piece of cookie in her hands. She states that she is glad that there are still sane people left in this world. The girl says that if no one agreed to the hero's offer, they would have taken up this matter together. The hero thoughtfully says that if the person who received the information knows what Alon's elixir is, then such a reaction should have been expected. The young man, spreading his arms out to the sides, asks the blonde if she is going to return to her world. Lucia replies that she is not going to miss all the fun. She says that only complete madmen can commit such crimes, and if necessary, she will help the hero cope with them. Folding his hands in front of his face, Hyuk says that Lucia is right in this regard. The elf, smiling, asks the guy to allow her to help and destroy the moral freaks together. The hero thanks the girl. From behind the door, someone asks if Kang Jin Hyuk is home. Lucia, sitting on a chair, asks who it could be. The hero replies that he is not waiting for anyone. From behind the door they say that it is a delivery and ask to open the door. A finger reaches out to a tiny radar. The blonde in a respirator looks at the device he is holding in his hand. He sees a red dot on the screen of his device and thinks that the person with Park Min Jae's blood on him is not far from here. The hunter jumps on skyscrapers. He rushes forward rapidly. The blonde brakes sharply. He looks up, thinking that this house seems familiar to him. The hunter looks through dark glasses. He realizes that this is the house of the guy who destroyed the giant monster. The young man raises his right hand. He thinks that it does not matter to him who the target is. A syringe appears in the hunter's hand. He thinks that he will immobilize the guy and then interrogate him. The hero, standing at the door, asks who is there. The answer sounds that it is a courier who was delayed due to unforeseen circumstances. Hyuk thinks that delivery at such a late hour should not work, and in addition, recognition suppression skill continues to operate around his home. The guy opens the door, thinking that the one who overcame all these obstacles and is now pretending to be a courier clearly has the most unfriendly intentions. The blonde stands, holding out a syringe. Hyuk grabs his hand and says that he guessed about something like this. He says that he did not know that couriers now walk around with poisoned syringes. The hunter, looking at the guy through his dark glasses, can't believe that his attack was stopped. Lucia, releasing an arrow, asks the hero to move a little. The projectile hits the villain in the chest. The hunter flies down. He falls to the ground. Lucia takes out another arrow. She asks the hero to step aside and let her finish off the bastard. Hyuk, standing by the door, says that he can handle it himself, since this hunter was looking for him because of what happened in the bar. The guy understands that this man represents the Tyrant Guild. The elf asks Hyuk to be careful. She says that if this scumbag is still moving after receiving her arrow, this is clearly not an ordinary person. The blonde, taking the arrow out of his chest, tries to understand who the hell that woman was. He can't believe that he was damaged so much by just one projectile she fired. The villain pulls the arrow out of himself. He understands that now he needs to retreat. Hyuk looks after the fleeing hunter. It seems strange to him that he is trying to hide. Lucia, standing behind the hero, asks what they will do, and whether it is necessary to chase this man. Hyuk answers that there is no need to catch up with him, since he will most likely return later himself. The hero, looking after the fleeing scoundrel, tells the girl that this man's karma exceeds 900, and this means that he has a huge number of victims, after which he says that everything is going as well as possible, and if before he did not know how to cover his tracks, now, most likely, he will be able to use this bastard. The blonde, holding his wound, looks out from around the corner. Mountains are visible behind the green forest. A car stops. Hyuk and Lucia are sitting in the back seat. The hero understands that they have arrived. A white building is seen on the cliff. Someone says that this is the place where the investigation is taking place. The girl, standing behind the car, tells the boy that although the guild leader allowed her to come with him, there are many people in the Titan Guild who do not like him, so he must be very careful. The young people see hunters in front of them. Two men come out to them, who seem to be very hostile. Hyuk thinks that at least half of those he sees are hunters of rank A and above. That is, they are some kind of elite squad. The hero recognizes the blonde man standing in front of him. In front of him is Han Yang-suk. The hero remembers that it was this man who started yelling at him after defeating the giant monster, and now, it seems, he is leading the operation in which they must participate together. Hyuk, looking ahead, sighs heavily. He is tormented by a bad feeling. Clouds drift over a high mountain. Han Yang-suk introduces himself, and declares himself in charge of this operation. The blonde man, raising his left hand, stands before the hero. He reminds him that they met during the giant monster's appearance, and expresses doubt that the young man remembers him. Han Yang-suk replies that he remembers the young man perfectly well. Looking at him, he notes that he seems kinder today than last time. Clearing his throat into his fist, Han Yang-suk apologizes for his words last time, explaining that he was too worried about the well-being of his guild. The young man bows and apologizes again, then declares that he very much hopes this operation will be a success. Pointing to Lucia standing next to the hero, he asks who the woman is. Hyuk replies that she's his colleague, assuring him that the girl is very skilled and won't be a hindrance. Yang-suk declares that there was no agreement about her presence here. The blonde turns around, seeing 2 more hunters running up to his soldiers, and someone shouting loudly that the scouts have returned. Yang-suk turns to the hero and asks to excuse him for a moment. Looking grimly ahead, the blonde is struck by how confident the ordinary C-rank hunter is, even when he talks about the experience of the girl he brought with him. An unpleasant smile appears on Yang-suk's face, and he considers turning a blind eye for now, as he doesn't really care as long as he can accomplish his goal. Lucia, arms folded, says that Yang-suk seems to be up to no good. Hyuk reassures her that things won't turn out as the blonde man hopes. Someone watches the young people from behind a tree. Lucia says that this person has been stalking them for a while. She asks the hero if he noticed the surveillance, and why he's not doing anything about it. Hyuk asks her to ignore this character, and he tells her he plans to use it later. The young man hands his companion a blue crystal. She asks what it is, and Hyuk replies that it's a communication device. Lucia examines the item, and the hero tells her that it allows communication over a distance of up to 10 kilometers. The guy says they'll need it later, so she should keep it handy. We see someone's legs. Yang-suk approaches the hero and informs him that Mr. Kang Jin-hyuk's report was accurate, and the scouts have discovered that the Tyrant Guild is indeed involved in the kidnapping. The hero asks what the blonde man intends to do now. We see the 2 men's faces. Yang-suk says he has something to ask the hero. The hero asks what exactly, and the blonde man explains that the scouts have discovered a strong barrier around the building. The structure is surrounded by a translucent sphere. Yang-suk explains that only one person can enter undetected. Looking at the hero, he identifies that person as Mr. Kang Jin-hyuk, then asks for his assistance. Raising his left hand, the hero declares that the blonde man can speak frankly and that he wants his unexpected ally to go straight to his death. Yang-suk replies that the boy has misunderstood, and they only need reconnaissance, which the hero is well versed in. The young man looks at his companion, who reminds him that it was Hyuk who destroyed the giant monster. Raising his hand, the blonde man says that, among other things, it will be much easier for the boy to work alone than with guild members he's never seen before and whose abilities he doesn't know. Hyuk looks down a little sadly, realizing that Yang-suk simply doesn't want to risk the lives of his subordinates, so he's essentially pushing him to the slaughter. He also thinks the blonde man is unaware of something, that the hero is more than happy with this situation. The hunters run forward, and the young man rushes after them. The man in black turns to the hero and asks him to listen carefully. He explains that the plan is simple. The 2 of them will create a gap in the barrier, and Hyuk must pass through it. The hero looks down, and is asked if he understands his role. 3 black figures fly up to the building. The hero and his companion stand with their legs bent. One of the hunters informs them that the gap in the barrier will only last a few seconds, so the boy will need to run through it as quickly as possible. A Titan Guild member holds his hands out in front of him. A small opening appears in the translucent barrier, and the hunter shouts for Hyuk to run inside. The hero leans forward, curious to see what lies behind this barrier. The young man runs through the gap, thinking that he is about to find out everything. The boy stops abruptly. He looks up in surprise. It turns out that the building hidden beneath the barrier is completely different from the one visible from the outside. Hyuk realizes that this barrier distorts the building's appearance. The boy slowly walks forward, trying to find the entrance to the building. He notices a guard in front of him and thinks that the security system here is not as strong as he assumed. The guard, as if nothing had happened, stands in place. The hero prepares to strike with the bat, thinking that if someone is standing here, the entrance must be somewhere nearby. Hyuk jumps. He flies over the guard. The hero's weapon hits the ground. A small hole is visible in the concrete. Hyuk realizes he's encountered an illusion, and this could indicate difficulties ahead. The hero stands in front of the door. He had planned to force the guard to open it, but how to do that now is unclear. The door opens on its own, surprising him. Hyuk looks around, surprised by how weak the security is in this building. He realizes there are no security cameras and assumes the criminals don't expect ordinary women to leave this prison. The hero clicks the system window icon, deciding to play it safe. An electromagnetic pulse generator, made of electrical monsters, descends to the floor. The hero presses it from above, thinking that this device will disable any security devices that might be in the building. Although his phone will also stop working, the communication device he gave Lucia will continue to function, and he will be aware of what is happening. Powerful electrical discharges flash throughout the room. A bright flash erupts above the building, and Hyuk thinks it's time to begin. The scoundrel who recently posed as a courier lands on the roof. He thinks that the hero killed Park Min-jae and is now secretly collaborating with the Titan Guild. The young man understands that someone has most likely found out about his dealings, but he thinks this only works to his advantage. Looking up, the bastard thinks that thanks to Kang Jin-hyuk, everything could go even more smoothly than he imagined. Someone plays on a mobile phone. The screen goes dark. The guard sitting at the table curses, realizing he's failed to finish the game again. He thinks nothing can ever be done properly in this damned wilderness. The young man notices something to his left. He receives a blow to the jaw from a bat. The guard thrusts his right hand forward, and the hero uses his auto-recovery skill. The bat flies off the guard's broken face. The hero grabs it with his hand. The young man falls to the floor, leaving a bloody trail on the wall. Hyuk passes him, thinking that even a simple guard here has a karma score of around 800. The young man calmly moves forward, realizing that this place is filled with the most notorious moral monsters, and he can destroy them without any regrets. Hyuk walks down a long corridor, realizing he's in a prison where kidnapped women are held. He sees the shackles on their legs and realizes that victims are not treated with ceremony here. Someone asks the hero who he is. Hyuk turns around in surprise. He peers into the cell and sees a man there, which surprises him greatly. Then he notices the man's uniform. The young man, looking sadly at the hero, says he doesn't think he's seen him before, then advises him to run away before it's too late. He declares that everyone here is insane, and the hero assumes it's a man from the Tyrant Guild. Yeon-suk looks at his watch, saying that quite a bit of time has passed, and so far everything is quiet. It seems to him that the infiltration was successful. The blonde man, looking over his shoulder, says they need to be prepared to act if anything unusual happens. He points a finger at the building. His subordinates immediately rush forward. Yeon-suk glances back at Lucia, standing behind him. The blonde man himself rushes toward the building. The girl looks thoughtfully at what's happening, deciding whether she should also act. She recalls the hero, who says he'll enter the building and take action there, and that the elf should keep a close eye on the Titan Guild members. Looking over his shoulder, he says they don't know what Han Yeon-suk will try, but advises the girl not to get too involved in everything that's happening. The blonde rushes forward. Raising her hand, she thinks that the people of this world are very unpleasant to deal with. The door is broken, and the hero asks his new acquaintance if his name is really Young Dae-yoon. Towering over him, the hero says the young man does seem to be from the Tyrant Guild, but it's unclear why he's in the cell. The young man replies that he ended up there because he tried to kill Alon. Hyuk says he doesn't understand why Dae-yoon is still alive, in that case. The young man, looking at the hero, suggests that it all has to do with his illusion skill. Hyuk, smiling, thinks that this means this young man did what he encountered a little earlier. The hero says he understands everything and asks to explain why Dae-yoon tried to kill Alon. Girls are visible in the capsules, and the young man says he couldn't stand the fact that people here serve as bait for monsters, so he tried to eliminate the mastermind of these crimes, but was caught and thrown into this prison. The hero sees that Dae-yoon's karma is only 62, which seems surprising, as he thought that no decent people got into the Tyrant Guild. Hyuk says he's made a decision about Young Dae-yoon. Smiling, he offers to work with the boy on this case. The young man asks, surprised. Before us is a sign for the control room. The brunette is dozing. He opens his eyes, trying to figure out if he's fallen asleep again. He stretches comfortably in his chair, remembering that at this time of day, he always feels sleepy. The boy looks up in shock. He sees the complete devastation around him and asks what all this means. He taps on the keyboard. Then he looks at his broken phone. The brunette leaves the room, cursing silently and realizing that the entire computer network is down. Cards and chips are lying on the table. The hunters sitting at the table hear a loud shout that they have an emergency. The young men turn around in surprise. A recently awakened man runs into the room and reports that their computers are down. He shouts that, in addition, all the women are missing, and it seems someone has infiltrated the facility. Raising his left hand, the commander orders the first squad to head to the production hall, and the second to follow him to capture the intruder and the escaped women. Rushing forward, the hunter orders one of his subordinates to find a way to contact headquarters, who replies that he understands the order. The doors of all the cells are open. The captives are trying to escape. The girls look around in fear, and Dae-yoon, standing before them, urges them to hurry a little, as they are almost there. The hunter, pursuing them, appears behind the women. He raises his right hand and calls to his comrades, informing them that the captives are running for the exit. The bastard sees Dae-yoon standing before him and calls him by his name threateningly. Looking at the boy standing in front of him, he asks if this is his doing. The scoundrel jumps up and raises his hand to strike, saying he has no idea how Dae-yoon managed to escape, but this time he's definitely done for. Streams of white energy are visible around the bastard's fist. 2 more hunters are visible behind him. The bastard, gritting his teeth in anger, calls the boy a little rat. A red bat hits the bastard's nose. Hyuk dodges a knife that was flying straight at his head. The hero ducks. He strikes and hits one of the hunters in the head. The bastard is sent flying far back. The hero calmly walks past the fallen enemies, thinking that the hunters were desperately defending this location, so it can be assumed that Alon himself is here. Hyuk sees a powerful gate in front of him. It opens. The young man continues on. A huge device is attached to the wall, and the young man realizes that the Tyrant Guild has set up an entire underground production facility. He approaches a capsule containing a girl. He tries to figure out if everyone he sees here has been kidnapped by criminals. What's happening seems like disgusting madness to him. Hyuk stands before a huge capsule containing a very strange creature. He realizes it's Alon. He grips his weapon with both hands, thinking Alon is asleep, as it doesn't react. The weapon emits bright electrical discharges, and Hyuk realizes he has a chance to end the source of his problems once and for all. Red tentacles emerge from the capsule's walls. The heroes stare in shock at what's happening. White marks are visible near his head. The young man manages to avoid the incredibly long tentacles, and he begins to understand what he's dealing with. Hyuk crouches slightly, realizing the monster's attacks are incredibly powerful and could very well be fatal. The hero looks at the cracked capsule, deciding to wait for the right opportunity to strike. Hyuk watches his enemy closely and mentally tells himself to remain calm, trying to figure out how to deal with the tentacles. The strange creature opens its mouth wide and sticks out its tongue. The capsule shatters. The hero, shielding his face with his bat, thinks he's in big trouble. Hyuk, hit by flying fragments, uses his hard-skin skill. The monster's tentacles pierce the wall behind him. The hero jumps. He carefully looks ahead, realizing he can dodge these very specific projectiles and move forward. Alon is visible right in front of the boy, and Hyuk knows he must finish this monster here and now. He strikes with his bat. The boy arches back sharply. The blow hits him in the right side. The hero is thrown back, his weapon falling to the ground. The hero clutches his right side, thinking that the blow he took was very painful. Chain mail is visible under his torn shirt. Hyuk thinks that he almost died, despite using the hard-skin spell and wearing magnificent armor. The hero holds the bat in front of him, realizing that he is, nevertheless, very difficult to kill, and he will still have to wait and see who wins this fight. A white line is visible in the air. The blow hits the young man's feet, forcing him to jump. A red tentacle is visible under the hero's foot. The young man stares at the enemy. He parries another attack with the bat. The hero falls backward. He somersaults in the air, then lands on his feet. Hyuk, smiling, jumps. Alon is in front of him again. Fear appears in the monster's eyes. The red bat quickly approaches him. The weapon plunges into the monster's body. The hero pierces Alon's chest. Hyuk stands on the monster with both feet, and it lets out a deafening scream. The young man, his mouth wide open, screams for this man-devouring creature to disappear immediately. Electric charges spark around the bat embedded in the monster's chest. Alon looks at his opponent in shock. Electric charges are visible around the young man's head. The monster explodes. We see a stream of flame. It mixes with the electricity. Slowly, the riot of energy subsides. Eventually, nothing remains. A red-black mineral lies on the floor. The hero says he feels like he almost died. Hyuk examines the object lying at his feet, assuming it is a magic stone that belonged to Alon. A new item appears in the inventory window. The young man, examining the artifact, doesn't understand why the system can't identify it. He himself understands that, judging by its size and shape, it is a magic stone. The boy taps the icon. The stone disappears from his hand. Hyuk says he'll ask the dwarf to look at it when he meets the old man. He takes a communication device from his bag, deciding he needs to check what's going on outside. Holding a blue crystal, Hyuk asks Lucia if she can hear him. The blonde, with mountains visible behind her, asks how the boy is doing and whether the captives managed to escape safely. She says a young man with some girls is descending the mountain, and they are being pursued by people in identical uniforms. Hyuk brings the crystal to his lips and says the captives are being led by a former Tyrant Guild member who betrayed his organization. The boy declares this man can be trusted, and they have decided to work together. Dae-yoon carries one of the girls on her shoulder. The hero tells her ally that she needn't worry about this young man, and he will help them. Hyuk continues talking to the elf. She asks if he's taken care of Alon. The young man says he destroyed the creature and retrieved the magic stone. He asks what the Titan Guild members are doing now. Lucia, with clouds floating above, reports that they've engaged in battle with people in white robes. We see a telecommunications tower, and Lucia comments that something looks very strange, that these people ate something and transformed literally in an instant. The blonde man we see looks completely insane, and the elf reports that the Titan hunters are currently retreating under pressure from these people. The black-clad hunter parries the blow with his sword. The Tyrant Guild member hits his opponent in the arm. We see two more fighters. The hero asks if these bastards actually ate something. He suggests it was probably Alon's elixir, which he learned about a little earlier, and that this potion increases physical capabilities, like a magic stone. A hunter from the Tyrant Guild, his mouth gaping in utter madness, the hero reports that those who drink this elixir lose their minds and enter a state of battle frenzy. The maddened hunter bites the Titan Guild member's arm. The whites of his eyes turn black. A fierce battle ensues. Before us is a fighter in black protective clothing. Hyuk tells his ally that it would be very unpleasant if the Titan Guild were to suffer a defeat now. He asks if the girl can help these people. He declares that these guys are certainly no gift, but now they simply must stop the bastards from Tyrant. Lucia thoughtfully says she understands and asks if this means she should only target people in white robes. A bow appears in her hand. She knocks 3 arrows and tells her ally he can rely on her. The elf knocks the bowstring. Smiling, she says that in exchange, the hero will have to buy her a huge amount of sweets. Hyuk realizes that things are also looking up on the second front of this battle. The hero advances. He stops and asks why his opponent is still hiding. Shouldering his bat, the hero demands the courier show his face. A narrow passage is visible in front of the young man. A man in a respirator peers out from behind the wall, saying he never expected Hyuk to notice his presence. This character's face is hidden by an attachment. The hero, standing before the enemy, asks who is the target, him or the magical Alon stone. The blonde rushes forward, declaring that his goal is the same as the hero's, but the means to achieve it have suddenly changed. Hyuk, glaring at his opponent, declares that he will regret this choice. The villain holds a knife in his hand. He strikes, but the hero manages to dodge. Hyuk throws an elbow, but also finds himself blocked. The blonde, however, jumps away from him. The hunter stares at the boy in amazement, realizing that such reaction speed is unthinkable for an average C-rank hunter. It becomes clear to him that the young man intercepting his hand with the syringe was no accident. The scoundrel stands with his legs spread wide, thinking that, nevertheless, this is still a C-rank hunter. We see the screws on the bastard's glasses. He does a backflip. The hero slams the bat into the wall. Hyuk stands with his arm outstretched. He pushes off the ground and flies over his opponent. Preparing to catch the bat, he uses the auto-recovery skill. His weapon flies out of the wall. It flies back to its wielder. Hyuk, grabbing the bat, looms over the enemy. He strikes. The blonde man, whose head is visible behind the boy, thinks he's facing an idiot he's about to finish off. The bastard prepares to strike. His knife plunges into the boy's back. The armor stops the blade. The scoundrel realizes the boy's body is protected by armor. The blonde man raises his weapon again to strike. His knife buries itself in the boy's neck. We see the hero's leg. Hyuk hits the enemy with his shoulder, asking what he's going to do. The hero prepares to strike again. His bat emits electrical discharges, and the boy screams that this time the bastard won't escape. The boy opens his mouth wide. A translucent energy sphere is visible in front of the hunter. The bastard, protecting his head with his hand, uses the shield skill. He puts his hands out in front of him. The blonde tries to stop with his legs, but is thrown against the wall. He hits his back against the barrier. Clouds of smoke rise in front of the bastard, and he realizes he barely blocked his opponent's attack. The bastard realizes he can't see the boy. The boy's head appears in the clouds of smoke. The hunter realizes things are bad. A red bat slams into his chest. The bastard puts his hands out. He grabs the boy's weapon and says he doesn't understand. The young man tries to push the bat away, but he can't, declaring that it simply can't be that strong. The hero mockingly declares that his opponent seems too weak. The bastard trembles with tension, declaring that this simply can't be, calling the hero a bastard and swearing to destroy him next time. Hyuk, smiling, declares that there will be no next time. The bat emits powerful electrical discharges. The wall behind the bastard begins to crack, and the hero declares that this place will become a grave for a moral monster. The Titan Guild members stand before the bonfire, one of them declaring that all the bodies have been destroyed. The commander, whose face is hidden behind a mask, orders that the wounded be tended to while he reports the situation to his superiors. Yang Suk bandages his bloodied hands, thinking he never expected their opponents to use the elixir. The blonde man tugs at one end of the bandage with his teeth, realizing that if Lucia hadn't helped them, they would all be dead. Yang Suk tightens the knot on his own hand, thinking that the girl's arrows possess the power of S-rank hunters, and besides, he's never seen a huntress so strong. A subordinate approaches the young man and announces that he's ready to report. The masked hunter reports that all the wounded have been transferred to the hospital and all potential evidence has been destroyed. Yang Suk praises him for his excellent work and says that now that they've dealt with the Tyrant Guild, they can proceed inside and clean it up properly. Someone shouts at the hunters to slow down. They turn around in surprise. Dae-yoon stands before them. Yang Suk says he believes he's the defector from the Tyrant Guild. The young man excitedly declares that the Titan people must leave immediately, as his guild leader and his main forces are heading there. Yang Suk, astonished, asks if Cho Won-cheol is really approaching this location, and Dae-yoon replies that he is indeed. The blonde is deep in thought, thinking that Cho Won-cheol is an S-rank hunter, and if he ends up here, they won't have a chance of winning. He can't believe they have to retreat just when victory was so close. The masked hunter touches his ear, asking what's going on. He's informed that hunters from the Tyrant Guild are approaching. There are only 4 or 5 of them, but they're probably the vanguard, followed by the main force. The hunter tells his superior that it seems Dae-yoon told the truth, asking what they should do. Looking over his shoulder, Yang Suk declares they have no choice, and the operation is over, ordering a general retreat. The young man runs back to his comrades and relays the evacuation order. The blonde man, looking at Dae-yoon, asks if he'll come with him. The boy replies that he'll stay and come up with some kind of alibi. Raising his right hand, he declares that if he disappears too, everything will look very suspicious. Dae-yoon promises to give the head of Tyrant a false report, blaming all suspicions on some third party. He declares that every effort must be made to avoid direct conflict between the Titan and Tyrant guilds. Yang Suk thoughtfully rubs his chin. He declares that they will do exactly as Dae-yoon said. Looking into the boy's eyes, he orders him to blame everything on the hunter Kang Jin-hyuk, who is currently inside. Smiling, Yang Suk says that would be the best solution. Dae-yoon frowns at the blonde man, who declares that would be the most natural explanation. A stream flows through the forest. The assistant asks Yang Suk if he trusts this traitor and warns that the Tyrant Guild won't be easily deceived. The blonde says that none of this really matters. Smiling slyly, he declares that they simply need to buy time to prepare for a full-scale war against this organization. The hunters rush forward, Yang-suk declaring that when the truth comes out, they will have a good excuse to wipe Tyrant off the face of the earth. Clouds drift over the mountains. Dae-yoon is in front of us. Lucia approaches him, asking if Kang Jin-hyuk was talking about him, and the boy asks who it is. The girl gestures behind her and suggests they go inside, as Hyuk is waiting there. The hero examines the notebook. A corpse lies at his feet, and the boy says that everything is going much more smoothly than he thought, and Lucia indicates that she has arrived. The hero turns his head and greets the elf, and she asks if the young man has dealt with Alon. Hyuk, rising to his feet, declares that he did it first, and then killed their pursuer. The blonde understands who he's talking about. Dae-yoon, spreading his arms, asks how things are currently, and the hero replies that Alon is dead. The hunter lies dead on the ground, and Hyuk says the boy must help him with this bastard. Holding his hands out in front of him, the young man asks the hero what he plans to do. The hero replies that they need to make it look like this man died fighting Alon. Dae-yoon replies that he thinks he can help with that. Lucia, looking at the hero, asks why he's trying to frame this man. He shows her a notebook, and declares that he plans to pin everything on him. Hyuk holds up a small book, and says she'll understand the reason when she looks inside. Lucia and Dae-yoon examine the notebook. The elf asks what it is, and the hero advises them to simply read it. Dae-yoon, shocked, declares that he recognizes the names of the serial killer's victims. If this is what he thinks, Hyuk interrupts him and says that this really is the serial killer everyone's been talking about lately. Small stones are visible near the corpse's head. The hero states that this guy always targeted representatives of large guilds, so if they made him a suspect, no one would suspect anything. Gesturing behind him, Hyuk asks if Dae-yoon will help him, and he replies that he thinks the idea would be wonderful. Lucia, looking at the hero, says she has no idea what they're talking about, but wants to know if there will be any irreversible consequences. Hyuk assures her that everything will be fine, and says they need to get out of here. Raising his left hand, Dae-yoon declares that he will do everything necessary, and the young people must leave immediately, as the main forces of the Tyrant Guild will soon arrive here. Lucia, surprised, says that she was sure this information was intended to send the Titan Guild members back. Dae-yoon explains that the main forces are indeed moving here, but will arrive in 2 hours at best. A long-haired man with blazing eyes rushes through the forest. Dae-yoon declares that the vanguard the Titan fighter saw was just an illusion he created, and he didn't think he could deceive them so easily. The hero, looking at his new ally, says that he will then leave this matter to him. The ally asks the boy not to worry and declares that, as a member of the Tyrant Guild, they should trust him. Dae-yoon, looking at the hero, thanks him for saving him and so many others. Hyuk approaches him. He places a hand on the young man's shoulder and says he doesn't need to thank him, but advises him to be careful and tells him to contact him when this is all over. Hyuk and Lucia leave, the hero thinking that the Tyrant Guild has suffered a serious blow, and when the other guilds learn of this, it will simply succumb to their attacks. The hero declares that he eagerly awaits the moment when Tyrant disappears into oblivion. A city street unfolds before us. Sang-ho, sitting in front of his laptop, tells his secretary that things have turned out much worse than he expected, but that it's no longer Titan's problem. He presses the space bar and says he'll share this information anonymously. Raising his left hand, he asks his secretary to send the data to the Hunters Association, the police, the government, and all the media outlets she knows. Haina, surprised, asks if this really needs to be done anonymously, as it could benefit other guilds. Sang-ho, looking at the girl, says that if Tyrant learns of their organization's involvement, a full-scale war will break out, and he wants to resolve this incident without casualties, even if it means losing some fleeting advantages. The laptop screen displays containers containing the girls. Sang-ho declares that he can't afford to lose any more fighters, and Haina agrees that her boss's plan is quite reasonable. News anchors greet viewers and inform them that a major hunters guild has been illegally breeding monsters and feeding them humans. Passers-by on the streets watch a giant screen, which announces that the prosecutor's office has filed charges and launched an investigation, and that other hunters guilds, including Ultron, have agreed to cooperate. Subway passengers are excitedly discussing the news, some saying that using living humans as food is barbaric, others claiming that the Tyrant bastards have simply gone mad, others demanding their arrest and execution, and another passenger saying that Ultron is actively involved in the investigation. A furious bearded man is seen on a phone screen, shouting that if the Tyrant Guild refuses to participate in the investigation, then war should be declared against them. He says that other hunter organizations will not sit idly by. A young man and woman are watching a TV screen, where it's announced that several high-ranking members of the Tyrant Guild have been arrested because the prosecutor believes they could flee the investigation. Yang-suk grabs the remote control. He angrily throws it down, calling Sang-ho a damn idiot. Grinding his teeth in rage, the blonde declares that he handed everything to his boss on a silver platter, and he just went and ruined it all. Yang-suk looks at the computer screen, and Sang-ho greets him. The guild leader is visible on the monitor, asking why Yang-suk is calling him. With his arms outstretched, the blonde irritably asks if Sang-ho really has no idea what's going on, asking why the man sent the information anonymously, and if he's crazy. The blonde angrily shouts that he and his group did all the work, but now everyone somehow considers the bastards from the Ultron Guild to be the heroes, not them. Sang-ho declares that if he had done everything openly, the Tyrant Guild would have crushed their organization, while the other guilds were still waiting to unite. Yang Suk, slamming his hands on the table, asks in amazement. He angrily shouts that if his plan to recruit S-class hunters had been carried out, Tyrant wouldn't have stood a chance. A man with a sword stands in the middle of the ruins. Sang-ho declares that if they had hired the people Yang Suk suggested and started a war, there would be no guarantee of victory against the Tyrant Guild master, reminding them that a guild war would have caused enormous damage to the city and civilians. People flee in panic, and Sang-ho asks who would be responsible for the consequences of what happened. With his arms outstretched, the blonde man shouts that if they had ultimately taken the forces Tyrant had at their disposal, everything Sang-ho described would have meant nothing. The man asks his subordinate if he can hear himself and declares that the loss of so many lives is anything but insignificant. Sang-ho holds up his index finger and asks what the point of a hunter's guild is if it can't protect civilians. Yang Suk declares that he only cares about the guild's interests. Sang-ho demands that the blonde man stop misrepresenting his own ambitions as loyalty to the guild. He says that Yang Suk is talking nonsense, even though he said he was calling on urgent matter. The guild leader announces that he is disconnecting. Yang Suk, holding out his hand, asks his superior to wait. He grits his teeth in rage. The blonde man, cursing everything under the sun, smashes his laptop, unable to understand why the guild leader always behaves this way. With his hands on the table, Yang Suk declares that as long as this simple-minded degenerate leads the organization, Titan will never succeed, and he himself simply won't tolerate all this idiocy. The blonde opens his phone's contact list, declaring that CO Sang-ho was the first to cross the line. Yang Suk calls someone, and they tell him that if this is a job application, they are only interested in the guild leader position. A strange smile crosses the blonde's face, and he declares he is ready to offer the position. The other person asks in surprise, and Yang Suk declares he will make him the guild leader. Clouds float above the buildings. Hyuk looks around, saying that this seems to be the very place he was told about. There are quite a few people around the boy. He doesn't understand why the person he is supposed to meet chose this place, even though he seemed to have said the meeting should be secret. The young man walks through the door, and someone calls out to him. We see a raised hand. Dae-yoon is sitting in a chair, and the hero tells him that the boy's face looks much happier than last time. He asks how the young man is doing. He replies that everything went much better than he thought. Hyuk sits down in front of him and asks if the cover story they concocted worked. Dae-yoon replies that everything went perfectly, and he feels much calmer within the guild now. Rubbing his chin, he declares that it's still too early to relax. A glass of drink sits on the table in front of the hero, and Dae-yoon informs him that his guild has formed a team to search for Mr. Kang Jin-hyuk. Sipping from a straw, the hero asks in surprise. The establishment is quite crowded. The hero asks if the guild, which is on the verge of extinction, has such resources. Dae-yoon replies that Tyrant's business is indeed not going well, but some of the guild's leaders still suspect something. Looking down slightly, the young man says that these people believe the killer's body was deliberately planted, and that word of their actions spread too quickly. Behind the hero's shadowy figure, a dead maniac is visible. Dae-yoon says that the people he speaks of are still determined to find the true culprit of their troubles. Spreading his arms, Hyuk asks if these characters have any evidence. Dae-yoon replies that there isn't any, so the hero needn't worry about his identity being revealed. Lanterns hang from the ceiling, and Dae-yoon warns the hero to be careful. He promises that if Hyuk doesn't make himself known, he'll see the Tyrant Guild collapse very soon. The young man hands the hero a phone, saying it contains all the information on those investigating. Hyuk looks at the screen, and Dae-yoon asks if the young man really wants to know everything right now. He replies that it wouldn't hurt to do so. The establishment is crowded, and Hyuk asks if this is all an illusion. Dae-yoon, looking at the young man in surprise, asks how he figured it all out. The hero, smiling, says he figured it all out from the start, and since no one is watching, Dae-yoon should tell him who exactly is pursuing him. A glass of ice sits on the table, and Dae-yoon reveals that the young man is being hunted by a marksman and a mage, both masters of disguise and stealth magic. Hyuk looks at his phone screen and hears that these people can approach him under the guise of people he knows. The hero, pointing to the mobile device, declares he understands and asks if there is any other important information. Dae-yoon reaches into his pocket and declares he only has one more thing to tell. He pulls out a tiny disc and asks if the hero has ever heard of a monster counter. The hero remembers the device he was given at the Titan Guild and realizes that this is what they are talking about. They sit across from each other, and Hyuk remarks that it seems to look completely different now. Dae-yoon explains that it is an improved version of the monster counter, created by the association to monitor hunters after the Elan incident. The hero examines the device. Dae-yoon informs him that from now on, all hunters will be required to wear similar devices, and this especially applies to members of the Tyrant Guild, as the association plans to closely monitor them. Hyuk stares thoughtfully at the tiny disc, thinking that all this is complicating things, and now even dungeon hunting could become a problem. Dae-yoon extends his left hand, saying that for this reason, if the hero plans to take the strengthening pill, he must do so as quickly as possible. The hero asks if this should be done before the tracking system is fully activated. Dae-yoon replies that if the hero becomes stronger after it is activated, they will attract the attention of the association, and even the Tyrant Guild will become suspicious. Hyuk looks at his companion, who repeats that he must take the pill before the system is activated. Hyuk walks down the street, thinking about how the tracking system is greatly complicating everything for him, and he must become stronger before it is activated. We see the young man's face. He understands that he must head to the dungeon now. Smoke rises from the forge chimney, and a dwarf pounces on the boy with accusations. Pointing at him, the old man shouts that he sent him to fetch some ore, but the boy simply disappeared for a few weeks and now reappears as if nothing had happened. Hyuk, rubbing the back of his head in embarrassment, apologizes, saying he encountered unforeseen circumstances. The dwarf, jabbing his finger in the boy's face, declares he was beginning to think the fool had perished somewhere and promises to finish him off with his own hands. Smiling, Hyuk asks the old man to calm down, remembering that he was supposed to fetch some ore on his orders. The dwarf, examining the red black stone, asks the boy if he knows what it is. The hero replies that the material seemed very valuable to him. The old man explains that it is cursed ore, filled with countless sufferings, and since dwarves are very sensitive to curses, he will not even look at the stone. Hyuk is frightened, mentally turning to Lucia and asking her why she left him alone. The hero recalls how the blonde apologized, saying she had something to do when he asked if she was going to the blacksmith with him. The dwarf holds a red and black stone in his hand, calling the hero an idiot and declaring that he couldn't bring the ore he needed, but instead brought some kind of abomination. The old man demands that the boy throw it away immediately. Raising his hands, the young man begs for forgiveness, declaring that he had no idea what kind of stone it was. The old man says that being stupid is not a crime, after which he promises to take care of everything himself. The hero thinks that simply throwing away the stone would be a shame, but he doesn't understand what he could do with it. Standing behind the dwarf, he declares that if the blacksmith doesn't need this material, it should be thrown away. He says that Lucia was probably right when she said the old man couldn't do anything with this stone. The dwarf looks back at the boy and asks him to repeat the words of what he calls this elven creature. High cliffs lie before us, and Lucia explains that beneath the mountain lies a so-called dragon temple. Two tiny figures are visible in front of the entrance. The elf tells the boy that he can take the key, open the temple, and cleanse the ore's curse, resulting in something far more powerful than the club he's been waving around. A giant gate is visible beneath the dragon statue. The blonde, looking at the boy, asks if he really mentioned her name to the old man. Hyuk replies that she left him alone when she ran off somewhere, so there's no point in being offended. After that, the boy asks if he can really open such a gigantic gate with this key. Lucia sadly says that the key will open this gate without any problem, then asks if the hero even knows where he's heading. Hyuk replies with surprise that he was told it was just a temple. Lucia declares that it's not just a temple, and that it's far more dangerous than any dungeon the young man has ever been to. She declares that if he enters it now, he could die. The blonde, looking at the young man, says that they need to return home. He asks in surprise why they should do that after they've come so far. Lucia, looking up, declares that there's no choice, and that this dungeon is too dangerous, so they should be well prepared for their visit. The girl crouches, and the hero asks if he really needs to do all this. Lucia replies that he better hurry, otherwise she'll eat all the sweets in his house. The girl jumps, and Hyuk crouches too. A trace of a jump is visible on the floor, and the hero angrily shouts that he has a month's supply of food at home, and eating it all would be sheer barbarity. A dragon statue stands before us. The hero thinks he didn't know what would happen to him next. Black clouds float above the houses. Hyuk lies on the floor, arms outstretched, and says that Lucia is incredibly fast. Looking up wearily, the young man tries to figure out what he should actually cook, and nothing but potions and scrolls comes to mind. He thinks perhaps he should ask the elf. Hyuk looks to his right in fear. It turns out that the girl is devouring the sweets in the house, and the hero angrily shouts that he didn't allow her to eat it all and warned her that it was a month's supply. The hero looks at his phone screen and says that Haina's secretary is calling. The boy puts the phone to his ear and announces that Kang Jin Hyuk is listening, and the girl also introduces herself. The hero asks what happened. Haina begs him to help, and the young man asks again, perplexed. Lucia, taking a bite of a cookie, looks at her ally in bewilderment. Haina says that if the hero doesn't help, the guild leader could die. The young man's face turns astonished. He says he'll come immediately, and asks where he should go. A huge city lies before us. An open first aid kit lies on the table. Haina, sitting next to Sang-ho on the couch, begs him to hold on a little longer. Bandaging the guild leader's arm, the girl says that the hunter Kang Jin Hyuk is on his way here and should be here soon. Sang-ho, raising his head, groans in pain. He's coughing up blood. Haina, looking at the man in fear, asks what's wrong. The girl is horrified that he's losing so much blood, but Sang-ho says he's fine. Tears are streaming down the girl's cheeks and she says that he is simply in a terrible state. The man, looking at his secretary, begs her not to cry and assures her that he will survive. Haina, shedding tears, looks at her boss. She realizes he's lying. The girl glances at the door. The hero is visible on the intercom screen, asking if Miss Lee Haina is home. The young man is working with the system window and states that Sang-ho was brutally attacked. A small object appears in his hand, and the hero says he will first provide first aid. Sang-ho thanks the young man. Hyuk holds a small vial and warns the man that it will hurt, but he should simply endure it. The young man says that since the condition is so serious, he will simply pour the potion on the wound. The liquid pours onto the guild leader's hand. Gritting his teeth in pain, Sang-ho looks up. The hero continues pouring the potion on the wound. The man's face is contorted in pain. A table and chairs are set up in front of the house, and the hero says it seems the worst is over. The injured man sits on the couch, and the hero stands before him, asking him to tell them what happened. Sang-ho, with dark spots visible on his face, explains that he fell into a trap set by members of his own guild. A huge hall is filled with people in black suits, and the man explains that everything happened at an event he attended after returning from a mission. The hunters look at someone strangely, and Sang-ho explains that when he arrived, he noticed that only fighters from Yang-suk's squad were present, and by the time he sensed danger, it was too late. Sang-ho and Yang-suk drink from glasses. The guild leader places the glass on the table. The blond man watches his superior cough up blood. A translucent sphere appears in the man's hand. Sang-ho takes up his weapon. He tells the hero that he was given a poisoned drink, and barely conscious, fought everyone who tried to stop him from escaping. Sang-ho stands, knees bent, surrounded by enemies. He looks over his shoulder to the right. Sang-ho's mouth drops open, saying that despite resisting with all his might, he still ended up in this state. Hyuk, raising his right hand, declares this all very strange. He says that even despite the poisoning, ordinary guild members shouldn't have been able to defeat the organization's leader. The boy asks how it was possible for the man to be on the brink of death. Sang-ho tries to respond, but begins coughing up blood. Haina anxiously grabs her superior's arm. She says that the wounds, which seem to have healed under the potion, are reopening. The young man sullenly declares that the man was likely given a very strong poison at that event. He asks if Sang-ho knows what it was and if there's an antidote. Haina, looking at the hero, says she doesn't know, but hunters usually use some kind of medicine like that. Hyuk, spreading his arms, declares that such antidotes won't work and that they urgently need to get Sang-ho to the hunter's hospital. The guild leader says they can't go there. Looking at the young man, the man says his enemies will come for him. Hyuk looks down sadly, realizing that if Sang-ho ends up in the hospital, they will find him there sooner or later. He tries to think of another way to help this man. We see a street in front of a house. The hero declares that he knows Haina has a car and asks her to quickly prepare it for the trip. The girl asks where they're going. Hyuk replies to his house. The secretary, surprised, asks if there's an antidote there. The hero replies that there isn't one, but the girl shouldn't worry, as he thinks he knows another way to deal with the poison. We see a car wheel. A white car almost crashes into a red one. Haina, looking out the window, apologizes to the driver she cut off. The girl turns around and asks if her passengers are okay. Hyuk says there's no need to worry about them, promising to look after Sang-ho and asks the girl to hurry. Haina presses the gas pedal, the car takes off. The girl says she'll try to get there as quickly as possible. Black clouds gather over the high-rise buildings. Ahead of us is a pedestrian traffic light. People are crossing the street, and Haina announces that they're almost there. The hero, looking at Sang-ho, asks him to remain conscious and hold on just a little longer. The secretary, looking in the rearview mirror, says that they seem to have a slight problem. She asks if the guy sees the car behind them. The hero declares that it's the same car they almost collided with at the guild leader's house, and the girl says that it is. Behind the white car is a red one. Hyuk looks very focused. He declares that it seems they are being followed. The traffic light turns green. Hyuk, looking at the girl, says that they can't go to his house when they are being followed. Haina asks what they should do then, and the guy replies that it seems there is no other way. The white car is visible from the one pursuing her. In front of us are iron structures, and the hero says that from now on, Haina should go where he points. A construction site is visible near the road. The hero says he will detain the pursuers there, and while he does so, Haina should drive to his house as quickly as possible. The hero, looking out the back window of the car, says that he has already contacted his colleague, and she will open the door for her. We see the young man's leg. A man in a black jacket stands in front of the boy. He asks what the hell is going on and why. Instead of Seo Sang-ho, whom he was hoping to see, some strange guy he has never seen before comes up to him. He asks if the young man will really try to stop him. Hyuk, in turn, cannot believe that they are being pursued by only one person. The hero looks back. He puts the phone to his ear and asks why Haina is not going to his house as they agreed. The girl, frightened, screams at the hero to run away immediately, as he is facing the S-class hunter Kang Jun-tae. The young man in question stares at the hero. Hyuk is shocked, unable to believe he's facing an S-class hunter. A red bat flies out of the system window, signaling the activation of a presence detection skill. Jun-tae charges. The hero's weapon flies far away, and the young man realizes his opponent possesses immense power. Hyuk jumps. He lands some distance from Jun-tae, who remarks that the man is carrying all sorts of junk. Haina asks the hero if he's okay. Hyuk says into the phone that he doubts he can hold off this enemy for much longer and demands that the girl leave, promising to catch up with her later. Haina tries to object, and the hero demands that she do as he says immediately. The girl sadly looks out the window, saying she understands everything, and that the young man simply must meet her later. Jun-tae crouches, and he irritably asks where Haina is going. The man's hand glows, and a weapon appears in it. Jun-tae yells at the girl not to even think about running away. Haina shifts into gear. She presses the gas pedal. The hunter flies over the car. He thrusts his weapon into the vehicle. Jun-tae notices something. The next second, the hero delivers a powerful blow. We see the hunter's leg. It bears the mark of the powerful blow. Jun-tae asks why the hero keeps trying to get in his way. The young man flies back and falls on his back. Jun-tae, standing in front of him, says that because of the boy, he seems to have lost his target. The hero, lying on the asphalt, is visible through the car's rearview window. Haina sees the boy in the mirror and apologizes to him for not being able to help. Shedding streams of tears, the girl begs the hero to return alive. Juntae, rubbing his neck, declares that no one told him anyone would interfere. He explains that he is very annoyed that the young man got in his way, but he is currently on a very important mission and is willing to spare the boy if he gets the hell out right now. Hyuk rises to his feet. Raising his right hand, he declares that Juntae is talking pretentious nonsense. The hero looks menacingly at his opponent and declares that he is not afraid. Juntae, holding a long spear, admits that he is impressed by the young man's courage. The boy strikes, declaring that challenging him like this is stupid, but at the same time very funny. Juntae grabs the hero by the collar. Hyuk thinks this opponent is very fast. The boy puts his hands out in front of him, blocking the blows. The hero grits his teeth with tension, realizing that each blow from the enemy is very powerful. Juntae, frowning, declares that the young man must show everything he's got, and he's very interested to see how long he can hold out. Hyuk looks at his opponent in bewilderment. Juntae holds the spear with both hands. He spins around to strike. The hero notices the danger looming and realizes that if he misses this blow, he's finished. Juntae prepares to strike. Hyuk clicks the system window icon. The system informs the hero that he's equipped with mithril chain armor. Juntae strikes with his spear. The hero braces his feet, realizing it was mortally dangerous. Smoke rises from beneath his feet. Hyuk clutches his left side, thinking that if he hadn't donned the armor in time, he would already be dead. Juntae declares that he had no idea Seo Sang-ho had such a person under his command. The hunter, looking at the boy in surprise, says he thinks he knows who it is, declaring it to be the same C-class hunter said to have destroyed the giant monster. Hyuk clutches his left side, and Juntae recalls what Yang Suk said about the hero, specifically that he was quite close to Seo Sang-ho. A bead of sweat trickles down the hero's cheek, realizing he's been exposed, and even if he escapes, it won't change anything, as the villains will quickly find out where he lives. Raising his left hand, Juntae declares he has a proposition. Hyuk, meanwhile, is unsure he can escape the monster standing before him. The young man extends his hand, inviting the hero to forget about Seo Sang-ho and join him. Juntae declares that the renewed Titan Guild needs such people. Hyuk, smiling, says he's already made his decision. Juntae looks at him, and Hyuk declares he's ashamed of having hesitated for so long. Looking resolutely at his opponent, he declines the offer, and they'll see who emerges victorious from this fight. A white car is parked near the hero's house. A green orb is visible beneath his hand. Lucia is healing the guild leader. The man's eyes are closed. The elf turns to the secretary, and says that's all she can do for now. Haina asks if that's enough, and Lucia says there's nothing more she can do for now and suggests they go outside and talk. Raising her left hand, the blonde declares that the poison is too strong, but she says the man can still rest for a while. The brunette asks if this means Sang-ho's life is still in danger. Lucia states that the guild leader isn't feeling any pain yet, but the effect won't last long. The secretary, fearfully, asks what they should do then and if there's any other way to help Sang-ho. The elf is lost in thought, thinking that the dwarf could probably be helpful, but she doesn't understand whether it's possible to involve the old man, especially since Hyuk is needed to enter the dungeon. Looking at her interlocutor, the blonde says she thinks she knows a way, but to use it, Kongjin Hyuk is needed. The girl asks where the hero is and why he didn't come with Sang-ho and Haina. The brunette begins to mumble something unintelligible. The two girls stand facing each other. Clouds float above the unfinished buildings. The hero skids to a stop. He slams his shoulder into the wall. A bat is visible next to his head. Juntae strikes, but the hero manages to dodge. The tip of a spear is visible. Juntae asks if the young man intends to dodge all the time. He strikes again, suggesting they fight seriously. The hero's legs fly off the ground, realizing that his opponent's blows are very powerful. Juntae charges again. The hero's eyes widen with fear. The opponent punches the hero in the jaw. The young man flies backward into the wall. The boy can barely stand. He takes another blow, this time to the stomach. Hyuk is breathing heavily. Juntae throws him far to the side again. The hero hits his shoulder on the ground. The enemy approaches him, holding a spear over his shoulder. He calmly looks at the boy and asks where all the energy the boy had before went, after which he declares that he is even sorry that it is all over so quickly. Hyuk lies on the ground. He tries to get to his feet. The hero looks down. Raising his left hand, he thinks that he is almost out of strength and could drink some kind of potion, but the enemy's attacks follow one after another, and there is simply no time for that. Hyuk holds the bat in his hands, thinking that he has only one option left to strike a very strong blow. Juntae, looking at the boy, declares that if he gives up, it will be too boring. He urges the boy to put all his strength into one last blow and fight to the end. Hyuk rushes to attack. A powerful blow marks his face. Juntae jumps, missing the bat beneath him. The hero, cursing under his breath, realizes he can't even land one blow. The hunter throws his spear forward. His weapon misses the young man's chest by centimeters. The young man's foot leaves the ground, and he declares that this is all too boring. Hyuk takes a blow to the head. He spits out blood. The hero crashes back into the wall. Juntae declares that if his opponent has nothing left to show, he will simply finish him off. The hunter pushes off the ground. His hand grips the spear tightly. Juntae throws his weapon with all his might. It approaches the hero standing against the wall. Hyuk thinks he needs to dodge, but his body doesn't move. The boy grinds his teeth with tension, realizing he can't even move. The hero has the bat in his hand. The boy lets go of it. He clutches the spear protruding from his chest. Hyuk's mouth falls open. Raising his hands, Juntae approaches him and declares that in a split second, the young man managed to shift his body so that the weapon missed a vital organ. The hunter declares himself truly amazed by the young man's fighting prowess, and says his offer still stands. Hyuk, clutching the spear, says he's not going to discuss any nonsense. Juntae rubs his chin thoughtfully. He raises his arm to strike and declares that if Hyuk intends to fight back to the very end, he simply has no choice. The hero looks at his enemy, trying to figure out if this is truly the end. An arrow flies through the air. Juntae barely dodges it, then asks what it is. Hyuk recognizes the projectile and realizes that Lucia has come to his aid. The blonde smiles. Black clouds float over the city. Lucia walks forward, stating that she seems to be heading in the right direction. The elf looks at her cell phone screen. She's only heard how to use it before, so she's having some trouble. The navigator suggests turning left in 200 meters. The route is visible on the device's screen, and Lucia realizes that she seems to be almost there. The girl pushes off from the ground, saying that she's already close and asking the hero to wait a little. With the phone in hand, the girl rushes forward, silently begging the hero not to die and to wait for her. Juntae strikes. Grinding his teeth in anger, he says that if the hero shows his claws until the very end, he will simply have no choice. The hunter runs up to the hero. He notices something to his left. An arrow flies past his head. A powerful explosion is heard not far from the young people, and Juntae asks what it is. The young man's expression is one of surprise, thinking no arrow could possess such power. The battered Hyuk smiles, guessing who fired the projectile. Lucia approaches. She calmly watches what's happening, and the hero realizes he seems to have been saved. The blonde slowly approaches the young men, saying that she seemed to have barely made it in time, and asking if her ally is okay. He replies that he almost died. Juntae looks at the girl in confusion, trying to figure out if she really was the one who attacked him. He doesn't think the blonde looks like a strong fighter. The hunter grabs the spear protruding from the hero's chest and declares he'll check everything himself. Blood gushes from the hero's wound. He grits his teeth in pain. Juntae turns to the elf and declares that she seems to have come to save this guy. The girl looks at him silently. The hunter grips his spear tightly, saying the blonde will likely die if her previous attack was just a fluke. Juntae strikes, his spear approaching the elf. Lucia stops the weapon with her left hand, saying that this is all very fun, and they'll see who kills whom. Juntae's expression is one of bewilderment, while Hyuk clutches his wound. The hunter is unable to overcome the elf's resistance. He grits his teeth with tension, thinking that it's simply impossible for his attack to be stopped so easily. An energy barrier is visible in front of the girl's hand, and she says that the foolish man is overly arrogant and presumptuous to rely on such weak power. Cracks appear on the spearhead, and Lucia declares that she wants to teach the scoundrel a lesson. Juntae looks at his weapon in amazement. Lucia smiles and looks at him. She clenches her fist. White streams swirl around the spear, and the girl says that this time she'll probably just give a short warning. A small piece of the shaft remains in the hunter's hand. Juntae holds his hands out in front of him and uses the shield skill. He can't believe the blonde destroyed his spear with her bare hands. The hunter stands, covering his head with his fists. Lucia opens her hand. She strikes, hitting the hunter in the chest. Juntae cries out in pain. Lucia frowns at him. Hyuk, clutching his wound, thinks he knew the elf was very strong, but now he no longer understands the limits of her power. Juntae flies back. He breaks with his feet. The young man clutches his chest, confused. The hunter frowns, realizing he's just been tossed aside like a rag doll. Lucia looks at him calmly. Juntae tries to guess who stands before him. He assumes it's an S-class hunter from somewhere abroad. If she were from his country, he would surely know her. The elf turns to the hero. Looking at the boy, she asks if he can move. Hyuk clutches his wound with a sad expression. Lucia asks if she should kill his opponent. The hero, sitting against the wall, responds that the girl shouldn't take this hunter's life and get further involved in this situation. He turns to Kang Juntae and asks if he wants to stop this fight for a while. The hunter looks at the boy carefully, thinking that Hyuk has lost, but acts as if his opponent's life is in his hands. A deep scar is visible on Juntae's left eye. The boy thinks that if he continues this fight, he will surely suffer greatly. Rubbing the back of his head, the hunter says he is already tired, so he suggests they call it a day. Lucia, folding her arms over her chest, declares that the scoundrel is making some pathetic excuses. The hero, clutching his wound, asks Lucia to stop. The blonde, looking at him, says she was just joking. Juntae leaves. Looking over his shoulder, he declares that he will remember what happened today. Looking menacingly at the hero, he declares that he will soon meet a daring girl and a Class C hunter named Kang Jin Hyuk. The elf stares at the young man silently. Blood flows from the hero's wound, and Juntae promises that on the day of their next meeting, both of his opponents will die. A construction crane looms over an unfinished building. Lucia applies pressure to the hero's wound. A translucent green sphere is visible near the young man's shoulder. The elf declares that she is finished, and Hyuk will now be able to move. She states that, fortunately, it is not as serious as she initially thought, and the young man thanks her. The hero tries to rise to his feet, stretch his arm, he declares that it is simply amazing, as the wound has completely healed. Lucia asks if the young man now understands the full extent of her greatness. Hyuk, raising his index finger, declares that Lucia truly has excellent combat skills and, on top of that, she has healing skills. The guy says she's a true OP character, and the girl asks in surprise. The hero, blushing, insists it's a compliment. They stand facing each other, and the hero asks how Guildmaster Seo Sang-ho is feeling. The girl replies that he's recovering at home, but providing him with proper treatment is very difficult. Looking at the guy, Lucia suggests that the dwarf might have the antidote, and Hyuk replies that in that case, they shouldn't waste time. The guy steps forward, saying they need to return immediately. A mark from his jump is visible where he just stood, and Lucia yells at the hero not to overexert himself, as his wound could reopen. The girl jumps up herself. Hyuk rushes forward, thinking that if his identity is revealed, they could come for him again at any moment, so they really need to hurry. But first they need to save Sang-ho. In front of us is a forge. An old man, pointing his finger at the hero, angrily shouts that he didn't bring the ore he was asked for, but a poisoned man. Sang-ho, sitting on the floor, looks at the dwarf, who calls the hero an idiot. The man apologizes, saying that this is how things turned out, and now they need to save the man, which is, of course, much more important. The young man promises to repay him later. Sang-ho is breathing heavily, and Hyuk asks if the dwarf can cure the man. The old man replies that, unfortunately, he can't, as he's poisoned by basilisk venom. An antidote is needed, but he doesn't have the materials to make one. Spreading his arms, the hero asks if the dwarf can help in any way. Raising his right hand, he asks the young man if he truly believes this is some kind of magical chest containing anything, then asks him to wait a few seconds. Hyuk sits down in front of Sang-ho, who asks if he can ask a question. The hero answers affirmatively, and the guild leader asks him what this place is. The hero states that he understands perfectly well that the man has a huge number of questions, and asks him to imagine that he is seeing just another one of Kang Jin-hyuk's abilities. The man, smiling, says he can imagine it without any problem, then asks if the young man is sure he should show such a place to anyone. Squatting before Sang-ho, the young man explains that the guild leader trusted him first, so he decided to trust him too. The dwarf, holding out a small vial, offers the man a drink. Sang-ho, sitting on the floor, opens the container, and the old man says that this medicine will buy them some time, about half a day. Sang-ho empties the vial. The dwarf confidently declares that if they don't find an antidote by then, the man will die. Hyuk, his hands hanging low, asks the old man if he has any other medicine, but the dwarf replies that he knows nothing about any. The hero stares thoughtfully ahead, thinking that if the guild master could be taken to the hospital, an antidote would surely be found there. However, as Sang-ho said, enemies will surely be waiting for him there. The young man tries to figure out where else he might find the antidote they need. Judging by the expression on his face, a good idea occurs to him. A white car is parked near the hero's house. Sang-ho is lying on the bed. Hyuk tells Haina, standing across from him, that they bought themselves some time, but without the antidote, they won't be able to save the guildmaster's life. The girl asks what they should do now. A young man, looking at his phone screen, says he knows one way, but if it doesn't work, he has no idea what else to do. His smartphone rings on the table. Lee Jun-chul, sitting on the couch, notices it. He picks up the device and asks why the hero is calling him at such a late hour. Lee Jun-chul inquires if the young man has an antidote for basilisk venom. Jun-chul replies that he doesn't have the medicine himself, but he knows a doctor who might. Lee Jun-chul asks why the hero needs the antidote. Hyuk, looking up, declares that something serious has happened and then asks if Jun-chul can introduce him to the doctor in question. The shady business shark asks for the address where the doctor should arrive. The hero replies that he will immediately send his contact information. He wants to add something else, but Jun-chul guesses what they are talking about and assures the young man that everything will remain confidential, and he need not worry about it. The blonde man declares that since Kang Jin-hyuk is his VIP client, he will make sure no one in the world knows about this visit. Lucia looks at the young people chatting, and the hero announces that the doctor will arrive soon. Haina can't believe her luck. The man tells her to rest assured that everything will be fine. The secretary wipes away her tears, trying to speak but failing. Covering her face, Haina thanks the man. Lucia looks at the hero and his interlocutor with a slightly sad expression. 2 cars are already parked in front of the man's house. The doctor draws fluid into a syringe. He administers the injection to the guild leader. Sitting on a chair in front of Sang-ho, the doctor declares that the poison has been completely removed from the man's system, but it will take 2 weeks for the man's body to fully recover from the poisoning. Moving toward the door, the doctor says that only then will Sang-ho be able to move as he did before, and until then he must remain completely still. The man looks at the doctor. The red car drives away. Hyuk stands with his arms folded, realizing he has a serious problem. Sang-ho's recovery will take 2 weeks, and during that time he'll need to somehow evade the Titan Guild's pursuit. He realizes that even with the elf's help, he's unlikely to succeed. The hero recalls his fight with Kang Jun-tae and realizes he's too weak compared to this hunter. He realizes he seriously underestimated the S-rank hunter's strength and overestimated his own. His expression is sad, thinking that with his current abilities, even if Sang-ho recovers, he'll be nothing more than a hindrance. Lucia descends the stairs, commenting that the hero seems filled with unnecessary doubts. Hyuk looks sadly at the blonde. He declares that after fighting the S-rank hunter, he realized he's too weak. The elf, raising her clenched fist, declares that the young man is right, but in the end he will still become stronger. Looking at the hero, the blonde says she knows a risky but sure way to become stronger, asking if the young man will dare to try it. Hyuk says he'll do everything he can if it means he can become stronger. Before us is the hero's house. Hyuk clicks the system window icon and declares he'll take 50 explosion scrolls, 300 mana potions, and 300 health potions. Placing his hand on his stomach, he declares he'll also be bringing his armor and bat. Shouldering his weapon, the young man asks if that's enough. Lucia advises him not to forget the return stone. We see the back of the young man's head. Lucia and Haina approach him, and Hyuk declares that, naturally, he took the stones so he can return if needed. Lucia, looking at the hero, declares that he's doing everything right and needs at least one backup escape route. The girl says that it seems the hero is ready to go, and he asks the elf to take care of the guild leader and his secretary. Looking at him, the blonde declares that she understands everything and asks him to remember one thing, that the Dragon Temple is much more dangerous than the hero imagines. The girl says that she perfectly understands the young man's desire to become stronger, but if he shows excessive greed, he will die. She advises him to return as soon as Hyuk feels he has become strong enough. Scratching his head, the hero declares that he understands everything, assuring him that he can always return with the return stone. Haina, standing in the doorway, apologizes to the hero, believing that all of this is happening because of her. Raising his left hand, Hyuk declares that the girl has nothing to apologize for, and that he sets out only because he wants revenge. Looking over his shoulder, the young man once again asks Lucia to take care of those he leaves in her care. The blonde looks at the hero, hearing that she is the only one he can trust right now. Haina looks at the young man with a slightly sad expression, who tells the girls to wait for him and promises to return much stronger. We see the young man's legs. Hyuk stands in front of the gate. An incomprehensible object appears in his hands, and the young man says that, as he was told, this is what should open this passage. A bright light hits the young man's face. Hyuk instinctively puts his elbow forward, realizing that he has found himself in a dragon temple. The young man remembers the elf and her words about not becoming too greedy and about returning when he feels he has become strong enough. The young man looks thoughtful. He understands that Lucia wants the best for him, but he feels there was no point in coming here if he is not going to give 100%. Hyuk enters the door. The doors close behind the hero. The boy thinks he won't leave this place until he realizes he can defeat an S-rank hunter. The door closes completely. Hyuk walks along the red carpet, a strange feeling in his heart, as he's been walking for quite some time and hasn't seen anything unusual yet. He looks around, beginning to doubt he's going in the right direction. Lamps glow along the walls. Hyuk passes a suit of knightly armor, trying to figure out why the room has suddenly become so much brighter. The young man, his attention drawn to the armor, looks to his right. He sees the magnificent knight's attire and realizes it looks too threatening. A red light flashes in the helmet's eye socket. The enemy lunges at the boy from behind. He throws his sword forward. Hyuk leans back and nearly falls. The young man covers his face with his hand, realizing that the armor is monsters he must fight. The boy lands on the red carpet, remembering all the armor he saw on the way here, and realizes that this is going to be a serious battle. Numerous enemies are approaching the boy, and the hero now thinks this is all to his advantage, as he'll earn much more experience. Smiling, the boy charges, shouting that he's ready to fight. One of the monsters holds a sword in front of him. A red bat flies through the air. The hero confidently dispatches his opponents. A pile of iron is visible behind him. A helmet flies into the air, and the hero tries to figure out who he's even up against. A closer look at the knight's headdress reveals that the armor shines brightly and looks intimidating, but it offers nothing special in terms of combat prowess. The iron armor behind the hero begins to move. It seems as if the enemies the boy defeated have come to life again. It seems as if the armor is being reassembled, and eventually, the monster ends up holding a spear. The hero is once again confronted by an entire army of enemies. The boy holds the bat with both hands, realizing that he must destroy the monster's cores in this case as well. Smiling, the hero says that he would have panicked recently if he saw something like this. But now it's a completely different story. The bat emits electric discharges, and Hyuk says he has a surprise for these metal monsters. The boy jumps, then flies up to the monsters from above. He brings his weapon down on them, realizing that he can destroy the cores of all the enemies in one go. Bright discharges of electricity sparkle around the armor. The monster is electrocuted. It falls to the floor. We see the red tail of its helmet. Eventually that too disappears. Hyuk towers over the fallen enemies. He calls the monsters tin cans and asks if they enjoyed the great power of electricity. Before us is the Titan Guild building. Yan-suk frowns out the window, saying that Jun-tae is a real idiot. The blonde man, folding his arms, declares that this degenerate couldn't defeat the poison man and, what's more, made the situation worse. Yan-suk turns to his assistant and asks what's happening to the guild leadership who supported Seo Sang-ho. He replies that they are all confined to their homes under strict surveillance, cut off from communication with the outside world, their phones confiscated, and their internet disconnected. Yan-suk sullenly orders them to continue to keep a close eye on them, as Seo Sang-ho might turn to them for help. The door shatters. Jun-tae bursts into the room, furiously demanding that Yang-suk explain why he didn't tell him about another obstacle. The blond man, looking at the hunter in bewilderment, declares he doesn't understand why he's acting so rudely. He reminds him that he provided him with all the necessary information about the low-level hunter. Juntae shouts that it wasn't him at all, but the archer. The blond man's assistant steps forward, apologizes, and asks Juntae to take a step back. Juntae calls the man an unfortunate misunderstanding. The hunter punches him in the jaw. The young man crashes into the wall, and Juntae yells at him to shut up. Yang-suk, meanwhile, remembers Lucia and realizes she's talking about the girl he saw next to Kang Jin-hyuk. The blond man, looking at Juntae, says that, as far as he can tell, this archer defeated the hunter. Enraged, Juntae raises his hand, asking what Yang-suk means. He says that if his spear hadn't broken, he would have definitely won. The blond man, lost in thought, realizes that Kang Juntae is a very strong fighter, and he never imagined that the woman would be so strong as to defeat him. A young man lies unconscious between the two, shot in the jaw. Yang-suk says they now need to consider another variable and suggests revising the plan to include the archer who suddenly appeared. Looking at the hunter, he says that Seo Sang-ho must be killed as soon as possible, as only then will they be able to take control of the Titan Guild. The man lies on the bed. Yang-suk declares that Sang-ho is poisoned and most likely on the brink of death. Even if he is alive, he won't be able to fight like he did before, so if they find him, everything will end very quickly and successfully. The sun shines through the window. Yang-suk declares that the only ones who can protect Sang-ho are Kang Jin-hyuk and the archer. He promises that the guild will find them very soon and asks if Juntae will be able to get rid of them in that case. Raising his right hand, the hunter decisively declares that of course he will, and this time he will definitely kill them both. The two men stand facing each other. Yang-suk says that in this case, he will entrust Juntae with this matter. After eliminating the hero and his companion, there will be no more unknown variables, and Juntae will be able to become the Titan Guild Master, as promised. Hyuk presses hard on the door. The doors slide open with difficulty. The hero moves forward, thinking that, having defeated the monsters, he has already found himself in the second hall. It seems strange to him that he still sees no one, even though the room seems to be ending. Suddenly, the young man notices a man sitting at a distance from him. The number 0 is written above the man's head, and the young man finds this very suspicious. Hyuk approaches the man, who says he hasn't seen new challengers in a long time. The hero politely asks who it is. The bearded man, looking at the young man with blue eyes, asks who he thinks he is. Hyuk replies that this is undoubtedly a very unusual person. The man, frowning, asks why the hero feels this way, and if it's because the young man doesn't understand the meaning of accumulated karma. Hyuk, astonished, asks how his interlocutor knows this, trying to understand what's wrong with this man and simply incredulous that he could so easily identify his skill. The man, rising from his chair, says that it's far more important to discuss why the young man has come here. Towering over the boy, he asks if this visit is connected to the thing radiating a curse and disgust. Hyuk stares at the man, unable to comprehend what kind of person he is. The hero begins to feel as if he's actually reading his thoughts. The hero raises his right hand. A red black stone appears in it. Hyuk says he brought it to cleanse it. The bearded man declares that this stone has been growing in size, devouring people, and is filled with an incredible amount of malice. The man extends his hand and declares that cleansing this object won't be that difficult. The hero asks, amazed. The stone emits a blue glow. It suddenly changes color. The hero, covering his face with his hand, looks at the man, who says that this should be enough. The young man can't comprehend what just happened. Examining the stone, he notes in amazement that it has changed color, and the ominous energy it emitted seems to have disappeared. Hyuk bows before the owner of this hall and thanks him. From beneath his hood, the man declares that the young man should save his gratitude until he has fulfilled what he came here for. Hyuk asks, amazed. The man raises his hand and declares that the test has already begun. His eyes emit powerful streams of energy. The hero looks at the bearded man in shock. We see the young man's eye. The man advises him not to let his guard down and to try hard. Hyuk raises his hands, hearing that if he fails to perform at his best, he will lose his life. The young man looks ahead, realizing that this is the true test of the Dragon Temple. The hero looks to his right. Then he turns his head to the left, feeling someone approaching him. We see legs in iron armor. A red light glimmers inside the helmet, and Hyuk realizes this is the same armor he saw earlier. Huge circles are visible under the feet of the hero and his potential opponent. The young man asks what this place is and whether he has been transported to some other universe. The hero steps forward. He sees a very strange device with a dial, and says that to escape from here, he believes he must defeat the opponent he sees before him. The young man asks for confirmation that there is only one. The light in the knight's helmet glimmers brightly, and Hyuk declares that this opponent is very similar to those he saw a little earlier. Smiling, the young man raises his hands, asking if the knight is only here to warm him up, and the real opponents will appear later. The young man stands before the sword-wielding knight, and hears him say he should prepare himself, as the test has already begun. Hyuk, smiling, declares that if his opponent can speak, he is already different from the enemies he has fought before. The light grows brighter, and the knight announces that the young man has received a warning. He jumps. The warrior flies toward the hero. He stares at him, his eyes wide, and the knight declares that this was his last warning. His foot takes off from the roof. Hunters fly over the city street. They land on the asphalt. One of them, apologizing, declares that they were unable to find the house where Kang Jin-hyuk lives on this side of the street. The second reports that they went to the address, but found nothing there. The hunter, his face completely covered by a mask, curses and declares that if they don't find this bastard, they're finished. Raising his left hand, he declares that Kang Jun-tae won't leave them alone, and they must find the hero at all costs. If that's impossible, they'll have to destroy every house in the area. An arrow flies through the air. It pierces the neck of the villain who gave the brutal order. The soldiers call out to the captain, who has fallen to the ground. They look up, trying to figure out who fired the shot. A second arrow pierces the villain's face. The surviving hunter runs away, trying to save himself. Lucia is visible next to him. The hunter says that this seems to be the guy's ally they were talking about in the guild. He's requesting reinforcements. The elf holds a knife to the Titan guild member's neck, and blood splashes into the air. Lucia enters the room, announcing that she's finished. Haina asks the blonde what happened and why she ran out of the room so suddenly. Lucia replies that people from the Titan guild came to visit. The secretary spreads her arms in confusion, surprised that this happened again. The elf asks the girl not to worry and says that she dealt with them quietly, and then covered all traces. Nibbling on a cookie, the blonde declares that these guys wanted to destroy the entire area to ensure the destruction of the house, so they most likely believe Sang-ho is hiding somewhere here. Haina looks at the elf with concern, who says that if they send the entire guild here, she won't be able to handle it alone. Lucia declares that Haina should therefore pray for Kang Jin-hyuk to return much stronger. She declares that right now, that's the only way out of the situation. The knight rushes to attack. Hyuk looks at him fearfully. The warrior strikes and decapitates the hero. The boy clutches his neck. He stands again before the gate he just entered. He realizes where he is, but doesn't understand what exactly just happened. Hyuk looks at his hands in shock, thinking he's just been decapitated, and it's completely incomprehensible why he feels so good afterward. The hero looks up in amazement, and a chuckle emanates from there, followed by a question about whether the boy is surprised. Hyuk learns that he died in virtual space, where he can do that as often as he likes. The hero looks to his right and says he recognizes the voice of the elder he spoke with recently. The man, looking sternly at the boy, confirms his point and points out that Hyuk is still too weak. He declares that the Dragon Temple is a place where hunters become stronger, but it is also a testing ground where it is unacceptable to let down one's guard. The bearded man says that fortitude is also a measure of combat prowess, so the boy must become stronger to earn another chance. Hyuk, gritting his teeth in anger, thinks that now is not the time for measured training and calm speeches. He remembers the guild leader lying on the bed, realizing that if his dwelling is discovered, Sang-ho and Haina will die. Hyuk remembers Jun-tae's face, thinking that if that scoundrel appears, he, in his current state, will not be able to stop him, and that is precisely why he must become stronger here and now. The hero bangs on the door, shouting that he made a mistake, relaxed, and therefore lost. The boy demands to open the door, declaring that if he doesn't become stronger now, all of this will be useless. The elder says the boy doesn't understand the situation he's in, asking what would change if he were given a second chance right now. The bearded man, sitting in his chair, declares that Hyuk will simply die again. Opening his mouth, the hero shouts that he won't be able to be sure of this unless he checks everything again. He declares that if he maintains his concentration, he will win. The elder says he's never seen challengers beg him for something with such desperation. The man's blue eyes glow, saying that the boy doesn't give up even after surviving death. Frowning, the boy declares that if he were afraid of death, he wouldn't have started this trial. The man, laughing, declares that this is truly funny and agrees to give the hero a second chance. The door opens. The elder declares he will make an exception for the boy. Hyuk walks through the door. Smiling, he says the man is a very sensible elder. Standing before the knight, he calls him a tin can and declares this a rematch. A bright red light glows in the eye socket of his helmet. The warrior says the boy has returned after experiencing death, and this testifies to his determination, which he considers a highly commendable trait. The hero, holding a bat in front of him, declares that he was too careless last time, but this time he will not die so ingloriously. The knight admits that he appreciates the boy's spirit. He charges. The warrior in iron armor prepares to strike, shouting that the second round is beginning. Hyuk parries the blow with the bat. The young man, gritting his teeth with tension, tries to hold back the enemy's onslaught. He thinks he has parried the blow this time, but his enemy's strength astonishes him. The knight, with the hero's weapon visible in front of him, says that this time he has truly gathered his courage. Hyuk plants his foot on the ground, deciding to channel his aura into his lower limbs to somehow deflect the knight's sword and leap back to a safe distance. His mouth wide open, the hero lets out a loud cry. Holding the bat behind his back, he stands some distance from his opponent. Hyuk skids to a stop, amazed at the sheer force that has thrown him back. The knight holds his sword in his hand, and the hero tries to discern what kind of monster he's facing. He realizes that a direct confrontation with this warrior will yield no results, so he decides to strike quickly and exploit weaknesses in the enemy's defenses. Hyuk charges, and the knight declares that the boy seems to be able to manipulate aura and praises his opponent for this skill. Hyuk throws his weapon forward, amazement filling his eyes. The knight strikes, sending the boy flying high into the air. The warrior says the boy made a mistake by concentrating his aura on his lower body, leaving his upper body unprotected. A bright red light glimmers through the slit in his helmet. Hyuk flies through the air, silently cursing his opponent. The hero lands on his feet, realizing the knight knew perfectly well where the attack would be aimed. Hyuk looks at the warrior thoughtfully, as if the warrior is reading his thoughts. The boy recalls his fight with Juntae and realizes that it was exactly the same back then. The knight charges, saying he is amazed by the boy's fortitude, but if he is incapable of more, he has no choice but to kill him. Bat and sword clash. Hyuk deflects the opponent's blow. He strikes back and hits the enemy's armor, and the boy asks if the warrior really thought he would calmly accept death. The opponents fight on a giant clock face. We see the hero's legs. The boy says he's tested his guess and seems to be right. The boy stands with his knees bent, asking if the knight is predicting his actions by tracking his aura. The knight replies that the hero seems to have some talent. The light in the slit of his helmet glows brightly, and the knight says that none of this, however, will change the outcome of the duel. Hyuk frowns at his opponent, realizing he's right, and if he continues to use his aura this way, sooner or later he'll be hit again. The boy realizes he must change his tactics. He opens the system window and taps the mana potion icon. The hero drinks from a tiny bottle, deciding to completely cover his body in aura so the knight can't predict his actions. The knight asks why the boy relaxes during the fight. The hero's eyes widen in surprise. He has to parry another attack from the enemy, which demands his complete focus on the battle. Hyuk restrains the warrior's sword with his bat. The warrior remarks that the boy seems to have completely covered his body in aura. The hero sarcastically asks if the knight has noticed. A bright light glows in the helmet's eye socket. The knight asks if it's the same potion the boy used earlier to strengthen his aura, wondering if such power can be called his own. The hero, smiling, says that now it doesn't matter who possesses the power, and that all that matters is who ultimately wins. Sword and bat fly apart, and the knight declares that if the hero has decided to use this method, he must prove its viability. The opponents continue to fight. The knight declares himself impressed by the boy, who has finally shown his worth. The hero, craning his head forward, declares that this is putting it mildly. He lands numerous blows, the marks of which are visible near the knight. The boy himself is forced to fend off the enemy's attacks. The knight, glowing red, declares the boys fight admirably. The bat emits electric shocks, and Hyuk realizes it's too early to celebrate. Blue discharges and red dots are visible in the air. The hero, hovering above his opponent, unleashes streams of electricity, warning that the knight will suffer great pain. He holds a huge sword in front of him. Clouds float above the city buildings. Cars are parked at the side of the road, and someone in one asks why his brother isn't coming out. Jun Chul, looking out the window, advises Hyung Il to check out what's going on. Men in black suits are running down the narrow street. Jun Chul explains that these guys are all from the Titan Guild, and they are currently hunting Seo Sang-ho. Hyung Il, frightened, says that his boss is absolutely right, and even standing here is quite dangerous. Jun Chul picks up the phone, declaring that they mustn't draw attention to themselves, then asks his friend to wait a few seconds, as he's come up with something. Haina, sitting on the couch, answers the phone. We see the girl's face, and she recognizes it's Lee Jun Chul calling, and she must have heard about him from Hunter Kang Jin Hyuk. Meanwhile, Lucia continues eating cookies. The secretary says that the hero just mentioned the name, and declares that her interlocutor must be the benefactor who sent the doctor. Jun Chul replies that the girl is absolutely right, then asks how Master Seo Sang-ho is doing. The girl reports that, thanks to Jun Chul, he's making a quick recovery and expresses her sincere gratitude. A city street is before us. A shadow market shark says the girl shouldn't thank him and says he's currently near Kang Jin Hyuk's house. He informs the secretary that the area is heavily populated by Titan Guild hunters, who seem absolutely certain that Sang-ho is somewhere nearby. Haina listens attentively to her interlocutor, who says that if nothing is done, by the time Sang-ho is fully recovered, there will be hundreds of Titan Guild members in the area. Jun Chul, holding the phone to his ear, says he has a way out of this situation, but he wants to explain it in person. The knight asks Haina what she thinks. A huge clock face is visible against the backdrop of stars. The knight says it seems the hero had a good ace up his sleeve, but it's already been used. The hero restrains the enemy's sword with his bat, and the enemy asks if the knight can demonstrate anything else. Hyuk grits his teeth with tension, trying to figure out who his opponent is and why this warrior feels so superior after taking such a powerful attack. A red light shines brightly through the slit in his helmet. The knight comments that the hero is thinking very slowly. It seems as if we can see the sole of the knight's foot. He declares that just because the young man's plan didn't work doesn't mean he should stand there like an idiot. The opponent knees the boy in the stomach. Hyuk, holding his weapon out in front of him, flies backward. He stands with his legs bent. Stars shine above the opponents. The knight asks if the hero has any other tricks and says that if he does, he must demonstrate them right now, as there will be no other chance. The hero's face is sad. He had really hoped that the lightning would allow him to win, but it turned out to be no such thing. A red bat is visible in front of the knight. Hyuk says he has no trump cards left, so he proposes to put their lives on the line and fight for real. The young man holds the weapon with both hands. The hero's eyes are almost hidden by a black shadow. The knight declares that in this case, he must match his opponent's energy level. The warrior looks at the young man standing in front of him. The knight, bending his knees, warns that his next attack will be quite powerful. Hyuk notices the yellow energy visible around the knight. He recognizes divine power and asks if he is a paladin. The latter replies that the hero had guessed wrong, but was close enough. The red light in the slit of his helmet glows brightly. The warrior asks if his opponent is ready. The latter, smiling, declares that if the knight means preparations, they have long been made, and the warrior must show him what he just promised. The light grows much brighter, and the knight comments that Hyuk exudes confidence. The hero replies that this is only natural, as he is growing stronger with each passing minute. The knight charges, approaching the young man who is preparing to meet him. The hero watches his enemy closely, realizing that no tricks will work anymore, and now he must deliver one decisive blow. A stream of red energy rises from the slit in his helmet. Hyuk, his mouth wide open, lets out a loud scream. Streams of yellow and blue energy rise above the opponents. The giant clock face is still visible beneath their feet. Hyuk grits his teeth from the unbearable tension, realizing that his strength is still insufficient. The boy holds the bat with both hands, realizing that if he continues to retreat, it will quickly end, so he must put all his aura into the final attack, even if it depletes completely. The hero's bat restrains the enemy's sword. The light in the slit of the knight's helmet glows brightly. Cracks appear on the surface of his sword. The blade seems about to break. The knight comments that the boy's strength feels different now, asking if he really focused all his aura into one point to increase his strength. Streams of energy are visible near the warrior's helmet, and the knight declares that the boy truly put everything he has into a single blow. The sword shatters. A bright white flash is seen between the opponents, and the knight declares that, nevertheless, it is over for the boy. Hyuk looks up, realizing that his aura is dissipating. Stars are visible behind the warrior. The knight prepares to strike. The light in the helmet's eye socket glows brightly, and the opponent tells the hero that he does not have enough strength to win. Hyuk blocks another blow with his bat. With a cry of pain, he raises his head. The knight groans thoughtfully. The hero falls to his knees. The warrior stands before the boy with a broken sword. He thinks he barely blocked his attack, but he used all his aura. Bright stars are visible behind the boy's head, and Hyuk realizes he has no strength left to even move. The glow inside the knight's helmet grows even brighter, and he asks if this is all the boy can do. The knight raises his right hand, holding the sword, and declares that the hero has ultimately destroyed the simple iron blade. A yellow tip appears on the weapon, and the knight declares that a simple iron blade can easily be replaced with an aura blade, while the boy, meanwhile, has lost the ability to move. The knight points his weapon at the kneeling hero, and asks how the boy plans to fight now. The warrior looks at the boy through the slit in his helmet, and says that if he has nothing left, then the test is over. Hyuk, breathing heavily, opens his mouth. Looking at his opponent towering over him, he remarks that he seems to enjoy talking. Leaning on his bat, the boy declares that if the warrior is going to kill him, he must do so immediately. Breathing heavily, the boy says that he gave everything he had, so he has no regrets, and besides, his death here does not mean he will truly die. We see very unusual mechanisms. The hero decisively demands that the knight listen to him, after which he declares that he will challenge him again and again to become stronger. The warrior towering over him declares that the test is over, and he has realized that the hero is most serious. Hyuk looks closely at his opponent, who declares that the boy is gravely mistaken about something. Standing before the youth, sword in hand, the knight says that no one told the boy that he must defeat someone in order to complete the test. Hyuk looks at his opponent in bewilderment. Disappearing into thin air, he declares himself both examiner and judge, and the essence of this test is to win his recognition. Hyuk, kneeling, asks in amazement if this means he has passed the test after all. The helmet, with a glowing red light inside, disappears, and the knight says the boy is very much lacking, but he has passed the test nonetheless. A bright light flares inside the strange device hanging in space. It begins to flood the area where the battle took place. Hyuk covers his head with his hands. He looks up in amazement, and the knight tells him that the boy has excellent potential, but needs to improve some of his personality traits, specifically, rid himself of recklessness and overconfidence. The elder he spoke with earlier stands before the young man. The man declares that, nevertheless, the boy's readiness to go to the very end is beyond praise. Hyuk asks if the elder was really the same knight he fought. A man flicks a young man's forehead, and he yelps in surprise. The bearded man demands that the boy not interrupt him, then declares that he will show the hero how to become stronger. Bends his head down, Hyuk clutches his forehead. He hears that his aura is a power based on divine energy, and therefore the way to become stronger is very simple. The elder's hand hangs above the boy's head. Hyuk looks up in amazement, asking what the man is trying to do to him. His mouth wide open, the boy lets out a loud scream. The elder looks him straight in the eyes, declaring that the boy must connect with the deity. The man's eyes emit powerful streams of blue energy. Hyuk looks at the elder in shock. We see the boy's eye up close, and the man tells the hero that he has won his favor and must use the gift he will receive wisely. A naked Hyuk hangs in the middle of empty space. Looking up somewhere, he tries to figure out where he is. The hero notices something right in front of him. A gigantic monster appears before him. Hyuk realizes it's a dragon. The beast opens its enormous maw wide. The young man covers his ears, silently cursing the elder who promised him a gift, but now appears to be simply trying to kill him. The dragon's eyes glow brightly, declaring that man should not fear it, and that it has come here to receive a gift from one who has deemed it worthy. The dragon and the young man hang in the middle of empty space, and the monster declares that the challenger who passes the test is henceforth imbued with the power of the divine. A vortex swirls around the dragon's eye. The hero stares in shock at this phenomenon. Streams of dense yellow energy approach him. A light flares in the young man's chest, and the dragon advises the hero not to fear what is happening and to simply accept the gift, declaring that it is the grace of the deity who deemed the young man worthy of such a gift. Hyuk grinds his teeth in tension. He sees a very bright whirlwind before him, and the dragon says that from this moment on, the power of the divine will always be with the hero. Before us is the hero's house. Jun-chul and Haina are sitting opposite each other. Lucia, arms folded, is trying to figure out why Hyuk hasn't shown up yet, and whether something bad has happened to him. The elf notices something. She opens the door. Behind it is a portal leading to a dungeon. A faint smile appears on Lucia's face, realizing that the hero has succeeded. The girl stands before the dark gate, trying to understand the powerful aura she feels inside. A leg emerges from the portal, and Lucia recognizes the hero. The boy's eyes now look completely different. The elf doesn't recognize the aura emanating from the young man. What is happening seems unreal to her. The hero walks forward, and the blonde tries to understand what the hell happened to this young man. Hyuk, looking at Lucia, asks why she's looking at him with such astonishment. The elf asks what happened to the young man. The beauty, looking at the hero, asks if he really managed to complete the Dragon Temple's test. The hero's eyes resemble those of a snake. Lucia reaches under her belt. She delivers a sharp blow. Hyuk stops the knife that was flying at him with his hand. A yellow energy barrier is visible in front of the young man's hand. The girl calls the guy a bastard and asks what he would do if something went wrong. Looking at him, she reminds him that she asked him not to cross the line. Hyuk, holding out his hand, declares that if he hadn't crossed the line she spoke of, he wouldn't have been able to obtain this power. Lucia, looking at the guy, TSKS in displeasure. Hiding her hands behind her back, she declares that the hero, apparently, never listens to anyone. Raising her right hand, Lucia says that the boy has certainly become stronger, but if something had happened to him, she wouldn't have been able to get home. The girl declares that he should be more careful in the future, and he assures her that nothing like this will happen again. The beauty, turning away from the hero, declares that in that case, she will leave this place, letting the boy deal with everything himself. Amused, Hyuk asks if she plans to return to her dungeon. The blonde declares that she also needs rest, and in this place, the hero can handle himself perfectly well. Hyuk thanks his ally for protecting his home. A smile appears on his face. The beauty, turning to the boy, declares that she did this because if something had happened to him, the dungeon, which is her home, would be in danger. She asks if the boy remembers the boss room with the magic circle, and Hyuk replies that, of course, he does. Lucia licks her lips and says she'll be staying there for a while, and the hero must bring her a huge amount of sweets as payment for her efforts. Hyuk, smiling, says he understands. Heading toward the portal, the blonde declares that after she enters the dungeon, the recognition suppression skill will wear off, and when that happens, members of the Titan Guild will appear in the guy's apartment. Looking sadly at the guy, Lucia says that before that happens, he needs to come up with a plan. Hyuk silently looks at his ally. He enters the room and greets Haina. Jun-chul, amazed, asks how the guy got there. The secretary, folding her arms, calls the hero by name and asks when he returned. Hyuk, smiling, replies that he just did, asking if anything serious had happened while he was away. Haina, looking at him, declares that, fortunately, everything was calm and the guild leader is recovering well. Besides, they managed to deal with several squads of pursuers. Hyuk sits down on a chair. Haina asks him if he knows where Lucia is, and the boy replies that she seems to have gone to rest. Sitting at the table, the hero asks what Lee Jun-chul is doing at his house, and Lee Jun-chul replies that since he hasn't heard from the hero, he thought it would be appropriate to visit. The black market tycoon looks at the hero, who thinks this man has never visited him before. The young man tries to understand what has changed if he himself has appeared here. The hero says that a lot has fallen on him. Jun-chul, sitting on a chair, declares that he's glad to have met a hero anyway and declares he'll get straight to the point. Looking at the young man, Jun-chul asks if Kang Jin-hyuk would agree to join him in creating a new guild. Folding his arms across his chest, the young man asks in surprise. Haina interrupts the conversation and asks for a moment. She says she thinks Jun-chul told her he came to get them out of here. Raising his right hand, the young man asks for calm and to listen to him. He states that even if Seo Sang-ho recovers, he won't be able to return to the Titan Guild, and the fact that no one else has come to save him is the best proof of that. The young man says that this entire guild is rotten to the core. Haina stares at him silently. Jun-chul, frowning at his interlocutors, declares that rot cannot be revived, and in this case, they have no choice but to establish a new nest. The young man announces that he, Lee Jun-chul, intends to build a new organization around the hero. Hyuk silently looks at the blonde man. He takes out his phone and asks to see the materials he has prepared. Hyuk and Haina look away from the young man. He says he can take specific steps to create a guild and that he has sent his plan of action to his interlocutors' smartphones, where they can view it. Hyuk examines the received message. Haina does the same. Jun-chul states that the young men see the material resources the guild will have, the hunters he has already assembled, and the facilities they will be able to use. The girl looks at the blonde man with respect, stating that he has prepared very thoroughly, but then warns that the new guild will not be able to stand up to Titan. Before us is Kang Juntae, whose secretary asks Junchul how he plans to solve the problem of the S-rank hunter the Titan Guild has. Before us is a kitchen hood. Junchul declares he knows one way and has already prepared everything necessary to execute it. Extending his hand, he says that to carry out his plan, he needs only one guarantee, then asks the hero if he can defeat Kang Juntae. The hero looks calmly at the blonde man. He asks why he should do it, and not Seo Sang-ho. Junchul asks if the young man is joking, reminding him that the guild leader will need some time to recover and be able to fight properly again, and by that time it will be too late, and they will have lost. Before us are the young men fighting. Junchul says that, from what he has heard, the hero fought Juntae and survived the encounter. He states that if this is true, the strategy he proposes can guarantee success. The young man states that if his information is incorrect, the hero can assume he didn't offer him anything. Hyuk stares at the blonde man, who declares that if the boy is truly capable of fighting Kang Juntae, the plan will surely work. Junchul, rising from his chair, declares that if the hero can defeat this hunter, he will bet everything he has on him. Adjusting his jacket, the blonde man says he will ask his question again, whether Kang Jin-hyuk is capable of defeating Kang Juntae. The hero, smiling, declares that he wants to hear the plan first, and his answer will depend on what he hears. A deafening scream erupts near the multi-story buildings. Someone calls the Titan Guild members bastards. The hooded man receives a powerful blow to the jaw. He flies back and lands on his back. A stern man, introduced as Jo Won-chul, the leader of the Tyrant Guild, angrily asks if the bastard he knocked out knows where he's so brazenly gotten himself into. The TV hosts greet the audience. A young man and woman watch a TV screen on a bus. Won-chul stands in the middle of a room where a multitude of people in black suits are lying on the floor. He's thinking about how public opinion has recently turned sharply against his guild due to the Elan incident, and he's been trying to keep a low profile. But that only led to competitors infiltrating and taking over his territory. His mouth wide open, the man yells that the Titan bastards seem to have decided to declare war on him, promising to tear them to pieces. Junchul sits down on a chair and announces that his plan is to drag the Tyrant Guild into this. The hero, arms folded, asks again in surprise. The blonde man explains that firefighters fight fire with fire in much the same way. Junchul declares that Tyrant is a formidable force, easily rivaling Titan, and is led by Jo Won-chul, an S-class hunter. Haina, surprised, comments that Tyrant has been in chaos since the Elan incident, so she doubts the guild will be capable of waging war against Titan. Junchul, raising his index finger, says that engaging them in a war will be much easier than it seems. Shown in front of us is a map of the area, and the blonde man states that Titan has been rapidly expanding its territory lately, and most of the captured lands originally belonged to the Tyrant Guild. Arms folded, the young man explains that other guilds are also trying to grab these pieces, but Titan is overstepping its bounds, and Tyrant's leadership is most likely currently embittered by these invaders. Hyuk thoughtfully says that if they provide a compelling enough reason, Haina continues, saying that Tyrant will strike immediately. The secretary turns to the hero and asks what will happen if they pass on that very information, and the boy declares that he's had the same idea. Raising his hand, Junchul asks what they're talking about and whether the idea they're discussing is a good one. Hyuk replies that it's, by and large, a trifle. Smiling, the young man informs the blonde that he and Haina were the ones who leaked the Elan incident. Junchul looks at the boy in shock, saying that he thinks he now understands who really killed Elan. We see kitchen utensils, and the blonde man declares that he now understands why Titan acted as if it knew everything in advance. The hero asks if the information the blonde has just learned is enough, and the blonde man replies that once it reaches Tyrant, the guild will immediately begin a war with Titan. Raising his right hand, Junchul says that they can then take advantage of the chaos that will result from the clash between two major fighting organizations and attempt to eliminate the two main enemies in the Titan Guild, namely Han Yang-suk and Kang Juntae. The blonde man declares that this is exactly the plan he has developed, and then asks the hero what he thinks of this strategy, and if he can find out his answer to his proposal right now. Hyuk looks at the blonde man over his folded hands. He declares that he agrees to do all this for Junchul. Haina, looking at the boy, asks if this means he agrees to founding a new guild, and Hyuk answers her question in the affirmative. We see statues of ancient gods, and the hero asks if he can suggest a name for the new guild, saying he wants to name it after the temple of the gods who overthrew the Titans. Raising his index finger, the hero announces that this name is Pantheon. Junchul says it's a very apt name, which, on top of everything else, perfectly suits the meaning, and Haina declares that she likes it too. The blonde, looking to his left, declares that in this case, they need to act quickly, as there's no point in putting anything off. He asks the girl to pass the information on to the Tyrant Guild. Haina looks closely at the young man, who says she can also find out who from the Titan Guild is willing to transfer to their organization, and the girl says she understands. Junchul puts his hand to his mouth and declares that he will prepare the supplies that were mentioned. Hyuk, confused, asks what he should do. Sang-ho lies on the bed. Junchul says the guild leader still needs protection, and although the search for him will likely be halted once the war between the two guilds begins, it would be a good idea for Hyuk to distract the hunters searching for the man. Men in black suits are walking down the narrow street, and the hero says he thinks he has a good idea. A young man in sunglasses calls for Squad B. Putting his hand to his ear, he reports that he has located Lee Haina and Kang Jin-hyuk, and they are running towards Sector D. The young man rushes after them, ordering all members of Squad B to move to Sector D. The hunters take off, indicating they understand the order. Clouds of the same color float above the white buildings. Dae-yoon, leaning on the railing, looks down. The young man looks to the right in surprise, and the hero tells him that he always finds the illusions this man creates incredibly convincing. The young man approaches Dae-yoon, who greets him. Hyuk praises the young man for a job well done and says that thanks to him, they bought themselves some time. Raising his right hand, the young man declares that he was glad to help and that he wants to return to the previously discussed question of why the rebellion broke out within the Titan Guild. Mountains are visible behind the hero, and he states that, as he said earlier, Han Yang-suk attempted to overthrow Seo Sang-ho. Dae-yoon thoughtfully says that he now understands why Sang-ho is hiding here, and the hero explains that the man asked for help, and it was given to him. The young man walks forward. Hyuk looks down from the roof of the building and explains that this is precisely why the Titan thugs are hunting them like crazy, and why he himself almost died fighting Kang Jun-tae. Dae-yoon looks at the young man in shock, asking if he really fought an S-class hunter. The hero tells him not to worry, claiming he's now capable of handling the man. Looking over his shoulder at Dae-yoon, the hero explains that he summoned him here for a slightly different reason. He explains that he's forming a new community of hunters to fight back against the Titan Guild and asks if Dae-yoon will join. Dae-yoon looks at the young man in surprise. City buildings are visible before us. One of them belongs to the third branch of the Tyrant Guild. Won-chul cleans his brass knuckles and asks if the Titan Guild really killed Elan and leaked the information to the media. The young man sitting on the couch in front of the tyrant leader confirms that this is indeed the case, and that Seo Sang-ho's secretary told him this. According to him, the girl announced that she was leaving the guild and now wants nothing more than money. We see a production facility at the foot of the cliffs. Won-chul learns that Titan Guild fighters infiltrated the building to steal an artifact, but when they were forced to kill Elan, they decided to divert suspicion by leaking the information to the media. We see a monster smashing its capsule. Won-chul is furious, again calling the Titan people damn bastards. We see a room. Someone says they won't sit idly by, and an order is given to summon everyone they can. A young man in a suit asks, surprised? Won-chul angrily replies that if it comes to that, they will strike first. The guild leader puts on brass knuckles. He raises his right hand and declares that from this moment on, he declares war on the Titan Guild. Clouds float above the building of the aforementioned organization. Someone runs into the room, shouting that they are in big trouble. Yang-suk and Jun-tae are seated at the table. A young man in black announces that the Tyrant Guild has invaded their territory. The blonde man pensively says that their new opponents are likely seeking revenge for the loss of their territories. The hunter says there's more to it than that, announcing that Guild Master Jo Won-chul is personally leading the attack and, furthermore, has officially declared war on the Titan Guild. Jun-tae looks at the speaker. Yang-suk, jumping up, demands that his subordinate repeat what he just said. He angrily shouts that this should have been reported immediately. The blonde man asks where Won-chul is now and calls the rival guild master a bastard. He learns that fighters from his own organization have moved in to stop this man, but they're having little success. Won-chul clenches his fist. He raises it to strike. The hunter does what he planned. The bus he hit lurches. The massive vehicle tumbles down the street, and the Titan Guild members can't believe their eyes. One of them orders his comrades to retreat. The fighters jump, letting the bus roll beneath them. Won-chul lunges at them, ready to tear his enemies apart. The hunter, holding a sword, declares this is sheer madness and can't believe Won-chul would go so far. Blood splatters. A subordinate reports to his superiors that they are losing squad after squad, making it difficult to track Won-chul's movements. Yang-suk calls his fighters useless fools. Jun-tae clutches his head. He claims he suspected something like this would happen because everything was so quiet, and he also says he never believed Jun-tae would simply accept the loss of his territory. Yang-suk furiously asks if the hunter actually finds this funny, reminding him that if things continue like this, they will both die. The blonde man declares that they must report everything to the Hunters Association so they can stop this madness. The man in black says that the association is already well aware of the situation, but they've only issued a non-committal warning. Yang-suk listens silently to his subordinate, who states that he doesn't think the association plans to take any active action in the future. Jun-tae declares that the organization is unlikely to lift a finger to stop the war, as this is the perfect opportunity to weaken two large guilds that have become too unruly. Yang-suk, looking at his subordinate, shouts that they need to change their negotiating tactics. He says the young man should demand the association's intervention under the pretext that civilians could be harmed. The hunter replies that he doesn't think that will work either, and the blonde man asks why he thinks that. We see a city street from an aerial view. Frightened people are running along it, and an announcement plays that a battle is unfolding in the 9th district between the Titan and Tyrant guilds, and all residents of the district are advised to evacuate to a safe place. A little girl cries over her mother lying on the road, screaming loudly, begging for help. A tongue of flame is visible in front of her hand. A hunter from the Tyrant Guild screams that he will kill all the Titan bastards. The flame he releases hits the enemy. The hooded and masked hunter staggers back after taking a blow, thinking he's fighting true madmen who aren't the least bit concerned about the civilians around them. Tears stream down the girl's cheeks, and someone tells her to stay still. A red bat and yellow flames are visible before her face. Hyuk jumps. Grinding his teeth in anger, he calls the fighters scum and screams that a child could have died because of them. Crouching down in front of the girl, the young man asks if she's okay. The child, looking at the young man, asks if he's come to save them. Hyuk replies that he has, and the girl needn't worry about anything anymore. The man turns to Haina, who is standing nearby, and orders them to ensure the civilian population is evacuated to a safe location. He says that all guild members must be informed that protecting unarmed civilians is a top priority. The girl makes it clear she understands the guild leader's message. Armored vehicles drive down the street, and the guild members are informed that protecting civilians is a top priority. Haina firmly states that this is the Pantheon Guild's first mission. A cabinet stands in the corner of the room, and someone explains that the newly formed guild protects civilians. The man in black, looking at Yang Suk, reports that this organization is called Pantheon. The blonde man, thoughtfully rubbing his chin, asks again, then declares that he's never heard of such a guild before. Juntae, looking up, says it seems an unknown organization is trying to make a name for itself in this war, and that many other mid-level guilds will likely follow suit. He then declares that it's far more important to deal with the tyrant bastards. Yang Suk, raising his left hand, interrupts the hunter. The blonde man says that the fighters protecting civilians, in his opinion, must be connected to Seo Sang-ho or Kong Jin-hyuk. Juntae, his face visibly scarred, asks in surprise what kind of nonsense this is. The young man pauses, saying that something about the name Pantheon still bothers him. A burning ancient temple can be seen behind Yang Suk. He declares that in Greek mythology, Pantheon was the temple of the deities who overthrew the Titans, and now he's almost certain that this name speaks to the new guild's intention to fight the Titan Guild. Juntae declares that the blonde man's assumption seems logical, and that he's very confused by the timing of this organization's appearance. They sit at a low table, and Yang Suk comments that the timing of Pantheon's appearance does indeed seem suspiciously opportune. Frowning, the scoundrel declares that these bastards are most likely secretly supporting the Tyrant Guild. The blonde man's phone rings in his breast pocket. He picks it up and asks what the current situation is, and is told that they've found out where Jo Won-chul is heading. Yang Suk happily says that's good, then asks where exactly the guild leader is headed. Cars are driving down the street, and the blonde hears that, judging by the current route, Won-chul is heading toward the Titan Guild headquarters. A stern man sits in the passenger seat of the car. Folding his hands in front of him, Yang Suk informs Juntae that their enemy is heading their way, and Juntae asks in surprise. Looking sternly at the hunter, the blonde says that this is their chance to end this war once and for all, then asks if Juntae can defeat the enemy guild leader. The guild leader, frowning, declares that this fool is heading to his death, assuring him that this place will become Won-chul's grave. The hunter holds his sword with both hands. He strikes, but the enemy blocks the attack. The young man, looking at the enemy, asks if all the Titan Guild members are so weak. The next second, he takes a blow. The hunter flies back and falls on his back. A fighter in a respirator sighs heavily and declares that this guy has talked too much. A battle unfolds outside, and a fighter from the Titan Guild curses, thinking his opponents are nothing special, but there are so many of them. Hunters in black robes set up magical formations in front of them, announcing that the spell has been prepared. Fireballs shoot upward. An explosion occurs. People look up in fear. Someone urges them to remain calm. Jun-chul, gesturing behind himself, declares that his guild's hunters will protect the civilians and advises evacuation in the direction he points. People stroll through a green park, and a blonde man says that once the townspeople are there, they will be safe. Jun-chul stands before the crowd, hands raised, declaring that if anyone present ever finds themselves in the middle of a guild war like today, they can always rely on the help of the organization he represents. A young man shows the name of the organization on his phone and asks everyone to remember the guild, which always supports the people. A blonde man holds the smartphone with both hands and declares that his guild is called Pantheon. People look at Jun-chul in surprise. Someone asks what kind of Pantheon this is, and one of the girls says the guy looks a little strange. Hyung-il informs his comrade that a representative from the association has arrived. A man in a suit approaches the blonde man. Jun-chul greets him, and the man asks if these are really the people who helped evacuate civilians. The men in down jackets unload a car, and an association worker thanks Jun-chul, saying that thanks to him, they were able to avoid a real disaster. He then declares that the association will now take over. The blonde man declares he doesn't need thanks, and that he was simply doing what he thought was right. The two men stand facing each other. The man declares he didn't expect to learn of a guild that cares for civilians. He asks for the name of this organization. Jun-chul says he's pleased to hear that the association views his guild that way, then reveals that it's called Pantheon. Jun-chul and Hyung-il walk along a park path. The blonde man declares that the association always shows up late and tries to smooth things over with empty words. Hyung-il, looking at his comrade, says that they nevertheless achieved their goal. Jun-chul confirms that they've managed to create a favorable opinion of Pantheon among the general public. We see the young man's face. He says that now even the association sees their guild in a positive light, and thus, the goal has truly been achieved. The hero flies over the buildings. Jun-chul declares that they've done their job, and now everything depends on their guild leader, Kong Jin-hyuk. The hero looks focused. White clouds float above the tall buildings. Haina and Jun-chul stand before the hero. The young man explains that this is a war between two major guilds, so the scale of destruction will be enormous. Since everything is happening inside the city, civilians will continue to suffer, so their guild's main priority will be protecting people and creating a positive image of Pantheon. Hyuk sits with his hands folded in front of him. Junchul, raising his right hand, says that they are doing everything in their power to protect the population, but to prevent them from suffering, the war must be stopped. Hyuk asks not to worry about this. His phone rings in his pocket. Hyuk puts the device to his ear and asks how things are going. He is told that everything is developing as expected, and Jo Wonchul is now heading to the Titan Guild headquarters. The young man hangs up and tells his interlocutors that he needs to hurry. Haina asks the hero who he was talking to just now. The hero pockets his phone and explains that Daeyoon is tracking Jo Wonchul's movements at his request. The girl, surprised, asks why the young man would need to do this. Hyuk asks if Haina knows what kind of destruction will occur in the city if Juntae and Wonchul begin their battle on its territory. Haina imagines a powerful explosion and declares that the city will be almost completely destroyed. Raising her left hand, the girl says that if the two begin fighting, one of them will definitely die, then asks if the young man really wants to take the situation to such extremes. The young man, smiling, informs him that Wonchul is currently heading to the Titan Guild headquarters. Haina, astonished, asks if this means the battle will begin soon. The hero, rising from his seat, says that this is likely what will happen, but he has his own plan for that. He declares that now that both scoundrels are in the same place, he will destroy them both. His eyes glow with a very unkind light. Haina crouches in surprise, asking if the hero really intends to destroy them both. She tries to figure out if he's serious. She thinks he's noticeably stronger, but doubts he can single-handedly eliminate two S-rank hunters. Hyuk, raising his hands, declares that he will take care of the characters he just mentioned, and that his companions should focus on ensuring the safety of civilians. The girl says she understands and asks the guild leader to be careful. The boy, bending his knees, replies that his enemy should worry about caution and safety. Hyuk takes off. Junchul and Haina stare after him in amazement. The girl thinks they have no choice but to trust the hero and simply do what he's told them to do. She looks up, silently pleading with Hunter Kong Jin Hyuk to return safely. Cars are driving down the city street. One of them brakes abruptly. Someone gets out. Wonchul puts on brass knuckles and declares that he believes he's reached the base of the Titan bastards. Two hunters in respirators block his path. One of them reports that the man can't go any further. The other recognizes who's in front of them. Guildmaster Tyrant calmly walks forward. One of the fighters shouts that it's Jo Wonchul and asks what he's doing here, and his comrade fearfully asks what they should do next. Raising his hand, the hunter demands that his comrade contact headquarters immediately, and the latter replies that he will do so right away. The hunter, putting his hand to his ear, reports that Jo Wonchul is approaching the main entrance and is requesting immediate reinforcements. The guards scatter. One of them lies unconscious against the wall. Wonchul says he's not interested in eliminating small fry. The guildmaster takes off. With a menacing expression, the man rushes forward, telling the remaining fighter that if he doesn't want to die, he must call the guildmaster here immediately. The hunter desperately tries to reach headquarters, then lets out a piercing scream, sending blood spraying into the air. A cabinet stands in the corner of the room. Yang Suk asks if Jo Wonchul has truly arrived, then asks him to hold out a little longer and promises to come down soon. Yang Suk and Juntae sit across from each other. The blonde declares that the leader of Tyrant has indeed come to their headquarters. The S-class hunter replies that he never thought that this fool would come to his own death. Yang Suk says that Wonchul is now at the main entrance, and that the guy knows what needs to be done. Frowning, Wonchul declares that he will sort everything out and bring the blonde the head of the Tyrant Guild leader as a gift. The TV anchors read out breaking news. Viewers watch attentively, learning that a war between two major guilds has broken out in the city center, and to prevent civilian casualties, the police and the Hunters Association have cordoned off the area. A police officer raises a glowing baton. A young law enforcement officer leads the way, and the anchors report that the Hunters Association has also set up temporary shelters for residents of the affected areas, and anyone in the danger zone must evacuate immediately under the direction of a Hunters Association representative. Wonchul strikes with a knuckle duster, hitting one of the hunters in the face. Another fighter is behind him. The man grabs the blade and breaks it, saying that all this is starting to irritate him. His hand, holding the knuckle duster, flies forward again. The opponent he struck is thrown back, and Wonchul angrily asks if anyone really thinks they can stop him. With his arms outstretched, he declares that the Titan Guild is effectively defunct. The man asks if the weaklings he sees are the elite forces guarding the main base. One of the hunters looks at his colleague and declares that they must retreat immediately, as they won't be able to hold out against an S-rank hunter. The hunter orders his comrade to shut up, declaring that if they retreat now, their guild will surely be destroyed. He orders them to hold the line until a new guild leader appears. Receiving the order to attack, the Titan Guild hunters rush the enemy. Clouds of dust rise around the fallen fighter. His comrade also lies on the road. Wonchul says that it seems Seo Sang-ho has made a lot of changes in his organization. Dozens of enemies lie before him, and the man says that guild members are dying left and right, and their leader doesn't even dare show his face. Wonchul's mouth wide open, he yells at Seo Sang-ho to stop hiding like a rat and come out, threatening to destroy everything if he doesn't. A voice emerges from the cloud of smoke, calling the guild master a savage and claiming he's been going crazy for quite some time. Juntae rushes forward, spear in hand. He finds himself in front of Wonchul and asks who allowed him to go crazy in this place. Guildmaster Tyrant looks at his opponent in confusion, calls him by name, and asks what he's doing here. Juntae strikes with his spear but misses. He grabs his enemy by the collar. Throwing him far to the side, the young man declares that he is the new guild master of Titan. Wonchul breaks a tree with his back, gritting his teeth in rage. The man lands on his feet. Standing in the middle of the road, he asks in bewilderment if this is really the new guild master of Titan. The man asks what happened to Seo Sang-ho in this case. Juntae, smiling, declares that he won't say what happened to the man, but Wonchul can ask him personally when they meet in the afterlife. Wonchul, placing his hand on his head, laughs loudly. Looking menacingly at his opponent, he declares that Juntae will be the one who meets Sang-ho in the afterlife, and that it will happen today. The man pushes off from the road he was standing on. The opponents quickly close in, the young man shouting loudly that the tyrant guild master is bluffing again, and will kill him right here. The man screams hysterically that they will now see who is bluffing. We see two pairs of legs. Yan-suk and the masked hunter look on in bewilderment at what is unfolding before their eyes. They see numerous fighters lying in the middle of the road. The blond man, astonished, asks if Wonchul has actually managed to deal with them all, and his companion confirms this. Raising his left hand, Yang-suk asks if it's possible to bring healers to treat these people. The hunter replies that these specialists are fighting other battles, so it would be incredibly difficult to summon them here. The blond man, astonished, asks if they're really all on missions. We see a battle unfolding in the street. Yang-suk learns that all the guild's available units are engaged in combat, so there are simply no free men, and this applies not only to healers but to all of their organization's personnel. Yang-suk is plunged into deep thought, thinking that now that his troops are spread out, Jo Wonchul has attacked their headquarters, meaning he chose the perfect time for this attack. He feels like the bastard had this whole thing planned from the start. The blond man stares thoughtfully ahead, believing this war to be merely a distraction, and that the Tyrant Guildmaster's true goal was an attack on Titan's main base, designed to destroy the organization's leadership. Juntae rushes toward the enemy. Wonchul does the same. Yang-suk thinks such a reckless plan would hardly have any chance of success, but the power of S-rank hunters makes even the impossible possible. The opponents engage in close combat, and the blond man realizes that ultimately, the winner of this war will be determined in this battle between two S-rank hunters. Torches burn on the walls. Lucia sits on the floor, thoughtfully rubbing her chin, stating that she's been analyzing everything for several days now, but there's still much she doesn't understand. She holds a piece of paper with a magical formation in her hands. She looks at the ceiling, where another such figure is visible. Lucia thinks that if she can decipher this magic circle, she will be able to return to her dimension. She has sheets of paper laid out in front of her. Putting her hand on her knee, she thinks about how, having left this place, she will no longer be able to eat such delicious sweets. The elf licks her lips, saying that she must enjoy them while she still can. Lucia gets to her feet, thinking that Kang Jin-hyuk hasn't been here for a long time. The girl remembers how the guy said that he didn't need any help and simply left. It's clear that the beauty is worried. She says that she really hopes that nothing happened to the hero. White clouds float over the city. A dark figure is visible above the roof of the building. Hyuk looks focused. Lucia thinks that perhaps she's worried about him for nothing after all. The hero lands on the roof. We see the young man's leg. The boy stares ahead, and Lucia thinks that this young man is probably stronger than the so-called S-rank hunters he's about to face. Wonchul fires blue beams at his opponent. Juntae spins his spear, defending himself from the attack. One of the opponents jumps, leaving a mark on the ground. Juntae flies up to the clan leader from above. The young man brings his weapon down on the enemy. Wonchul, gritting his teeth with tension, uses the shield skill. Juntae's blow hits the ground. A damaged car is visible in the street. Sparks fly in the air, their number growing. A skyscraper collapses not far from the battling hunters. The hero walks forward. He stops. The giant building seems to fall right on top of him. The boy looks up sadly, realizing that these bastards are fighting each other, not even thinking about what's around them. Hyuk's legs fold, remembering that the S-rank hunter's strength is comparable to a natural disaster, and now that he sees it for what it is, he's convinced of the truth of the descriptions he's heard. He takes the bat with both hands, thinking that not long ago he wouldn't have dared to intervene in this battle. A mark from the blow appears before his face. He shatters a round object. Debris flies overhead. A smile crosses his face, thinking that the situation has changed, and he can destroy both S-rank hunters. Mangled cars are visible in the street. Clouds of smoke rise from the road. The hands of the fighting hunters are close together. Bright sparks sparkle around them. Juntae and Wonchul look at each other. Guildmaster Tyrant says that this damn bastard is much stronger than he thought. His opponent declares that Wonchul is acting tough, although inside he is probably shaking with terror. Hyuk shouts at them to stand still and not move. Surprise appears on Juntae's face. Wonchul looks up in amazement. A red bat flies in front of him. The hero hits the ground, scattering the opponents in different directions. Juntae stands with his legs bent, asking what the hell is going on. The hero, holding the bat, declares that he is very sorry that he did not get in and smash both scumbags with one blow. Wonchul frowns and looks at the young man. Hyuk stands between the two opponents. Guildmaster Tyrant tries to figure out who this guy is. The hero looks at Juntae and says that it seems like they haven't seen each other in a while, and Juntae recognizes the young man. Placing his spear over his shoulder, the young man declares that it looks like he's standing before the same loser who got a good beating and ran away. Juntae, his arms hanging low, frowns at the hero, trying to figure out where this scoundrel came from. Guildmaster Tyrant pauses, sensing the energy emanating from the boy, akin to a rank A or even rank S hunter. Streams of yellow energy rise around the young man, and Wonchul tries to recall if there's such a hunter in Korea. Hyuk glances at Guildmaster Tyrant standing nearby and realizes it's Jo Wonchul. He frowns at the hero, and Hyuk suspects him of being the same bastard who sacrificed countless women to feed Elon. The hero asks if he can ask one question, then asks if the people standing before him consider themselves hunters. Jun-tae looks at the hero in confusion, and the hero urges both of them to look around. Wonchul's expression is one of anger and bewilderment. Destroyed buildings are visible all around, and Hyuk says the city lies in ruins. A fire truck drives down the street. As rescuers attempt to revive a man, the hero tells the hunters that innocent people caught in the middle of the action are suffering, and even dying. Emergency workers carry a man lying on a stretcher. The hero, looking at Jun-tae and Wonchul, asks if they feel guilty, realizing what they've done. The young man, smiling, declares that the boy is talking nonsense. Frowning, he asks what civilians they're talking about, and why they should worry about mere insects. A bug crawls along the road, and Jun-tae asks if the hero worries about the bugs he accidentally crushes while going about his business, and what significance these useless, weak, and incompetent people have. Hyuk looks sadly at the young man, who declares that he thought Seo Sang-ho was a hypocrite pretending to be some kind of righteous person, and never thought that a naive puppy who behaved exactly like that would appear before him. The hero, whose lower face we see, declares that he is now absolutely certain that these are creatures far worse than animals. Jun-tae looks at the young man in bewilderment. He is clutching his bat. He stands between two opponents. Wonchul looks at the young man silently. Frowning, the young man thanks his interlocutors for making his task easier, declaring that he can now destroy them without hesitation or doubt. The hero holds the bat in his hand. Pointing it at the opponent, he declares that he will kill him. Jun-tae stands calmly, his spear resting on his shoulder, and says he thinks he misheard. Anger appears on his face, and the brunette declares that it remains to be seen who will kill whom next. Hyuk stands between the two hunters. Jun-tae asks Wonchul to wait for him a bit, as he needs to deal with a very impudent bastard. Raising his hands, the Tyrant Guild Master declares that everything is fine with him, and that he will enjoy this wonderful performance. A smile appears on the man's face, thinking that everything is working out perfectly, and if these two exhaust each other, he will surely emerge victorious. The hero turns to him and declares that he would not mind killing both scoundrels at once. Jun-tae calls the man a bastard. He rushes to attack, indignantly asking why the man is acting so insolently. Jun-tae throws his spear forward, loudly yelling that the hero is about to die. Hyuk, holding his hand out in front of him, says that Jun-tae, like a fool, only attacked out of anger. The brunette's spear hits the barrier the young man has erected in front of him. A look of confusion crosses the young man's face. He cannot understand how the hero can block his attack when, just recently, he was unable to do anything against him. Hyuk is completely calm. He pushes off from the ground. The brunette's spear flies past him, and the young man asks why his opponent looks so shocked. Jun-tae looks at the boy in shock. He strikes the spear with the bat, and says he hasn't even started yet. Hyuk strikes, sending Jun-tae flying far back. Wonchul, watching all this, thinks he's witnessing something completely impossible. Jun-tae, blocking, tries to compose himself. The leader of the Tyrant Guild can't believe that this hunter flew away like some kind of feather. Jun-tae frowns and looks at his opponent. He pushes off the ground and charges. A red bat flies past Jun-tae's face. The hero's weapon emits electrical discharges. The brunette, grabbing the spear with both hands, calls his opponent a scumbag. He pushes off the ground. The young man strikes, indignantly asking how the hero dared leave another scratch on his face. Hyuk jumps back and lands on his feet. Clouds of smoke rise from beneath his boots. The battle takes place in a dilapidated city block. Jun-tae declares that he doesn't know how the boy managed to do it, but he's definitely gotten stronger. Rubbing his face with his fingers, he admits that he faces a worthy opponent. Hyuk calmly looks at the villain, who says it's a shame he didn't kill him last time. The hero, smiling, says he understands Jun-tae's regret. Jun-tae declares that none of this changes anything, and he intends to kill the boy right now. Hyuk clutches his shoulder, declaring that the scoundrel can't even dream of such a thing, and explains that on the day he narrowly escaped, he made a promise to himself. A fire lights up in the boy's eyes, and he vows to become stronger and kill the one who wronged him. The opponents look at each other. Jun-tae, his expression bewildered, thinks he's faced with a very serious problem. He tries to understand how the boy managed to make such progress and seems to understand what's going on. Raising his hands, Jun-tae says that the bastard used the stolen Elan's elixir. Wonchul angrily asks why that name was just mentioned. Jun-tae, standing across the street, asks if the guild master of Tyrant really doesn't know that the bastard killed Elan and took the elixir, and Wonchul asks in confusion. The man angrily calls the hero a piece of shit, asking if the bastard from Titan is telling the truth and if the boy really stole the elixir. Hyuk smiles mysteriously. He reaches into his pocket. The boy takes out a small container and asks if this is the substance he's talking about. Wonchul rushes forward, calling the hero a son of a bitch. He quickly approaches the boy. Guildmaster Tyrant raises his brass knuckles to strike, continuing to hurl vile insults at the hero. His hand flies past the dodging youth. Hyuk and Wonchul are in close proximity, and the man can't understand how the bastard managed to dodge. He delivers another blow, challenging the boy to try to avoid it as well. A trace of his jump is visible on the ground. One chul misses and hits the ground, with Hyuk visible above him. The hero somersaults in the air, and Guildmaster Tyrant thinks it's simply impossible, unable to understand how the boy could have jumped at such an angle. A drone is visible above the hero. Hyuk thinks that if he had missed one chul's final blow, he could very well have died. The boy notices the aircraft hovering above him. Mountains are visible behind the drone. A camera films the action, and a reporter, off-camera, announces that viewers are seeing a live broadcast of a battle between two S-rank hunters. He claims the battlefield has become a veritable war zone, with every building destroyed. An armored vehicle drives down the road, and the reporter claims that a third hunter intervened after the battle began. A drone feed is visible on the vehicle's screen, and the presenter says the identity of this young man has not been established, but he calmly confronts two S-rank hunters. Haina declares that everything is going according to plan, and it seems the media has begun covering the battle. The girl thinks everything is going exactly as Hyuk wanted. One chul strikes with brass knuckles. His hand flies past the young man's chin. Hyuk holds a bat in his hand, and Juntae can't believe what he just saw, thinking that even he has a hard time avoiding one chul's attacks. However, the young man dodged it without a problem, and now counterattacks. The hero strikes the Tyrant Guildmaster's jaw with the handle of his bat. The brunette watches thoughtfully, still trying to understand how Hyuk has become so strong that he can so easily dispatch one chul. The man falls to the ground. Hyuk stands in the middle of the street. Kneeling, one chul calls the young man a little bastard. Holding his jaw, he asks in bewilderment if the boy really didn't hit with full force. The Tyrant Guildmaster grits his teeth in anger, declaring that Hyuk seems to think too little of his opponent. The young man calmly looks at his enemy. It's Juntae. One chul, whose lips are split, demands that the young man stay out of the way and promises to deal with the bastard himself. The man raises his head and begins generating powerful jets of energy around himself. The hero puts his hands forward to protect himself from this radiation. One chul lunges, declaring that he must kill this bastard with his own hands, promising that everything will be different now. The man strikes. Hyuk makes several lightning-fast movements, dodging the attack. A bright white trail is visible in the air. The hero strikes his opponent in the chest, claiming he felt no difference at all. Hyuk, looking at the back of his bewildered enemy's head, declares that it was exactly the same last time. One chul, trying to maintain his balance, curses silently. Grinding his teeth in rage, he tries to figure out if the young man is really doing all this with his bare hands. A red bat is visible next to his head. The guild leader puts his hands forward and takes the blow, realizing he barely defended himself from this attack. Juntae flies up behind the hero. Smiling, he calls the young man an idiot and asks if he really thought he would just stand there and do nothing. The bat collides with the spear. The weapon Juntae wields begins to crumble. It shatters into a multitude of small pieces. The brunette, judging by his expression, is shocked. Hyuk, throwing him aside, asks if an S-rank hunter really attacks from behind like some kind of rat. Juntae falls to the ground. One chul, approached by his recent opponent, asks if he would agree to temporarily team up with him to deal with Hyuk. The brunette, lying on the ground, declares that since he has no other choice, he agrees. One chul declares that in this case, they will form a temporary alliance. Juntae, wiping his mouth with his hand, declares that if the Tyrant Guildmaster stabs him in the back, he will die first. Juntae calls him a son of a bitch, and urges him to quickly take a fighting stance. Hyuk glares menacingly at his opponents. One chul says that no matter how strong this bastard is, two S-rank hunters should be enough to put him in his place. Mountains are visible beyond the city buildings. A reporter reports that the war between two major guilds continues, and the identities of the S-rank hunters participating in the battle have already been identified. Two young men are standing on a balcony. The reporter reports that they are Guildmaster Jo One Chul and Kang Juntae, but the identity of the young man who intervened in their battle remains unknown. He also informs viewers that there has been no news of Seo Sang-ho, the Guildmaster of Titan, for a long time. The man just mentioned in the report lies on the bed. His eyes are closed. Sang-ho opens them. He puts on a white shirt. As he buttons it, the man thinks he slept like a baby, and he can't remember the last time that happened. Sang-ho tightens his tie. He adjusts his hair, and the man tries to figure out where Haina is now. An armored car drives down the road. A phone rings. The secretary looks at her device's screen. She answers the call and, hearing her boss's voice, happily asks if he's awake. Sang-ho asks what's going on and where he is. Hunters are fighting on a city street, and the secretary explains that while the guild leader was asleep, a war broke out between Titan and Tyrant, and she's currently near the battle zone. The city is shown from an aerial view. Sang-ho, astonished, asks what war they're talking about and why Haina is there. The secretary replies that it's a long story. Ancient Greek gods are visible above the hero's head. Haina informs her boss that Kang Jin-hyuk has formed a new guild, and she has joined. Sang-ho holds the phone to his ear, stunned by the news that the hero has become the founder of a new organization of hunters. Sang-ho, sitting down on the couch, asks what the hell is going on. A low table sits in front of the man. The guild leader says he should call the hero himself and ask what's going on. Haina replies that the boy probably won't be able to answer the phone right now. Hyuk rushes forward, and Sang-ho asks why he can't answer. One chul raises his hand to deliver another blow, and the secretary says the hero is currently fighting. Jun-tae clenches his teeth in tension, and Haina informs the man that the boy is fighting Kang Jun-tae and Jo Won-chul. The opponents launch simultaneous blows, but the boy manages to miss them. Sang-ho jumps up, asking for a repeat of who is fighting whom. The man, lost in thought, presses the phone to his ear. He understands that Hyuk is very strong, but he feels that the boy simply cannot defeat two S-class hunters at once. Sang-ho thinks he must immediately go to the boy's aid and asks Haina to send him the address where the battle is unfolding. The girl worriedly explains that Sang-ho only recently woke up after a long recovery and shouldn't subject himself to such stress. Sang-ho firmly declares that this is all happening only because of him, and he can't sit back and do nothing while someone is trying to fix the situation. Haina states that she understands perfectly well that Sang-ho is exactly who he is and will not change. The guild leader holds the phone to his ear, and the girl agrees to send him information about the hero's location. Haina sends the information her leader needs. Looking up, the girl says that in any case, she is very glad that Sang-ho has recovered. We see the armored vehicle carrying Haina. The secretary worries that the man will have a hard time after a long recovery, but she understands that now is the time to trust him and focus on the tasks entrusted to her. The combat vehicle takes off, and Haina thinks that now is not the time to hesitate. Dust kicked up by the car settles on the road, and the girl thinks that there are things only she can do. Jun-tae charges forward. He exchanges blows with the hero. The young man frowns, realizing that the hero has read his every intention. Blow marks are visible near the young man's head. A mark from his jump remains on the road. Hyuk and Jun-tae stand before each other, weapons crossed, and the self-proclaimed leader of the Titan Guild curses and demands that the hero die quickly. Sparks fly around the enemy, and Jun-tae calls the young man a bastard and shouts at him for underestimating S-rank hunters. A wry grin spreads across his face, saying they'll use any means necessary to achieve their goals. Won-chul approaches the hero from behind, warning his ally to be careful. Guildmaster Tyrant strikes, leaving a mark on the ground. Hyuk flies into the air, and Won-chul's fist hits the spear Jun-tae has held out in front of him. The brunette calls the man an idiot and complains about how he nearly hit him, asking if Won-chul knows how to work as a team. Guildmaster Tyrant glares at the young man and demands he shut up. The opponents stand in the middle of the road. Won-chul declares that if his ally has the strength to complain, he should consider drinking a mana potion while he holds off their common enemy. Jun-tae stares thoughtfully ahead, realizing that the Tyrant Guildmaster is right. The collar of his jacket covers the hunter's chin. The young man opens the system window and clicks on the mana potion icon. Jun-tae realizes he never imagined he would have to rely on Jo Won-chul's help. The brunette pours the contents of the bottle into himself, realizing that if they put all their mana into a combined attack, they can destroy their opponent. Jun-tae wipes his lips with his fingers. The hero stops the fist flying at him. Won-chul groans in pain. His eyes widen. He looks at his opponent, who asks what happened to Guildmaster Tyrant, and advises him to quickly deal with whoever is holding him so he can take Alon's elixir. Hyuk, looking at his enemy with icy calm, demands that he put in a little more effort, otherwise he will be the first to die. The young man clenches his opponent's fist. He raises his bat. The next second, the weapon slams into Guildmaster Tyrant's jaw. The man flies backwards. He slams his head on the road with all his might. Hyuk stands in the middle of the street. Jun-tae, looking at him in amazement, tries to understand what the hell just happened. Won-chul is lying next to a container blocking the road. The hero walks forward. The guildmaster appears to be knocked out. Hyuk approaches him and is surprised to find him still breathing. Frowning, the young man declares that he cannot allow Jo Won-chul to live, as he has committed the most heinous crimes. We see the waiter who invited Lucia to the restaurant. The girls flee in terror, and Hyuk declares that Won-chul lured innocent women into his net and kept them captive. The young man touches the capsule and accuses the scoundrel of feeding his captives to a monster called Alon. This is the very monster in question. Dae-yoon sits shackled, and Hyuk declares that Won-chul sent those who refused to obey to prison. Now he remembers one of the Tyrant Guild fighters, and the hero declares that Won-chul addicted his loyal followers to drugs. Looking down on his enemy, the young man declares that he must die for all of this. Won-chul lies trembling on the ground, unable to believe what has happened. Hyuk stands over him, the leader of the Tyrant Guild, realizing his death is pathetic. The hero, grasping the bat with both hands, asks the man if he has any last words. Won-chul, looking at the guy in horror, says he wants to ask just one question. If he's really going to kill him over such a trifle, then declares that if the hero wants his guild, he'll give it to him. Hyuk, looking at the enemy with disdain, claims he's confused, but the guy says he gave him the final say, not the chance to negotiate. We see the girls locked in a cell. Hyuk says that when he saw the captives that day, he made his decision. The guy prepares to strike, and Won-chul asks if he's really going to kill him for such a trivial reason. Hyuk plunges his weapon into the bastard's chest, saying he has more than enough reasons, but he's not going to voice them all, since even the one he's already mentioned is enough. The bat emits electric shocks. Won-chul throws his head back, unable to believe he's dying in such a pathetic and shameful manner. The bastard's eyes turn white. His irises are practically dissolving, and Won-chul thinks this isn't the end. White streams are visible above the hero. The leader of the Tyrant Guild shows no signs of life, and the young man calls him a piece of shit and bids him farewell. Pressing his bat into the bastard's chest, he declares that he will owe an apology in the afterlife to the people he caused. Hyuk retrieves his weapon from the slain enemy. Juntae watches the hero from afar, trying to figure out if the young man really killed Wonchul. The villain thinks he might attack the young man from behind. The hunter looks terrified. His mouth slightly open, he stares at the hero, thinking that even if he tries to attack, he's unlikely to succeed. Juntae takes off running, realizing that if he doesn't escape now, the same fate awaits him as Wonchul. Hyuk notices the second hunter trying to escape. Smiling, he asks where he's going. The hero throws his weapon at the enemy. The bat flies toward Juntae. The hunter turns and deflects it with his spear. The hero's weapon flies high into the air and crashes into the wall of the building. Hyuk takes off. He flies after his enemy, who says he's not running at all, but simply breaking free from the hook he's caught on this time. Juntae thinks Hyuk is an idiot if he thinks he can catch up. The young man catches up with the fugitive and asks if he seriously thought he was moving faster than him. Juntae, looking at the hero in shock, asks how that's even possible. Looking at him with snake-like eyes, Haina declares that the young man shouldn't hold back and offers to settle their differences once and for all. Juntae stares at the hero in amazement. The armored vehicle stops, and Haina tells her boss that they've arrived. He gets out of the car. They stand on the road, and the secretary says that if they go a little further, Sang-ho will find themselves in the battle zone. The man declares that he understands everything and that in that case, he will go. Haina asks him to reconsider, and asks if Sang-ho really wants to go there. He, looking at the girl, declares that he is very ashamed that Hyuk is doing everything himself. Haina says that it would be much better if Sang-ho gathered his strength a little more. The man steps away from her. Looking over his shoulder at the girl, he declares that he is the one who must end this battle. The secretary replies that Sang-ho is incredibly stubborn and asks the man to take care of himself. The guild leader turns away from Haina. With his back to her, he tells her not to worry. Looking up, the man silently asks Hunter Kang Jin Hyuk to wait for him, as he is already rushing to his aid. A dark figure is visible on the roof of the building. Yan-suk, frowning, thinks the situation has become too complicated. Standing above the battle, the blonde man thinks there should have been two S-class hunters fighting here, but now a third has joined them. Yan-suk is confused about who this young man is. The hero strikes. Juntae is sent flying backwards, and Yan-suk is confused about this young man who, as far as he can see, is defeating an S-class hunter. Hyuk strikes with his right hand. Yan-suk frowns at the scene and realizes he has no choice but to leave Kang Won-chul. The blonde man remembers Sang-ho pointing at him and thinks about how he wanted to create the strongest guild in the country, but the leader of that organization did nothing but hinder him. The scoundrel puts the phone to his ear. Sang-ho coughs up blood, and Yang-suk thinks that this is why he had to get rid of the Titan guild leader. We see the headquarters of the aforementioned organization, and Yang-suk thinks that he finally has the opportunity to create what he wants, and he's not going to give up on his dream. We see the scoundrel's face. He mentally apologizes to the S-class hunter for abandoning him, thinking that now he needs to go to win public opinion over. Haina tells Sang-ho that she has something to do, and the man asks what exactly. A drone hovers in the air, and the girl declares that while she was surveying the area with the aircraft, she noticed something. Sang-ho lands on his feet, and Haina informs him that Han Yang-suk was on the roof of the Titan Guild headquarters. Sang-ho stands behind his former second-in-command. The blonde man turns around, his face contorted in horror, as he recognizes Sang-ho. We see the young man's blue eye, and Yang-suk asks in amazement how his former boss ended up here. His mouth wide open, he calls out to the blonde man. The man raises his hand, calling the traitor a vile bastard. Sang-ho grabs the blonde man by the collar. Looking at him, he asks why he acted so vilely. Yang-suk declares that the man knows perfectly well, and that the Titan Guild no longer needs him. Sang-ho asks in amazement, and the blonde man he's holding by the collar replies that the organization doesn't need a leader who holds it back. Looking the man in the face, he declares that they truly don't need him. Sang-ho says that's complete nonsense, and that the bastard in front of him is simply trying to justify himself after his insatiable greed caused problems that will lead to the guild's destruction. Yang-suk, his hands hanging low, screams that he saved the guild before its shitty leader completely destroyed it. Sang-ho declares that the bastard is wrong, and now, after everything that happened, Titan is simply doomed to disappear. Yang-suk, gritting his teeth, looks at the man, who says that his deputy misjudged the situation and ruined everything. A translucent sphere appears around the blonde man's hand, and he yells at Sang-ho to shut up. The bastard holds a knife in his hand and screams at the former guild leader to stop spouting nonsense. Yang-suk strikes, but misses. Sang-ho, looking over his shoulder, declares that this bastard disappoints him until the very end. A trace of his jump is visible on the roof. Yang-suk rushes away from Sang-ho, thinking that he was only trying to create the best guild, and if not for that damned C-rank hunter, everything would have gone according to plan. Sang-ho gives chase to the scoundrel, who continues to think that he will definitely prove himself right. A weapon appears in the man's hand. Flying over the blonde, he asks where he is going. The man strikes, shouting that the time has come to answer for the disaster Yang-suk caused. The blow hits the blonde in the head, and he lets out a piercing scream. Two dark figures appear before us. Sang-ho lands. His former second-in-command falls backward. The man, standing over his fallen enemy, declares that this bastard has been fully held accountable. Sang-ho flies forward, axe raised in front of him, thinking he's wasted too much time on the traitor and can't waste any more time. We see the man's face. He thinks he must find the hunter, Kang Jin-hyuk, immediately. The hero holds his bat in his hand. He strikes and hits the enemy in the chest. Juntae, clutching his neck, stands with his legs bent, realizing he can't breathe properly. The hero looks at the enemy with his snake-like eyes and asks if he thinks this is the end. Juntae falls to his knees. Hyuk tells the bastard to get up and keep fighting. The man, gritting his teeth, thinks he's reached his limit and can't even move. The hero swings the bat and says the bastard is going to die now. He really doesn't want to die, so he yells at the young man to wait. Hyuk looks at the enemy in bewilderment. The young man asks him if he can spare him. Hyuk stands before his kneeling enemy. Juntae says that if the young man spares him, he will give him everything he has, even if it means the Titan Guild. The young man, frowning at his opponent, asks if he remembers their last encounter. Hyuk recalls Juntae stabbing him. The hero breathes heavily, leaning against the wall. He clutches the spear embedded in his chest. Hyuk reminds him that he didn't ask for mercy then. The spear trembles in the hero's hand. Juntae looks at the young man with pleading eyes and asks him to wait. The hero replies that he fought to the very end that day. Juntae raises his hands in fear. The hero tells him that if the hunter wants to live, the young man interrupts and begs him to stop, as he has no strength left to fight. Hyuk strikes and finishes his sentence, declaring that they must fight to the very end, blood spraying into the air. The hero hits his enemy. He looks at him with merciless eyes. Juntae falls at the hero's feet. Hyuk stands over the body of the fallen enemy. The young man looks down thoughtfully. The young man's gaze is sad. The hero looks up, thinking about achieving his goal and defeating the S-rank bastards on his own, when someone calls out to him. Hyuk turns around in surprise. Sang-ho approaches him and asks if the young man is wounded. The hero recognizes the man and calls him by name. Sang-ho, his mouth slightly open, looks at the young man. Smiling, Hyuk asks when he regained consciousness and if everything is alright. Sang-ho replies that he regained consciousness only recently, and has fully recovered, so there is no need to worry about him. Raising his right hand, the man asks what happened. Hyuk, smiling, replies that it's a long story, and that he was recently fortunate enough to become significantly stronger, thanks to which he was able to destroy 2 S-rank hunters. Sang-ho, amazed, asks how the young man managed to become so powerful in such a short time. The hero says he will explain everything in detail later, but right now he has much more important matters, and they must work together to repair the damage caused by the battle between the 2 hunters. A bird's-eye view of the dilapidated city block is shown. Sang-ho, looking at the man, says that he shouldn't worry about such things, and that he and Lee Hainao will take care of everything themselves. He then reports that his secretary informed him that the association is summoning the hunter Kang Jin-hyuk. The hero, surprised, asks again. Before us is the Hunters Association headquarters. Hyuk, standing in the middle of a spacious hall, hears that a test is about to begin. He thinks he came by invitation and didn't expect to be tested right away. The young man is tasked with destroying drones while avoiding their attacks. A combat drone is visible next to the hero. The boy doesn't understand what's happening, but learns that the test has already begun. The next second, he has to dodge a laser beam fired by one of the drones. Hyuk takes off, trying to avoid the attacks of the flying machines hovering above him, completely perplexed. Bright beams are visible near the young man's head. He understands that he will have to pass this test first, and then consider what's happening. Hyuk quickly moves across the hall, crouching and jumping, realizing there are too many drones. The hero is focused, but he doesn't like what's happening at all. He realizes that attacks are coming from all sides, and he'll have to make a lot of effort to get out of this situation. Hyuk raises his right hand. He begins to defend himself with a bat. The boy recalls his battle with 2 S-rank hunters. His close combat with Juntae comes to mind, and the way he slammed the bat handle into one Cho's jaw makes Hyuk realize that, compared to that battle, this stupid exam seems trivial. The hero's weapon emits electrical discharges. A smile appears on the boy's face. The drones shatter into tiny pieces. One of them explodes. The same thing happens to many other flying machines. The room is filled with bright electrical discharges. Drone fragments lie around the hero, and someone announces over the intercom that the test has been passed and a new record has been set. Hyuk moves forward. He stops in front of the monitor and asks if the invitation to join the association is really supposed to look like this. The guy declares that he's completely unsatisfied with the reception he's received. A pink-haired girl appears on the screen, and she declares that the guy has passed the association's official hunter ranking procedure. The monitor now shows the hero himself. He asks in surprise, and the girl in front of the screen confirms that Kang Jin-hyuk heard correctly. We see the guy dealing with Juntae and one Chul. The girl explains that the young man has already defeated 2 S-rank hunters, and the association has decided that Hyuk can no longer be considered a C-rank hunter. Hyuk, perplexed, asks what all this has to do with this idiotic test. The pink-haired girl looks down silently. Officials are sitting in front of the monitor, and the hero says he doesn't understand what these people are trying to organize here, but he's about to leave, so he offers to open the door for him immediately. The girl stands with her hand on her hip, asking Hunter Kang Jin-hyuk to calm down. She announces that the next stage of the test is about to begin, and thanks the young man in advance for his cooperation. He declares that he's not interested. Placing the bat on his shoulder, Hyuk asks how anyone could attack someone so unexpectedly, then declares that he's not interested in taking some stupid tests. The young man walks toward the door, declaring that the association could shove its wonderful test somewhere equally wonderful. The girl demands that Hunter Kang Jin-hyuk stop and remain still. Open-mouthed, she indignantly asks where the young man is going and warns that he cannot leave the testing room until all procedures are completed. Hyuk, tugging at the handle, asks if the girl is sure of her words. The young man looks up. He swings the bat. The hero kicks down the door. Hyuk steps out into a hallway, declares the test over, and calls the examiners sons of bitches. The hero moves to the next door, declaring that he's wasted his time. We see the young man's legs. Hyuk is surprised to see something in front of him. 3 hunters in black suits stand before him. The young man asks what exactly these characters want and declares that he didn't request bodyguards. He glares menacingly at his potential adversaries and demands that they step aside while he asks them nicely, warning that otherwise they'll simply die a stupid death. The hunters standing on either side look at the one in the center. One asks the squad leader what they should do, warning that they won't be able to handle this young man. The second declares that if they continue to block the young man's path, they will truly die. The squad leader frowns at the hero, and his subordinates ask for orders. Hyuk leans threateningly toward the hunters, asking if their continued standing before him means they've already given up on life. He says he understands and will grant their wish. The young man takes off, and someone shouts loudly for him to stop. Hyuk looks to his left in surprise. A dark figure is visible behind him. The hunters standing before him bow and greet the chairman, which surprises the young man. The man just mentioned states that his subordinates seem to have overdone it a bit while he was away. Hyuk looks to his left, realizing that the leader of the Hunters Association stands before him. The man in the hat steps forward with his hands raised, announcing that he's a little late and asking permission to introduce himself. He reveals that his name is No Take Soo, and that he is indeed the chairman of the Hunters Association. Hyuk, slinging his bat over his shoulder, declares it's a pleasure to meet him, but is perplexed why the man needed to summon a mere C-rank hunter. The hunter states that he understands the man's distress. He gestures to the young man standing in the doorway and declares that the hero was actually invited here because someone wishes to meet him. He asks permission to introduce the person who expressed this desire. Hyuk sees a long-haired man standing before him. Take-Soo identifies him as South Korea's strongest hunter, Cheon Sang-ho. Hyuk looks at the young man, thinking that this is the second Sang-ho he's gotten to know in such a short time. Cheon Sang-ho bows to Take-Soo and thanks him for arranging this meeting, but the man declares that this is unnecessary. The young man steps forward, and Hyuk tries to discern if it's really Cheon Sang-ho. The hunter extends his hand to the hero, greeting him and saying that he believes he is Kang Jin-hyuk, the leader of the Pantheon Guild. The hero begins to raise his hand, never having imagined he would ever see this man so closely. The young men shake hands. Hyuk says it's a pleasure to meet him and asks why the young man wanted to meet him. Cheon Sang-ho replies that he saw a recording of the battle between representatives of the Titan and Tyrant guilds. We are reminded of how the hero dodged simultaneous attacks from Jun Tae and Won Chul. Hyuk charges, and Cheon Sang-ho comments that the young man demonstrated amazing fighting skills in that battle. Looking at the young man, he declares that this is precisely why he wanted to meet him in person. Hyuk says he's honored to hear these words from someone like Cheon Sang-ho, who declares he has something to ask of the hunter Kang Jin-hyuk. The hero looks at the young man carefully. A cup is placed on the saucer. Haina, sitting next to Sang-ho, explains that they've learned that, with the association's approval, the remnants of the Titan and Tyrant guilds are now merging with the Pantheon Guild. The girl, looking apologetically at the man, declares that she wanted to protect Titan, but failed. Sang-ho replies that she shouldn't apologize, and that disbanding Titan was absolutely the right decision. The man recalls the blonde man he killed, saying that, looking back, he realizes that he was indeed too carried away by his principles. Yeon-suk looks up, and Sang-ho declares that he doesn't consider his beliefs wrong, but if he had listened more to the opinions of those around him, everything that happened could have been avoided. Sang-ho remembers Yeon-suk trying to kill him with a knife, and then how he finished the bastard off himself. Taking a sip from his cup, the man says it's all his fault. He places the cup on the saucer and declares that it seems his days as a hunter are numbered. Haina calls out to him. Sang-ho looks at the girl carefully. She hands him some papers, says it would be a shame for such a strong fighter to leave the ranks of hunters, and then offers to look at something. Sang-ho looks at her in confusion. He holds an exclusive hunter contract. Haina explains that it's a registration form, and the Pantheon Guild needs people like Sang-ho. The hero looks over his folded hands, and the girl says that even the guild leader thinks so. Sitting on the couch next to her former boss, she asks if he will join the new organization. Sang-ho, surprised, asks if this means she has already transferred. Haina winks and declares that she truly does represent the Pantheon Guild. The roof of the building is before us. Hyuk and Cheon Sang-ho stand facing each other, the young man trying to understand why Korea's best hunter decided to fight him. He watches the young man closely, thinking that the situation is becoming increasingly strange. First they gave him some idiotic exam, and then this guy showed up and challenged him to a duel. Cheon Sang-ho looks calmly at the young man, who is still wondering why this sparring was even necessary. The control room is before us. The pink-haired girl asks Take-Soo, standing next to her, if her eyes are deceiving her, and if Cheon Sang-ho really came to the association headquarters of his own free will. He replies that, frankly, he's shocked himself, as the young man rarely appears in public. Korea's best hunter looks at the tablet screen. Smiling, he declares he's found the right one. Tae-soo tells the girl that Cheon Sang-ho told him he finally sees a hunter who can fight him on equal terms, or even surpass him. Cheon Sang-ho looks at the hero. Raising his left hand, he declares that if the young man is ready, they can begin. The young man declares he doesn't know why the hunter wants to fight him, but he's not one to turn down such challenges. The girl, looking dubiously at Tae-soo, asks if he's sure this duel will end without incident. The association leader, adjusting his glasses, asks her not to worry, saying it's just sparring and that the opponents definitely won't kill each other. Cheon Sang-ho holds his sword in both hands. Holding it out in front of him, he declares they can begin. Hyuk, holding a bat, declares that everything suits him. Streams of yellow energy rise around the guy, challenging him to give it his all. The hero has a smile on his face. He doesn't care what ranking number he's currently in, and he wants to make him pay for what he went through just recently within the association's walls. The phone rings. Haina, holding the device to her ear, says that Lee Haina from the Pantheon Guild is listening. The girl's expression changes to one of astonishment, and she asks him to repeat what she's just been told. Sang-ho, looking at Haina, asks what happened. The girl says into the phone that she understands everything and thanks her interlocutor for informing her, then tells the man that guild leader Kang Jin-hyuk is apparently dueling the hunter Cheon Sang-ho. The man, astonished, asks again. Looking at the girl sitting next to him, he asks why the two of them suddenly decided to duel. Haina replies that she doesn't know anything, then asks what they should do in this situation. Sang-ho suggests heading to the association headquarters, because if everything they heard is true, then the hero is in danger. We see the ceiling of the room again. Someone says that the opponents are testing each other. Hyuk and Cheon Sang-ho stand facing each other. The hero holds the bat with both hands. Tae-soo says that they are looking for weaknesses in each other's defenses and calculating the best way to attack. Cheon Sang-ho watches the hero intently. The pink-haired girl, arms folded, asks the chairman how he sees the outcome of this duel. The opponents begin to close in. They engage in close combat. Tae-soo says that, in his opinion, Cheon Sang-ho will most likely win. A bat and a sword are visible next to each other. The hero flies back and stops with his feet. The same thing happens to Korea's top hunter. White smoke rises from beneath his feet, and the hero declares that, as he thought, the number 1 ranked fighter is on a completely different level. Cheon Sang-ho stares silently at his opponent. Hyuk holds the bat to the left of his body, declaring that he no longer sees the point in patiently testing his opponent. He begins to turn toward his opponent. The young man strikes and loudly shouts that he intends to attack with all his might from the very beginning. 2 bright yellow lines are visible between the young men. Cheon Sang-ho stares at the hero, noticing the sudden change in the atmosphere around his opponent, and realizes that the hunter truly intends to fight with all his might. The young man keeps his eyes on his opponent, thinking that in this case, he too will approach the matter with all his might. Cheon Sang-ho delivers a sharp blow. Hyuk looks at him in bewilderment, realizing that the hunter has just cut his aura. The hero holds the bat like a true baseball player, ready to take a hit. Cheon Sang-ho, smiling, asks if this is all the young man can do. He throws a punch, which the hero blocks, and asks the young man to show him his true power, the strength that has been hidden until now. The opponents once again clash in close combat, and Cheon Sang-ho demands that the hero hold nothing back. Tae-soo and the pink-haired girl look at what is happening before them. We see the hero's face. The boy thinks Jun-tae and Won-chul were strong, but his current opponent is on a completely different level. The brow of Korea's best hunter is slightly furrowed. The hero thinks that his place is well deserved. Bright white lines are visible between the opponents. The hero bounces off Cheon Sang-ho and lands on his feet. He extends his arms in front of him. Looking at his opponent, the young man thinks that this is what a real fight should feel like. Cheon Sang-ho looks at the hero appraisingly. The hero thinks he can test the limits of his abilities against this opponent. Korea's best hunter declares that, unfortunately, they must end the match. The hero looks at Cheon Sang-ho in confusion, processing his words. The young man silently looks at the hero. The hero realizes that perhaps his opponent wasn't fighting at full strength. Cheon Sang-ho admits defeat. The hero asks, puzzled, and then asks why the young man thinks so. The opponents stand facing each other. Tae-soo, over the intercom, says that this is the first time he's heard Cheon Sang-ho admit defeat. He asks why he decided to end the sparring at the most exciting point. Cheon Sang-ho, holding up his sword, declares that if he had continued fighting, his weapon would have broken. The next second, the young man's blade shatters into tiny pieces. Tae-soo says he didn't expect this sparring match to end like this, but it's now clear to him that Hunter Kang Jin-hyuk can now be considered an S-rank hunter. His face shows little joy. We see a bird's-eye view of the city, its residents hearing breaking news that Hunter Kang Jin-hyuk, previously a C-rank hunter, has been promoted to S-rank. The hero somersaults through the air, and the news anchor announces that, having demonstrated incredible skill during the war between the Titan and Tyrant guilds, this young man has become the center of public attention. We see the hero fighting. The news anchors report that, even more astonishingly, this young man defeated Korea's best hunter during a sparring match. The audience watches the monitor intently, as an interview is announced, in which Cheon Sang-ho will comment on his fight with Kang Jin-hyuk. The aforementioned hunter appears on the screen, and one of the hosts asks him if Kang Jin-hyuk actually defeated him. The young man replies that it's true. The hero stands, bat held out in front of him. Cheon Sang-ho says that without a doubt, this guy will become the new face of the South Korean hunting world. The top of the door is visible. Hyuk thinks he wanted more from the fight with Cheon Sang-ho. The hunter appears behind the boy, congratulating him on achieving S rank. The young man turns to his interlocutor and thanks him for agreeing to an interview in which he talked about the duel, asking why the young man did so. Cheon Sang-ho declares that he simply wants true comrades to fight by his side, and after everything that happened, even the association cannot deny the hero's strength and skill. After saying goodbye, Cheon Sang-ho leaves. Hyuk, looking at his back, asks him not to hold back next time and to fight with all his might, saying that he realized the sword the young man used during the duel was not his real weapon. Hyuk stares at Cheon Sang-ho, who declares that they will definitely have another duel if the opportunity arises. The two young men part ways. They grow further apart, Hyuk thinking that his opponent wasn't fighting at full strength and was using a cheap sword, and he guesses that Cheon Sang-ho was trying to gain his recognition by the association. The hallway is empty, and the young man thinks that thanks to this man, he has a new appreciation for certain things. A parking lot appears before us. The hero walks past the cars, now realizing that he's not as strong as he'd like. A white car pulls up to the young man. A girl gets out. Haina excitedly calls out to the guild leader. Hyuk recognizes her. The girl runs up to the boy and asks if he's okay and if he was hurt during the duel. The hero replies that, as far as Haina can see, he's perfectly fine. Sang-ho, raising his right hand, asks what's going on. He claims the association only told him about the test, and now he's learned the boy was forced to fight Cheon Sang-ho. The man says he'll file a complaint against the scoundrels who orchestrated it all, but Hyuk says there's no need for that. He recalls his opponent, wielding a sword with both hands, and declares that he truly learned a lot during that duel. Hyuk recalls the elder from the Dragon Temple, realizing that the pressure he felt in his duel with Cheon Sang-ho was very similar to the one he felt during the battle with that man. Raising his right hand, the hero asks if it wouldn't be more appropriate to discuss all these details back at the guild. Lights shine through the windows of the house where the hero lives. The boy, drying his head with a towel, says he can finally rest a little. Drying his feet, he tries to remember how long ago it was that he could relax and do nothing. The young man sits down on the sofa. He tilts his head back, thinking there's nothing better than home. The phone on the table rings. Hyuk answers the call and says he's speaking to Mr. Lee Jun-chul. Jun-chul claims to have heard what happened and asks if the hero is okay. Hyuk replies that he's fine and there's no need to worry about him. The blonde man says he shouldn't take such risks in the future, as the guild leader must look out for his own safety. Hyuk, holding the phone to his ear, says he understands, then asks how things are going in the newly formed organization. Jun-chul, sitting in a chair in front of the monitor, declares there are no problems, and Pantheon is successfully developing the assets of the Titan and Tyrant guilds. He reports that they've also managed to open hunting grounds in new territories, and things are going better than expected. We see a map of the area. Jun-chul reports that, thanks to the new hunters, the hunting grounds are increasingly profitable, and they've also managed to keep other guilds at bay, meaning everything is going according to plan. The blonde man declares that there are no major or minor problems right now, so the boy shouldn't worry. He says Hyuk can come to headquarters when he has some free time. The hero replies that he understands and will come soon to discuss matters in more detail. Hyuk hangs up. Resting his hands on his knees, he rejoices at the excellent state of affairs at the guild. The young man stretches. Rubbing the sleep from his eyes, he declares that he really wants to rest, but he still has some things to do, first and foremost, visiting the dungeon. Hyuk heads for the door, saying that he'll catch up with Cheon Sang-ho's skill level very soon. The door closes. In front of us, we see a dwarf's forge. The hero tells the old man he wants to ask him for a favor. Hyuk is holding a bat, and the blacksmith asks what kind of favor he could possibly be asking for. With a disdainful smirk, he declares that the boy is appearing after a long absence, and has the decency to ask for something. The hero declares his utter guilt, but asks if the dwarf could strengthen his weapon. Folding his arms over his chest, the old man asks again, surprised, and then asks why he should do such a thing for a man who disappears every time he receives a task. Raising his left hand, the young man declares his guilt and explains that he had his reasons. The dwarf, gritting his teeth in anger, asks if Hyuk really lost, even though he used the weapon he made. The blacksmith angrily takes the bat from the boy. He holds it in his hand as if he's about to beat the boy, saying it's no good. Gritting his teeth in anger, the dwarf declares the boy lucky, as he genuinely wants to test something on his weapon. Hyuk sincerely thanks the master, who tells him he shouldn't be mistaken, and in fact, he doesn't like him at all. The hero walks away from the forge. He looks thoughtfully ahead, thinking about how long it's been since he's seen the elf. The boy stops. We see his back, and Hyuk realizes that Lucia might hold the answers to the questions that torment him. The hero scratches his head thoughtfully, wondering if perhaps his worries are needless, and that his good friend really does have a ready-made solution. The young man disappears into the depths of the cave. Soon his figure disappears completely, and the boy thinks he's forgotten something important, though he can't quite remember what it is. Lucia is ready to kill the hero. He complains that the girl scared him, and the blonde asks why the bastard came without sweets. Raising his hands guiltily, the hero apologizes and declares that he wanted to see the girl so much that he forgot about everything. Books are lying next to the young people. Hyuk asks if the elf was really here the whole time he didn't see her, and she replies that she hardly left. Putting her hands on her hips, the blonde says that the magic circle is her only hope of returning to her world, and the hero asks if there has been any progress in studying this formation. The elf, looking at the guy, says that, fortunately, she managed to make some progress. In front of us is the hero's room. Hyuk asks if the girl's words mean that she will soon be able to return to her own universe, and Lucia replies that this is not entirely true. Sparks are visible on the refrigerator, and the girl reports that she tried to use spatial magic several times as an experiment, but despite doing everything correctly, nothing happened. The glow intensifies sharply, and Lucia says she has no idea why everything always goes wrong. The sun shines brightly in the sky. The store announces that payment has been made. The hero puts the sweets in his backpack. He closes it, thinking about how Lucia asked him last time why he came empty-handed, and now he will feed her to the brim. Hyuk approaches the saleswoman. He looks around in surprise when she asks if his name is Kang Jin Hyuk. The hero, turning to the saleswoman, replies that it is him. The saleswoman enthusiastically declares that she is his fan, then asks if the young man really recently achieved S rank. She says that the hero looks even cooler up close. Hyuk, sheepishly rubbing the back of his head, tries to say something, but it doesn't come out very well. The saleswoman, picking up her phone, asks if the hero could take a photo with her, and he asks again, surprised. Holding out his hand, the young man apologizes and declares he needs to run. Smiling stupidly, he wishes the girl a good day. Hyuk walks forward. He doesn't look very pleased. He thinks he's become a celebrity, and he doesn't like it at all. A dwarf's forge is visible beneath the high cliffs. The hero places his backpack on the table and shouts that he's back, and the old man angrily asks where the young scoundrel has been wandering for so long. The dwarf hands the boy his weapon, and he gratefully says he never doubted the old man could strengthen his bat, as nothing is impossible for him. Smiling, the blacksmith declares that this weapon is much better than before. Streams of yellow energy rise around the boy's hands. Hyuk stares at his weapon in amazement. His mouth slightly open, he asks what's going on. He feels like the bat is absorbing his mana. The boy asks if the dwarf is sure he did everything correctly, complaining that he'll likely run out of mana before he even starts fighting. The dwarf, pointing angrily at the boy, asks who the idiot thinks he is. Covering his head with his hand, Hyuk asks the old man how the weapon was refined. The old master, smiling, asks if the boy remembers the elan or he refined during his last visit, then explains that he used this material to strengthen the bat. Hyuk carefully examines his weapon. He recalls the monster he fought, and the old man explains that the ore dropped by monsters bears their traits, and in its previous form, this ore absorbed life force. Before us is a dark stone emitting energy. The dwarf declares that after the purification, the stone's nature changed, and it began to absorb mana. The hero holds the ore in his hand. Hyuk stands bent before the blacksmith, who explains that if the young man loses mana, it means the ore's characteristic has been successfully applied and is working. The young man says he is still losing mana, but the old man says there's no need to worry, and that after absorbing a certain amount of the substance, the bat will be saturated. He says this has most likely already happened, and the young man should test his weapon. Hyuk, examining the bat, realizes the old man is right, and he has stopped losing mana. Knight armor lines the wall of the workshop. The dwarf says that the hero will eventually be able to extract the mana stored in the bat, and use it, again proposing a test outside the forge. A statue is visible before the hero. Hyuk holds the bat with both hands, preparing to test the weapon. The bat emits streams of yellow energy. A target stands before the young man. Hyuk strikes. The statue breaks into two large pieces. The horse's head falls to the ground. The dwarf, arms folded, thinks the hero has mastered the new weapon on his first try. The old man realizes Hyuk has become much more experienced and powerful. The boy enthusiastically examines the bat, calling it insane. Standing before the old man, he declares that he really likes the new modification and thanks the craftsman for his work. The old man replies that if the boy is truly grateful, he should bring something to drink. The hero, joyfully raising his hand, declares that he just happened to have brought some alcohol with him. The dwarf, looking at the boy, tells him he can forget about the alcohol and asks where he's going again. Hyuk hesitantly replies that he wants to see Lucia. The old man asks with displeasure if the boy is really going to look for that pointy-eared bastard. The hero sees a dwarf and an elf arguing. He tells the old man that he's always been surprised that they can't get along and asks why. The young man recalls how Lucia was about to shoot the old man and asks if there's a specific reason why they dislike each other. The blacksmith replies that it's a long story. Frowning, he states that they simply tolerate each other now because they have to, but dwarves and elves have always been mortal enemies. A fire-breathing dragon stands before us, and the old master informs the young man that the elves sold his people to these monsters. Hyuk can't believe what he just heard. He steps away from the forge. The young man's expression is thoughtful. He understands the depth of hatred between these two races, and now he understands why Lucia and the dwarf can't get along. Hyuk stops dead in his tracks when he hears Lucia calling out to him loudly. The blonde stands on a magical formation, declaring she did the right thing by leaving the note, as she knew the hero would come looking for her. Hyuk claims the girl never left the boss's room and has now summoned him to the temple for some reason. Lucia asks the boy to look around and then asks if he notices anything strange. A look of confusion crosses his face. Hyuk and Lucia stand in front of a huge wall, and the blonde explains that the entrance to the temple used to be in this very spot, but it suddenly disappeared. The hero, his mouth wide open, asks where he could have gone. Lucia replies that she believes the temple disappeared after the boy passed the dragon's trial. A bright light source appears in front of the boy's face. We see jets of white energy, and Lucia states that she recently examined the area and discovered something. The elf woman reports that she is now standing at the dimensional teleportation magic circle. A mad wizard appears above the blonde's head. She explains that this figure is far more complex than the formation used by the mad mage she examined in the boss's room. The girl asks the boy if he understands what it all means. Hyuk suggests that if they study this figure, he will be able to return to the dimension he lived in. Smiling faintly, Lucia says that this is indeed true, but even if they succeed in studying this figure, the boy will not be able to activate it alone. She asks if the hero therefore wants to learn the magic she wields. Hyuk looks at the girl thoughtfully, realizing that now he might have to learn magic as well. Rocks hang in the middle of the empty space. Hyuk and Lucia stand facing each other. The hero asks if the girl really wants him to learn magic and help her. The elf replies that she is right, as she cannot cast the required spell alone. The hero asks again in surprise. Lucia replies that, to be more precise, activating this magic circle requires a huge amount of mana, and she simply doesn't have enough on her own. The girl and the boy extend their hands in front of them, and the blonde says that, frankly, she's not even sure this figure will work properly, even with the hero's help. Thoughtfully rubbing his chin, Hyuk says he understands everything, trying to figure out what he needs to do next. Judging by the boy's expression, an idea occurs to him. Streams of bluish energy rise around his hand, and he asks the elf if it's really just a mana problem. A bat appears in his hand. He hands it to the blonde and says she can try it. The girl points at the boy and says it's the very weapon the hero constantly uses, and he asks her to take a closer look. Lucia looks at the bat in shock. The hero explains that mana emanates from this weapon, and the elf realizes that this is indeed the case. Looking at the blonde, the boy says that, thanks to the dwarf's new modification, he can now store mana inside the bat, though he doesn't know exactly how much is currently inside. Lucia touches the bat, and the hero says they might be able to use the accumulated mana to activate a spell. The girl is thrown away from the red sports equipment. She clutches her injured arm and asks what the hell this is and why she can't even touch this weapon. Hyuk examines the bat and understands why it rejected the blonde. The boy remembers the moment the old man handed him the bat. The hero, holding the weapon in his hands, asks if the auto-recovery property means only he can use it. The dwarf laughs, telling the hero not to worry about this feature of the weapon and to think of it as a fun learning experience. He then confirms that no one but the hero can use the bat. Looking up thoughtfully, Hyuk declares that the blacksmith imbued this item with a binding property, which is why Lucia can't use it. The blonde scratches her head thoughtfully, saying that everything would be too easy if she could use the bat too. Smiling, the beauty looks at the boy and declares that now they have only one option. Looking at the hero, she calls him by name, and says that now he simply must learn magic. The young man looks at the elf, who replies that from this day on, she will begin teaching him magic. Clouds float above the hero's house. An open book lies in front of the boy, thinking that this is how he began learning magic from Lucia. The boy and the girl sit on the floor next to each other, and Hyuk thinks that the learning process was extremely difficult. The hero looks down. He had to memorize a huge amount of magical knowledge and learn to properly control the flow of mana. Waves of yellow energy rise around the boy. Hyuk squats before the magic formation, remembering that, among other things, he had to learn how to activate magic circles using the knowledge he'd acquired. He holds his hands out in front of him, and streams of yellow energy rise around them. He creates an impressive magic formation, and the system announces that he's acquired a new skill and mastered the theory of magic. Hyuk, looking to his left, asks the elf if she saw what just happened. He's curious if the magic actually activated. Raising her right hand, Lucia declares that the hero has truly done it, and in essence, mastered the basics of her art. The elf, with a serious expression, declares that it's time to move on to the next stage. The hero resolutely replies that he's ready for this step. Hyuk and Lucia stand next to books lying on the floor. The blonde asks the hero to listen carefully, and she declares that she's going to tell him what they'll be studying next. A page with a magic formation is visible under the elf's hand. She offers the young man a look at the notes. Rubbing her chin, Lucia explains that these are notes from her research on the magic circle in the boss's room. She claims she was trying to understand why that formation didn't work. A mad wizard stands before us, and Lucia reminds him of her words about interdimensional teleportation magic requiring a huge amount of mana. The wizard raises his hands, and the elf says that, in her opinion, the madman has altered the formation in such a way as to attempt to control it with only his own mana. A brilliant flash erupts above the ground. The hero stands before the portal. Lucia explains that the teleportation itself was successful, but something went wrong, and the dungeon ended up connected to the boy's home. Hyuk, raising her hands, asks what the point of studying a magic circle that ultimately didn't work as intended. A magic formation is visible above the beauty's head. She calls the boy a fool and says that, naturally, studying a malfunctioning circle would be foolish in itself, then reminds him that they have a perfect magic formation located at the Dragon Temple. Burning torches are visible behind the blonde. The girl stands inside the magic circle and declares that if they compare and analyze the two formations, they will be able to determine why the first one didn't work properly, and then prepare a corrective version. Folding her arms, the elf asks if the hero understands, then suggests that they begin their preparations, and approach them with the utmost scrupulousness. Hyuk is writing in a magic textbook. The boy thinks he and Lucia have continued their research, trying to create the perfect magic circle. The system reports that the boy has acquired the magic understanding skill. The blonde points at the board, and the hero learns that he has acquired the knowledge seeker skill. Hyuk looks thoughtfully at his teacher, and the system reports that he has fully understood the principle of interdimensional magic circles. A formation is visible between the boy's hands. Giant rocks hang in the air, and the hero thinks that time has flown very quickly. Hyuk and Lucia stand at the edges of the magical formation. The boy's bat falls to the ground. He holds it tightly with both hands. The elf standing before him says that the bat's mana is now linked to the magic circle, then asks the boy if he knows what all this means. The boy replies that he understands the meaning of her words perfectly well. Hyuk crouches slightly and asks if he should direct mana to the circle and activate it. The blonde says everything is correct, and once there is enough mana within the formation, she will give the signal. The girl suggests the boy do what they have planned. Streams of yellow energy rise from under the bat. Hyuk extends his hands forward. The hero and the elf stand at opposite ends of the magic circle. The formation glows, and the girl says everything seems to be working. The beauty, looking to her right, says that the circle is reacting to mana. Extending her right hand forward, she shouts that Hyuk is doing great and should continue doing what he is doing. The boy declares that he understands everything. The hero, smiling faintly, looks down, thinking that now he just needs to fill the bat with mana. The boy's eyes widen with excitement, realizing that he seems to be succeeding. Streams of yellow energy rise around the bat. The boy looks at his weapon in confusion, not understanding why an aura has suddenly begun to erupt. A nearby elf tries to stop the boy. She asks what he's doing and reminds him that she told him to use mana, not aura. The hero screams in fear, also unaware of what's happening. The blonde holds her hands out in front of her. The magic circle begins to crack. Lucia looks ahead in fear, realizing that the floor is giving way beneath her feet. She jumps back and screams loudly for the hero to do the same. Streams of yellow energy erupt upward along the edges of the magic circle. A very bright flash occurs. The hero jumps back. A perfect circle is visible in the floor. The young man, shocked, says that this simply can't be. Lucia looks down. With her mouth wide open, she asks what Kang Jin Hyuk has done. The girl screams that the magic circle simply disappeared. Electric discharges run through the refrigerator. The glow becomes much brighter. Clouds float above the boy's house. Lucia greedily devours sweets. The hero, clutching his head, sits at the table, apologizing to the elf. Raising his right hand, he says he never imagined that the mana stored in the bat would leak out as aura. The blonde indignantly asks if the guy really considers this an excuse, and if he doesn't know that the mana used for magic and aura have different properties. Hyuk covers his head with his hands, protecting himself from blows. The beauty asks if this idiot really didn't realize that aura could leak out of his bat. She says that if he wasn't sure, he should have checked beforehand. The hero apologizes and says that whenever he holds the bat, he ends up fighting, and perhaps he somehow subconsciously converted the mana into aura. Lucia looks up sadly, declaring that it's also her fault for not checking everything beforehand. The girl explains that she didn't expect such a variable to appear, saying that now they're in total trouble. The elf says she doesn't understand how she's supposed to get back to her homeland. Hyuk looks at the girl sadly. Clutching his head, he thinks that because of him, Lucia lost the opportunity to return to her world. Getting up from his chair, the guy says he'll find a way to fix everything and help the blonde. He states that if she needs anything, she should just let him know. We see the lower part of the elf's face. With her mouth wide open, she screams that the hero should bring her more food, the most delicious and sweetest there is. Hyuk rushes forward. Running to the refrigerator, he says there was cake. Lucia declares that this delicacy suits her, of course, and the young man should serve it to her immediately. The elf says that she will eat until she bursts today. Hyuk opens the refrigerator. He stares inside in shock, realizing that the cold air coming from inside doesn't usually feel like this. He's literally thrown back from the refrigerator, feeling a terrible chill that penetrates his very bones. Lucia, watching what's happening, asks what happened and why the guy is screaming so loudly. Hyuk, his eyes wide, asks Lucia to come and look at it. The elf takes a bite of a cookie and looks at the boy. Snow-capped mountains appear before us, and the boy asks what they are. Hyuk and Lucia are visible in the refrigerator doorway, and the boy asks what happened. The blonde, looking at the scene before her, experiences a very strange sensation. A smile appears on her face. She tells the hero, standing next to her, that it seems the magic circle worked, and he asks again in amazement. We see the perfect circle appearing in front of the dragon temple again. Hyuk asks the girl if she really thinks all of this happened because of that formation, and whether this means the snowy landscape they see is in another world. The boy and girl stand in front of the refrigerator, and the beautiful woman says that, judging by the mana she senses, there's a high probability they're seeing her world before them. Trees are visible beneath the imposing mountain peaks. Turning to the hero, the elf says she doesn't know how an interdimensional portal could have opened here, but she thinks they should go through it and check everything out. The hero declares that he understands everything and will make all the necessary preparations, but first, he must take care of something. Jun Chul, half rising from his chair, answers the guild leader's call. He asks why he's calling, and the hero asks if the young man can come to his house right now. The man, astonished, asks again. Jun Chul and Haina look in surprise as the hero enters the room, who apologizes for calling them here so suddenly. Jun Chul picks up his phone and claims he came at the guild leader's request, but doesn't understand the message he received. Looking at the hero seated at the table, He asks if he really plans to step away from guild leadership for a while. Smiling, Hyuk says he wants to take some time off to train, as after fighting Cheon Sang-ho, he realized he's still too weak as a hunter. Raising his left hand, Jun-chul asks if this means the hero has found a way to become stronger. Jun-chul replies that he's not sure, but perhaps he does know one. Haina asks the guild leader to look at the message she just sent him. Hyuk looks at his phone screen. She says there aren't any problems for now, but if he's gone too long, the guild might run into trouble. Jun-chul says he doesn't have to worry about anything. Rising from his chair, the blonde man explains that the schedule the hero received only includes, as far as he understands, routine tasks and events, and promises to handle them. Hyuk asks if Jun-chul is truly ready to replace him completely. The young man firmly declares that the influence of the Pantheon Guild is only as strong as the organization's leader, so Hyuk can leave the management to him for a while, do whatever is required, and return much stronger. 2 cars are parked outside, and someone asks why the guild leader called him. Jun-chul, holding a phone, explains that Hyuk said he was going on a journey to become stronger, and would be away for some time. The blonde man says he will have to fully assume the responsibilities of the organization's leader. Hyung-il, surprised, asks if Hyuk is leaving Pantheon at such a time, and Jun-chul replies that his comrade shouldn't worry. Clutching the phone to his ear, the blonde man declares that when the hero returns stronger, their guild's influence will become even more noticeable, and Pantheon will become the best hunting organization in Korea. Clouds gather over the hero's house. Lucia, standing in front of the refrigerator, asks how long the young man will take to get ready. She demands that he hurry up, and the hero shouts that he's almost ready. The door opens. Hyuk, wearing a warm jacket, apologizes and explains that he had to pack more than he initially thought, which is why he was a little late. The young man hands something to the girl and asks her to take it. The blonde says she's never seen arrows like these before. Hyuk, handing the beauty a quiver, states that a dwarf asked him to give this weapon to the elf, who said she would definitely need it. The hero declares that the old man looks grumpy and unfriendly, but in fact, he cares deeply for the girl. Lucia examines the sharp arrow. Flicking it with her finger, she remarks that the guy speaks as if giving her a pair of arrows could change her attitude toward him. The blonde looks closely at the tip and notices something unusual. Hyuk looks at the elf excitedly and asks if the arrows are any good. Lucia declares that the arrowheads before her are of the highest quality, and Hyuk asks in surprise. Raising his left hand, the young man explains that the old man tossed him the arrows with such a casual air that he thought they were ordinary. The hero declares that he now has no doubt that the dwarf cares for the elf. The beautiful woman, smiling, replies that she seriously doubts it, but since the old man gave her such a good thing, she will eventually repay the blacksmith. The young people move forward, and the hero declares it's time to check what's inside. Hyuk and Lucia walk through the snow, and the young man declares that he truly feels as if he's entered another dimension. This world seems enormous to him. Somewhere below, figures of young people are visible. Lucia says that everything here seems so big that she's lost her sense of direction, and the elf asks where they should begin exploring this world. A boy and a girl stand before a blue portal. Hyuk suggests starting with the cave they see ahead, and the elf asks in surprise. The hero, smiling, says that it seems there might be something worthwhile inside. Footprints lead to the cave, and Lucia agrees to check it out. The young people walk through the cave. Looking around, Hyuk says that it's much deeper than he thought. We see someone's feet pushing off from the snow. The elf, raising her hand, orders the hero to stop. He, looking at her, asks what happened, and Lucia replies that someone is heading their way. Looking at the boy, the girl advises them to prepare, as enemies are already close. Monsters resembling Yeti appear. With a deafening roar, they rush to attack. Lucia draws her bow and asks her companion if he can handle these monsters, and the boy replies that, of course, he can. A translucent sphere appears around his hand. The hero grips his bat tightly. Smiling, he says he can take on monsters like that even with his eyes closed. Lucia declares that the guy, as she can see, likes to brag. She takes an arrow in her hand. The hero, whose boot we see, rushes forward. Facing his ally, he declares that he will take on the monster rushing straight at them. The monsters bare their teeth. The monster, whose eyes glow brightly, lets out a menacing roar. A mark from the blow appears in front of its face. A barely discernible whirlwind is visible in the air. The blonde, smiling, declares that this damn dwarf really did give her something very worthy. A mark from the jump is visible in the snow. The hero, smiling, strikes and declares that he, too, will destroy his opponent in one attack. Before us is an elder from the Dragon Temple. Someone says they bring news, followed by a message that the apostle has shifted from one dimension to another. The man says he understands everything, meaning they will meet again soon. The dragon, who is actually speaking to the elder, declares that there is still something he doesn't understand, asking why he made someone who does not belong to the noble race of dragons an apostle. The elder, with stars visible behind him, looks at the hero, who stares at him, his mouth wide open. The dragon asks why it was necessary to encourage a representative of such a lowly race. The elder, looking at the monster with his snake eyes, declares that this is connected to the destiny this boy has. He says, this child was born to destroy the world. Hyuk jumps and appears above the monster. He raises his bat. The hero strikes, declaring that he, too, will finish the monster in one go. A red bat hits the Yeti's head. The monster lies in the snow in front of the young man. Hyuk opens the inventory window. He sees that the monster appears in the system window as a Yeti. He rubs his chin thoughtfully, realizing he didn't even know such monsters existed. Lucia approaches him from behind and asks if they really just fought a yeti. Hyuk confirms this and asks if she knows what kind of monster they are. The blonde claims that these creatures live high in the mountains, and if they really are them, they need to get away from here as soon as possible. Hyuk is surprised and asks the elf to explain everything. We see the legs of many yeti, and Lucia says that if you provoke even one such creature, the entire pack will come looking for the offender. The monsters, their eyes glowing and their teeth bared, the hero indignantly shouts that Lucia should have told him everything sooner. She replies that she only just remembered the monster's habits, shouting that there's no time to argue, so they should just run away. Hyuk and Lucia run forward. The yetis follow them, roaring loudly. The hero, who is behind the girl, asks why they are running, since these creatures don't look all that strong. The guy, holding out his left hand, says he thinks they can easily defeat these creatures. Lucia declares that, of course, they will win, but the main problem isn't the yetis, but the ice cave. The girl says it's a rather fragile natural structure that could collapse if they fight inside it. The hero stops. The yetis approach the fugitives, and Lucia asks the guy why he stopped. The blonde looks at the hero, who's working with the system window, in confusion. Hyuk says he has a way to stop these monsters. He clicks the flashbang icon and says he'll get rid of the chase. The hero stares at the object in his hand. He turns to face the yetis emerging from around the corner and asks in confusion why the creatures have stopped. Lucia becomes wary, seeming to sense something unusual. The yetis disappear from view, and Hyuk is perplexed. Turning to his companion, the boy asks if she knows what's happening. She replies that it seems the yetis instinctively realize they shouldn't go any further. The hero asks what all this means. Raising her right hand, the blonde says she feels a very strange mana, and apparently the yetis sensed it too, so they chose to flee. Hyuk looks warily to his left, trying to figure out what could be on that side. A young man and woman stand next to each other. The hero asks what could have scared the yeti so much. The elf replies that she has no idea, but there could be other monsters or even something even scarier there. She states that they will only find out if they reach the end of the cave. The young people see a light in front of them, and Hyuk suggests going there and checking it out. Jets of white energy rise into the air, and the young man says it would be logical to reach the end of this dungeon. Two tiny figures are visible beyond the huge passage. Hyuk and Lucia look around, and the young man says it seems they have finally escaped. The allies stand on the edge of the cliff, and the hero wonders where to go next. The elf asks if the young man sees a building, and he replies that he does. Snow-capped mountains lie before the young people. The blonde declares that the mana she sensed earlier is emanating from this very building, and she thinks they'll find something there. Hyuk rushes forward, declaring that everything is clear to him now, and that they should check it out as soon as possible. We see the young man's face. The girl, standing still, thinks that this is all very strange, and that she's never felt such ominous mana in her life. The elf looks anxiously into the distance, trying to figure out what the hell could be there. The girl jumps off the cliff, calling out loudly to her companion. Hyuk and Lucia walk along a small bridge toward a rather unique building. The hero asks if the mana is really emanating from this building, and the blonde asks if the hero can feel it. The young man moves forward, saying that the girl is right, and that he seems to have begun to sense this substance. Lucia stops and asks her companion to wait, who turns around and asks what happened. A graceful bridge stands before the young men, and the elf declares that something is definitely wrong with the mana she senses. She says it seems too ominous to her, so she wants to warn the boy to be very careful. Raising his left hand, the hero asks if Lucia is serious. She replies that she is not joking, and although it's some kind of subconscious feeling, it wouldn't hurt to exercise caution now. Hyuk realizes that this is the first time he can remember her speaking like this. He recalls battles he fought alongside Lucia, and realizes that her voice never wavered even in the most desperate situations. He recalls standing on the roof of a skyscraper, shield in hand. Then the battle with Kang Jun-tae flashes through his mind, and Hyuk realizes that Lucia was never so worried in either of those instances. Concern appears on the boy's face, and he realizes that all of this could indeed be very dangerous. We see stars, and someone announces that the apostle has finally reached the elder's hiding place. The man holds out his right hand, saying that the boring game of hide-and-seek is finally over. He promises the boy that he'll see him soon and asks him to wait a bit. The elder's face explodes with blue energy, and he calls out the name of the god Ordo. Hyuk and Lucia stand in front of a white-domed building. The elf announces that they're there, and she senses ominous mana emanating from the boy standing before them. The bald man stands with his arms folded across his chest, and the hero asks if he really is the source of the unpleasant energy. Covering his mouth, the young man says that it appears to be a human and offers to talk to him. The blonde replies that it's not a human at all, and Hyuk asks again in surprise. The bald man silently looks at the boy and girl, and Lucia states that she's not entirely sure of what she's saying, as she's never felt such mana before. The man, looking at the visitors, declares he didn't expect anyone to come to this place, then asks if they were sent by him. The young man, surprised, asks who he's talking about. Raising his left hand, he declares they came here because they sensed ominous mana, then asks who stands before him. The bald man charges, calling the young man and woman uninvited guests, declaring he can't allow them to leave this place alive. Lucia looks at her opponent in fear. A trace of her jump is visible near the hero, and the elf screams loudly for the young man to retreat immediately. Hyuk, looking at her in surprise, asks why she jumped back so suddenly. She screams in horror that she doesn't have time to explain anything, so the young man must hurry. The hero jumps back. He lands on his feet. Lucia says she remembers where she felt this mana before, and the boy himself realizes that the mana surrounding them has suddenly changed its properties. Hyuk looks up in horror, realizing that the bald character has transformed into a dragon. The blonde takes aim at the flying creature hovering above the young people. The hero, in disbelief, asks what the hell it is, and the elf shouts at him that if he doesn't want to die, he must immediately prepare for battle. The monster spews a stream of fire, and the dragon declares that the intruders who dared to enter sacred ground without an invitation will pay for their crime with their lives. Lucia fires her arrows, declaring that she has fought dragons many times before. The dragon, spreading its wings, says that everything will be completely different from what the elf thinks. Hyuk, covering his face with his hand, once again asks what is happening around him. He sees a stream of fire above his head and realizes he must immediately prepare for battle. The hero realizes that the dragon has frozen in midair and stopped moving. He looks back at his ally and shouts that something is happening to the monster, and that this is an opportunity they must seize. Hyuk realizes that the elf is also motionless. He sees an arrow stopped against the backdrop of mountains and realizes that time has stopped around him. Legs appear next to the suspended arrow. A long-haired man hangs above the hero. Holding out his right hand, he announces that he has stopped time to speak with the young man, then declares that he didn't expect him to find this place so quickly. Hyuk, looking up in shock, asks who it is. The man lands. Looking at the hero, he asks if he really cares about this question. The man declares that this is typical behavior for a pathetic, clueless creature. Hyuk looks at the man silently, who says that the hero has become his apostle after all, so he will show him leniency. Standing beneath the dragon hanging in the sky, the man declares his name is Ordo, and he is the creator of this dragon, which bears the name Tiamat. Looking at the boy, he declares that he is also the god of the world in which Hyuk lives. The boy looks at Ordo in confusion, wondering if he could really create a dragon, and is also very confused by the fact that he calls himself a god. Hyuk asks how he is supposed to believe all this. Ordo, standing at a considerable distance from the boy, declares that whether the boy believes it or not is irrelevant, as the fact that he is a god is beyond any doubt. Planets are visible above the heads of the two people. Ordo declares that he has observed humans for a very long time, since the very beginning of time, witnessing the birth of this species and the life of each individual. A young man and woman cuddle, and Ordo declares that he really liked humans. We see explosions and destruction, and the man declares that at some point they began to hate each other, feud and fight, and that all they did was kill each other, nearly destroying the entire world. A nuclear explosion occurs. Ordo steps forward, saying that if humans are left unattended, they will destroy each other. The man approaches the hero, declaring that he doesn't want that to happen, so he decided to protect the people he loves so much. The townspeople flee from the monsters, and Ordo explains that he believed that if humanity had a common enemy, the contradictions would disappear, so he created the monsters. Flying monsters are seen above the city. Powerful electrical discharges strike the monsters, and the man says that he gave humans the ability to fight the monsters by creating hunters. A giant monster, once defeated by Hyuk, hangs in the air. Ordo states that at first everything went as planned, and people united to fight the monsters, but this was short-lived. We see scenes of human combat, and the interlocutor tells the hero that hunters began to be used by various forces to settle their differences. The hero recalls how Jo-1-chul died at his hands. Ordo says that as soon as the young man gained power and authority, he began to use them in the same way as the people he once hated. Hyuk plunges a bat into his opponent's chest. He kills another enemy, and Ordo declares that the hero should not have received such power, and to become an apostle, he had to endure many trials. Hyuk stands before the portal, and Ordo says his plan has failed. The hero stands there, mouth agape. A man, looking at him, declares that the dungeon, which appeared from another dimension, ruined all his plans. Hyuk and Ordo stand facing each other. The man, calling himself a god, repeats that the dungeon ruined all his plans. A mad mage with raised hands appears in the hero's imagination. Ordo declares that because of this damned idiot, the boy became stronger much earlier than he should have, and worse yet, the dungeon contains the dragon god. An elder stands before us, Ordo declaring that he never imagined that this character's temple would be in a dungeon that had migrated to the hero's home. Hyuk looks at the man who raised his hand. The man explains that he tried to destroy the dungeon when he first entered it, but all his efforts proved futile because of the dragon god, so he was forced to give up. Furthermore, he couldn't even find the boy. Ordo says that, fortunately, the boy revealed himself only recently. Hyuk silently looks at the man, who says that thanks to this, he can finally talk to the boy. Hyuk stands on a pile of corpses. Ordo explains that he chose him as his apostle long ago, and the boy's true destiny was to end all conflicts and become the guardian of humanity. The hero stands proudly, resting his bat on his shoulder. Ordo declares that Hyuk was meant to be the protector of the world, towering over all other humanity, and if he became its true apostle, this position would be his by right. Ordo, spreading his arms, declares that Hyuk can refuse this offer, but if he does, he will die. The hero, thoughtfully rubbing his chin, declares this a very good offer. He asks if he really will become the leader of all humanity if he submits, then declares that he once dreamed of such a thing. The frozen Lucia continues to aim her weapon at the dragon, which has stopped in midair. The hero declares that he must decline the offer. Raising his right hand, he angrily declares that if the man is telling the truth, he should have known how much he suffered, yet he did nothing, and now he wants someone to become his apostle and leader of all humanity. Hyuk tells the self-proclaimed god to go to hell, saying he only wants a puppet. Ordo frowns at the young man, who declares that he would rather die fighting than serve such a figure. Ordo declares the hero foolish and hasn't understood anything even after being told their deepest and most sincere intentions. Hyuk suggests the god shove his plans where everyone knows. Ordo flies above the ground, declaring that he's understood everything and will now have to use a different method. The hero looks up in fear, trying to understand what his interlocutor means. Ordo hovers in the air next to the dragon's head, declaring that Tiamat is a masterpiece he created with his own hands, a powerful monster he personally raised by capturing an ancient dragon in another world. A portal appears before us, and Ordo declares that he deeply hated the dungeon that appeared in the hero's home, but he learned something useful from it. A bright light is visible in the dragon's mouth. Ordo says that in that dungeon, he learned how to travel between dimensions and was able to create this invincible creature, which is his greatest creation. As the dragon burns down a city street, Ordo declares that any hunter or monster will be easily destroyed by the dragon. The man, arms outstretched, hangs above the planet, declaring that in a world where all sources of discord and conflict disappear, only a new humanity will exist, one that values peace above all else. A tiny figure of a god is visible next to the dragon's head, declaring that Hyuk, who refused to become an apostle, will be Tiamat's first victim. The hero, gritting his teeth, looks up. He places his backpack on the smoking ground and declares that Ordo and his creature can try to defeat him, but it won't be as easy as the god, who appeared out of nowhere, thinks. The hero crouches slightly. A bat appears in his hand. The man jumps and charges. Ordo, snapping his fingers, declares that he admires the man's willingness to die, knowing that he will inevitably perish, and that this is worthy of the man he once chose. The hero smiles, and the man says that, nevertheless, it's all in vain, and the boy will simply cease to exist. The dwarf places the hammer on the table, declaring that this should suffice. Looking up, he explains that he began crafting new armor for the hero, as the old one needed replacing, and it took him longer than expected. Smiling, the blacksmith wonders if the boy should bring him some fine alcohol in return. Considering all the effort he's put into it, the dwarf realizes he hasn't seen the boy in a long time. Smoke rises from his forge. The dwarf never imagined he'd get so tired from this work. The old man remembers the hero bowing to him, thinking that at first the boy seemed completely clueless, so he gave him a weapon that would have kept him alive. However, step by step, the boy grew stronger, and now he's become one of the continent's most powerful hunters. Hyuk stares at his bat in amazement. The dwarf recalls his argument with Lucia and thinks that, naturally, this impudent girl most likely helped the boy develop. The elf aims her bow at the old man's back, and the blacksmith reflects on how his workshop gets very noisy whenever these two appear. The old man smiles, confused by the nostalgia he feels today, and surmises that it's because the hero and the elf bring him something unusual after each of their journeys. The old man wonders what he'll get this time, and the dwarf laughs, thinking that Hyuk could very well bring him a dragon or something of the sort. Ordo snaps his fingers. A stream of fire approaches the hero, who has leaped into the air. Lucia looks up in shock. She shouts loudly for the boy to be careful. Hyuk puts his hands out in front of him to protect himself. He looks to his left, realizing that the situation could not be worse. The dragon's gigantic teeth are visible above his head, and the boy realizes he won't be able to dodge this attack. The monster snaps its jaws shut. Lucia, terrified, calls out to her ally. Ordo hangs above his pet's head. The man declares that the boy spoke very bravely, but his end was surprisingly pitiful. The hero asks who allowed Ordo to call this an end. In front of us is the dragon's eye. A blue planet is visible below the monster. Hyuk tries to straighten up in the monster's mouth. He says that this creature has very powerful jaws. Lucia looks up in shock, realizing that the boy is still alive. Grinding his teeth with tension, the hero declares that of course he must not die, since he cannot allow some bastard to destroy the world. He declares that he will stop him at this very spot, no matter what. Ordo, whose tiny figure is visible above the dragon's head, declares that all of this is starting to turn into some kind of circus. The man declares he's ready to enjoy the show and watch the boy fight to the very end. A bright flash is visible behind Ordo, who declares that ultimately, the boy will feel only all-consuming despair. The phone rings. The secretary answers, stating that Lee Haina of the Pantheon Guild is speaking. Jun Chul, holding the device to his ear, introduces himself, and then states that he's calling because the association has issued a series of urgent orders. The woman, surprised, asks again, then inquires about the meaning of all this. Sitting in front of a computer monitor, Jun Chul says he's not entirely sure, but apparently, gates have begun appearing all over Seoul, especially in the 9th Ward, which falls under their jurisdiction. The young man reports that numerous incidents have been reported there, so the association has requested their cooperation. Haina declares that she understands and will notify the guild members immediately. Sangho, sitting next to the girl, asks what they were talking about, what happened with the gate, and why the association is urgently contacting the guilds. Haina explains that the gate in the 9th district is going out of control, Sang-ho, surprised, says that this seems to be the district where Kang Jin-hyuk's house is located, and he asks in amazement what the hell is going on. Tiamat spreads his wings, and Ordo tries to figure out what the hero is doing and whether he's really trying to stop the dragon. The self-proclaimed god says that if the young man doesn't escape the monster's jaws soon, he'll burn to death. Hyuk grits his teeth in tension, also realizing he must get away from here. But Tiamat is too strong and he can't even move. Lucia draws an arrow and asks the boy if he really wants to fry to a crisp. The elf, pulling back the bowstring, declares that as long as she is here, nothing like this will happen. The blonde takes aim at the dragon hanging above her. The monster opens its jaws wide. Hyuk leaps out, mentally thanking his ally, whose arrow forced the beast's jaws to unclench. A stream of flame appears next to the young man, and he realizes he's been given a chance to free himself and regain his composure. He also realizes that Tiamat is incredibly strong if he could withstand the elf's arrow. The dragon's eyes glow brightly, asking how dare these pathetic bastards offer such resistance, much less wound him. The dragon rushes at the hero, a tiny figure visible below, roaring that the pathetic humans don't seem to want to die the easy way. Hyuk lands on his feet, realizing his opponent isn't giving him a second to think, and he has no idea how to deal with such a monster. Lucia shouts at the hero to be careful. He looks up in fear. The winged creature descends to the ground. Lucia calls it a vile creature and screams that she'll kill it right there. The girl fires an arrow and demands that Tiamat remove the wings from the boy. The monster turns to the girl and says she's making too much noise. A blue whirlwind appears in front of the dragon's head, and the monster declares that it seems this vile creature fired the arrow that hit him in the neck. He asks how dare this creature harm him and declares that he will kill the girl first. The monster's tail flies through the air. It approaches the blonde, and Lucia realizes that this appendage of the monster's body is moving with incredible speed. The tail slams into the elf's back. The girl flies far away. The hero fearfully calls out to his ally. Lucia falls onto her back, and Tiamat declares that now it will finally be quieter. The blonde lies on the ground, showing no signs of life. Hyuk thinks this is simply impossible. He knew the monster was incredibly powerful, but he couldn't even imagine it could incapacitate the girl with just one blow. Tiamat turns his head to the boy and declares that he's already taken care of one enemy and will now finish off the second. Hyuk realizes he's under immense pressure from this creature. A predatory fire lights up in the boy's eyes. He understands there's no point in holding back any longer and that he must take a risk. Ordo, raising his head, declares that the hero has certainly performed well, but now he's definitely finished. Tiamat opens his jaws wide. The self-proclaimed god declares that the circus seems to be over, and the dragon will now finish the boy. The monster is shown from above. It doesn't understand what's happening, as it uses all its strength, but is unable to move the hero even an inch. Hyuk braces his feet on the ground. He holds his opponent at bay, raising the bat above his head. The boy realizes that the power he's using now could bring him victory. The young man grits his teeth from the unbearable tension, deciding to risk everything he has. Hyuk opens his mouth wide, unleashing the power he gained in the temple of the dragon god. Jets of yellow energy rise around the young man, visible beneath the giant dragon. Tiamat, spreading his wings wide, screams that this simply can't be happening and asks how the young man is handling this power. Ordo lowers his gaze, unable to comprehend how what he sees before him is even possible. Fear appears on the god's face, sensing someone he doesn't think should be here. The young man's feet float above the ground, and Ordo tries to understand where the hero got the dragon's power. Hyuk advances. The elder, seated on the throne in the vast hall, asks if the apostle has realized his power. The man's eyes glow from beneath his hood, declaring that the time has come. Leaning on the armrests, he declares that today he will settle a long-standing grudge. Rising to his feet, he declares that he has long awaited this day. The elder extends his hand and declares that he will meet him soon. The domed building is illuminated by a very bright light. Ordo frowns ahead, thinking that if his senses are correct, things are very bad, as the dragon god is approaching. Hyuk, lifting his bat, tries to discern whether the dragon god's power has always been so immense. A white mark is visible on his wrist, and the young man wonders why it appeared and what it signifies. Ordo, looking down at the young man below, also notices the symbol and realizes that the dragon god has made Kang Jin-hyuk his apostle. The man shouts for Tiamat to kill the young man before the dragon god arrives. With its mouth wide open, the monster declares that it understands its master and promises to destroy the pathetic wretch here and now. The enormous monster spreads its wings above the hero. A stream of flame erupts from the dragon's enormous maw. A wall of fire approaches the young man, but he doesn't see it as too dangerous. Hyuk smiles, feeling he can defeat the monster. He hears someone calling him their apostle and asking him to wait. The hero's eyes widen, and he doesn't understand whose voice he just heard. The stream of fire stops before the young man, and Hyuk realizes that time has stopped again. Raising his left hand, he indignantly asks why Ordo stopped time again, and if he has anything else to tell him. The long-haired brunette irritably declares that he didn't do what the young man claims, and someone asks him why he's hiding like a coward. Ordo perks up, sensing a colossal energy. The god sees a huge dragon before him and a figure standing next to it. The figure says he hasn't seen Ordo in a while, as he's very hard to find. The man realizes he's the dragon god, whom he didn't expect to see here so quickly. Hyuk looks up, confused as to what the elder's doing. The man, frowning at Ordo, declares that he should understand why he's here. Looking at the god with snake-like eyes, the elder asks how he dared kidnap a dragon that's practically his own child. One winged creature hangs in the air above another, motionless. The elder says that it seems the child is named Tiamat, and Ordo stole him, then turned him into the weapon he now uses. The dragon god sternly asks why Ordo did this, as he should have known it was all very wrong. The man, arms folded, replies that he had to do it for the sake of his own world. He states that if he is also a god, he must understand his feelings. The elder declares that this excuse does not satisfy him. The character's eyes are hidden by a black shadow, and he claims that Ordo used the monster he transformed his child into to destroy his own world. He finds this simply ridiculous, and that Ordo acted only to satisfy his own ambitions. The elder asks in bewilderment. Hyuk holds a bat in his hands, and the dragon god calls his interlocutor to look at the boy. He says that Ordo tried to kill another apostle only because he didn't like him, and then asks if Ordo thinks such an action is right. The elder, eyes wide, asks the elder not to make him laugh and declares that the dragon god has no idea what he is talking about. Thrusting his head forward, Ordo declares that he simply wanted to bring peace to his world, and all these sacrifices were only for this. A fire-breathing dragon appears above the hero. The elder asks the boy if he heard Ordo's words and what he thinks about them. The hero replies that it is, of course, complete nonsense. Hyuk jumps. Smiling, he flies upward. Ordo, whom he flies toward, calls the hero a fool and asks if the boy understands the situation he finds himself in. Gritting his teeth in anger, Ordo shouts that the boy is interfering in a conversation between two gods, which is simply unacceptable for a mere mortal. He snaps his fingers. The hero raises his bat to strike, and Ordo realizes that his time-stopping trick has failed. The god is shocked, unable to understand why he has suddenly become powerless. The dragon god, glaring at Ordo, declares that Hyuk is his confidant, and therefore imbued with the power of a dragon. The boy smiles, and the elder replies that, in other words, this boy is as powerful as a god. Ordo stares at his interlocutor in amazement, who says a god could try to fight a boy and lose to a man he's always looked down on. Ordo grabs the bat. Looking at the hero in shock, he declares that it's simply impossible for a mere human to be stronger than an all-powerful being like him. Smiling, Hyuk says that Ordo still seems to be confused, informing the god that the powers he wields don't work on him. Electricity flashes between the opponents. His mouth wide open, Hyuk screams that he doesn't need a god who wants to destroy his world, demanding that Ordo get the hell out. Blood drips from the bat. Ordo flies backward. He hits the ground, and a powerful explosion rings out. Flames rage near the building. Clouds of black smoke rise into the air. The hero notices something. His eyes widen in surprise. Hyuk and Ordo are suspended in space. The young man realizes he's been transported to another dimension again, and most likely, Ordo is the cause. He asks the god why he's doing this, and he's told not to worry, saying the dimension was altered only for a short conversation. Ordo, looking at the hero with serious eyes, declares that before him is a man who can defeat a god, and that Hyuk has exceeded all his expectations. Ordo then admits defeat. The hero looks at him in shock. The god declares that after the blow the young man dealt him, he rethought everything and realized that even being a god doesn't mean he's perfect and knows everything. Hyuk looks at Ordo silently, who says he's decided to abandon his plans and transfers control of the world he inhabits to the young man. Hyuk watches as Ordo begins to dissolve into space. Ordo declares that from now on, the hero will protect his world and asks the boy to prove the god wrong. The hero, now invisible, asks if he's confident he can succeed. Ordo replies that he believes he can, and therefore entrusts humanity to the new ruler. Hyuk is shocked. The elder, hovering in the air next to two dragons, asks if the conversation was useful to his apostle. The boy asks the dragon god what happened. Looking at the boy from under his hood, he declares that Hyuk heard everything, and Ordo has handed over power to him. The elder declares that Ordo has decided to retire and realized he must trust humanity again, then reveals that Ordo even gave the boy a dragon of destruction to watch over the world. Snow-capped mountains are visible beneath the winged creatures. The elder declares that Hyuk will bring peace to his dimension, promising to watch over the young man and always support him. The god declares that the boy must become a ruler recognized by both gods he met. The elder and the dragons disappear. Hyuk clenches his fist, unable to believe that he has become the new ruler of his world. The hero looks around, hearing his name called. The elf, raising her hand, looks at the young man, who asks the girl if everything is all right. The young people stand opposite each other. The blonde explains that she almost died, but the dragon god healed her body, and she fully recovered. Hyuk, looking at the beauty, thanks fate that everything ended this way, saying that he doesn't even know what he would do if something happened to the elf. The boy declares that everything is already over here, so they can go home. Lucia refuses. Smiling, she declares that this seems to be the world she was born in, so she wants to stay here. The hero asks if this means they will never see each other again. White clouds are visible above the magnificent mountain. The elf declares that they are most likely truly parting forever and asks to say hello to the dwarf. Hyuk replies that he will definitely pass it on, and Lucia bids him farewell. The hero, looking at the blue planet, thinks that one day a dungeon appeared in his room, after which many different things happened, and he would never have thought that an unlucky hunter could turn into the ruler of an entire world. The boy still doesn't know what Ordo was thinking when he handed over power over this planet to him, but he is absolutely certain of one thing. Hyuk, bat in hand, hovers above the planet, thinking that he must guide humanity along the right path and not let it stray from it. He intends to build a new beautiful world together with all of humanity, both as an ordinary person and as the ruler of an entire dimension. The hero smiles joyfully.